Well, hello everyone everywhere. It's another one of those transmissions. Okay, so we're going to be doing a recap and I will be playing games later. I'm not sure if we're going to be emulating or if we're going to be playing some 76 because there's still that event going on, that Rip Daring and the aliens. I like to get a few more things from the um, Atomic Shop and a few more things from the, what is it, the scoreboard where you turn in your tickets. It's like a healing arch. I'm hoping it doesn't just heal radiation. I'm hoping if it actually heals you, we'll be in business. Then I really would never need standbacks. So this will be great. And we might do some Fallout 3 if I can get it. If I can't, then we're gonna have to figure out a different platform that I can play it on. But we still got New Vegas and Fallout 76. I'm not ready for 4 yet. I'm just because I played it to the ground recently on the original Xbox One, and that just seems so fresh in my mind. I wanna re-hit all these retro games before I re-hit Fallout 4, especially maybe when it's dying and everybody's off of it. Then I can go through and redo my thing and capitalize on people who still want to watch it. Other than that, like as of right now, I don't really feel like getting in a peak of anything like that. Like if people are still doing Fallout 4 for different reasons that I'm not aware of. They were supposed to be doing Project Mojave, and then when I was told that they were abandoned the project, I quit. So, personal vendetta. Anyway, so without further ado, we'll be getting at a few things that we covered yesterday in news, but then we'll be gaming later.
This California warehouse burned to the ground after employees
We already covered this.
Get a raise. Look at
We
this.
covered this.
The guy who did it.
Hold on, guys.
He actually filmed it too. Look at this. Look at him. It's a toilet paper products warehouse. And look what he's doing.
You know, we may not get paid enough to live, but these dirt cheap. All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
This is terrible.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live. All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
This new video into our newsroom could be a critical piece of evidence in the fire that destroyed a warehouse in Ontario. It took 175 firefighters nearly 15 hours to put this fire out.
It's a big problem.
The contractor is now facing several arson charges.
He should go to jail.
NBC4's Christian Cosrez has the very latest on
Look
the
at this
investigation.
Okay, well there's talks about that.
I can't believe it, man.
New video on social media has surfaced.
Sorry, I have to keep intersecting this because I'm not really sure what's going on. I think there's not a lot of frames being dropped. I think we're doing good. We're doing good. I haven't checked the sound because I need to go do that. But I do have something to say that I think he's facing 10 years on a charge, or 10 to life. I don't even know if it's not 25 to life. It's like 10 to life on at least one charge. So he's not wrong. He might be in there for a while, quite some time.
As someone is going around the room, starting several
I got my
fires
quail going on here. I got
about their salary.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
You can hear his voice.
I don't know what's going through his head, man.
We caught up with Alex Montero on Wednesday, who says he was working the night this Kimberly-Clark warehouse along Hellman in Ontario caught fire.
This is terrible.
Montero is stunned to see this video because this person, he says, is his fellow co-worker, Shamil Abdul Karim.
There goes your inventory.
I had just got done talking to him. He had just came over and helped me out with my truck. I was 5 doors down from him.
Wow.
Fire officials say the fire started on Tuesday just after midnight and quickly grew because of the large amount of paper products inside the warehouse that fueled the flames.
Oh my goodness.
They called break and I went outside, I was sitting in my car, and not even 10 minutes go by and I heard the alarm.
Look at
It
this.
took crews several hours to get the fire under
The next
control,
day.
even using drones to extinguish the hot spots after all 20 employees inside were evacuated. Moments later, Ontario police arrested Abdul Karim
Good.
for arson. Tonight, Kimberly Clark says the distribution center was operated by a third-party logistic partner, NFI Industries, and added that a response team has been activated to help relocate impacted workers and minimize customer and consumer impact.
And now everyone lost their job.
There with the company.
About 3 weeks. Yeah, just started making good money, dude. You know, they called us hoping to relocate us to another warehouse.
So this guy, he says he was making good money. He was happy with the pay. Now he's gonna get nothing because somebody else felt like they should have got a raise. And look, people are pointing out that the CEO makes $16.4 million a year or $7,800 an hour. That is a lot of money. That's way more money than the employee who was upset about his pay. But we just heard from another employee who wasn't upset about his pay. And every time you hear an argument like this, you gotta ask yourself, how little money does the CEO need to make before we'll stop hearing arguments like this?
Believe that this was a person that was employed by this warehouse. We have just learned moments ago that this person was employed by a third-party company, but again, no motive yet.
Oh,
and again, this is
so he didn't even work for the
29-year-old.
company.
Now, we should mention that just after midnight, fire officials say several 911 calls came in about a warehouse fire near Hellman and Merrill, just east of the Chino Airport. Now, this was a 6-alarm fire. And police requested backup from across the county. We're talking about 26 resources in total. Now, at the time of the fire, investigators say 20 Kimberly Clark employees were inside, and all were evacuated without any injuries. Now, the building has major damage, including several semi-trucks parked near the loading area.
Major damage. There is nothing left. Look, the exterior of the facility still exists, but everything inside is gone. Now, the employee probably did this thinking to himself, I'm going to send a message to the fat cats that run this place, but they weren't even the people responsible for his pay. They own the warehouse, but they didn't pay him. At the same time, how does a warehouse go about finding employees to work there? They put up an ad for the job, and if they don't get any responses, they raise the pay until they do. It's not like they were paying people a wage that nobody was willing to work for. The other guy said he was getting paid good money.
And tonight, many who work there say they are concerned about their jobs. But as I mentioned just moments ago, fire officials sharing some details about the person that was arrested.
So initially he was believed to be an employee of Kimberly Clark. However, it is confirmed that he is an employee of NFI Industries, which is a third-party distributor of
How
Kimberly
much does
Clark.
their CEO make? That's what I want to know. Doesn't even matter.
For
That's
the company,
the answer.
Kimberly Clark released the following statement, which reads in part, "Safety is our top priority, and we can confirm there are no reported injuries." Now, the facility is operated by a third-party partner, and we are working closely with them and local authorities. But again, fire and police investigators here updating us on this case. They are telling us that a 29-year-old has been arrested. Again, no motive so far
he's a grown adult
on this investigation, but
middle
we do know that
age
crews, both
almost.
fire and police will remain here on the scene at least for the next several hours until all of those hot spots, some of that white smoke that you see behind us, until everything is under control. That's the very latest from Ontario. Christian Caceres, NBC4 News.
All right, Christian, thank you for that. And we continue to follow this breaking news out of Beverly Crest right now. Look at this. News Chopper 4.
Here's the suspect. What is his name? Kamil Abdul Karim. There he is. Look at him. This is the guy who did it. And he did it because he felt he was being exploited.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
Authorities say videos like this one on social media are part of their ongoing investigation into Tuesday's Kimberly Clark warehouse fire in Ontario. Police
Hopefully this doesn't
arrested
inspire
Shamil
other
Abdul Karim,
crazy people.
a warehouse employee, for arson.
Like, you're ruining people's life doing this.
On Thursday, we met this man outside the...
That's such a good point. This guy thought that his life was being ruined. So what did he do? He attacked a company and burned down their warehouse, putting other people at risk. But what a selfish thing to do, because you know what? There were other people that weren't too good for that job, that depended on that job, and now they got nowhere to go.
House in Rancho Cucamonga, who did not want to be identified, but claimed he was one of the 20 employees inside the night of the fire.
It was just a lot of chaos and a lot of people just running around everywhere, seeing what's happening. And it's crazy because it was in different locations that the fire was being set off.
Yeah, he ran around to different areas.
For arson, but authorities have not released a motive despite salary claims in this video.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
I think that's the
several
motive.
Warehouse employees tell us is a 29-year-old.
There's things that are going on with the world right now, but That you don't go and burn a building down because your life is horrible.
Interesting. So perhaps this person was angry about certain things happening in the world, and that threw him over the edge. But is that an excuse either? I definitely don't think so. Neither does this employee. Besides, how bad are things for this person? They've got a job. They live in America. It's a free country. They're getting paid to do something other people cannot apply to do because all 20 positions in the warehouse are filled.
It's absurd. It's absurd. It's chaos.
Kimberly Clark says the distribution center was operated by third-party logistic partner NFI Industries. It housed paper products, which firefighters say fueled the flames for hours.
There goes your inventory.
Thank God no one was hurt in this incident, but he needs to think about the precautions that he could have put everyone through, everyone's families, like not even in the warehouse. Like I'm talking about this could have spread through the homes that were nearby. It's insane.
And I'm sure he will, because he's going to be in jail for a long time, and then he's going to be in prison for a long time. But this warehouse is not the only business in California being attacked. Look at this.
The scary just-released video starts with a car crashing into a jewelry store's front entrance. Then, at least 8 other vehicles pull up like clockwork. 25 masked thieves swarm in.
People.
Take note, each thief is covered from head to toe, making identification difficult.
Wow.
They're armed with sledgehammers, which they use to smash open display cases. The terrified owner runs for cover.
The jewelry store takeover may look like absolute chaos, but it's not. Instead, we're learning it was a highly organized heist where the crooks knew exactly what they were going for and how to get in and out fast.
The entire...
Now, okay, when you see something like this, which happened last year, but the video's only recently come out because this Inside Edition video was posted 3 weeks ago. When you see this, the same people robbing this jewelry store, they have the same mental idea about what they're doing as the guy who burned down that paper products place, because these people, they think the store's got insurance. They think this is a store for rich people. They think that it's unfair that stores like this exist and that millionaires can go in and buy stuff there. And they feel like when they take advantage of it, when they attack it, that it's no big deal. The place has insurance. They're still rich. Who cares?
Takes just 70 seconds. The bad guys are in and out with $1.7 million worth of jewelry.
70
so
seconds.
Where do they go? They escape into the 8 waiting getaway cars
all
in
stolen.
Fremont, California.
Those cars are all stolen.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Wow.
And all of the vehicles are stolen with fake plates.
Knew it.
Security
Call
expert
it.
Kent Moyer says the takeover was methodically planned down to every detail.
Extremely organized. They're doing surveillance on the place before they ever do the actual crime. So they know where the Rolex watches are. They know.
That's the problem with California, is all of these people, how many of them do you think have a prior record for doing something that would have put them in jail in a law and order state, but here allows them to walk the streets? How many of these people do you think have experience committing this type of crime in the past and have done it and not gotten caught? We got a lot of jewelry store heists going on here, but if we're not going to enforce the laws, we're going to have radical, crazy people like this all over the place.
High-end jewelry is. And in addition, it is my belief that they knew how many police officers were on duty and they knew what the response time would be.
3 months later, another jewelry store is hit in nearby San Ramon, California. It's the same M.O.
Probably
and
the
for
same
good reason.
people.
Cops say they discovered at least one of the robbers took part in both heists. Here in San Ramon...
What are the odds? The same groups of criminals are doing the same thing all over town. I remember when this happened, and now we're learning that the thieves and all of these crimes are connected. What a surprise.
5 thieves also smash open jewelry cases. They steal $1 million worth of jewelry and escape in a waiting stolen getaway car.
This is crazy.
So how did the robbers get together? Prosecutors say the conspiracy to commit the jewelry heist was first organized during a FaceTime group chat.
They're using
Obviously,
Zoom.
I think it was a gang that worked together. The reality is they'll do many more after this.
Right. But we're dealing with an attitude of entitlement. That's how these criminals feel. They feel that their life is not perfect, and there's other people out there that are eating better than they are, and so they're going to go after that to make their own lives better. These people, they reflect the sanctuary city left-wing ideas that run places like this. Look, it's happening in New York, too.
Out of New Jersey, where robbers are on the run after they smashed and grabbed everything in sight at a family jewelry store.
Everything.
The owners, a mother-daughter duo who turned crime fighters, trying to stop the thieves. Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Carlo talked
That
with a
sounds like
friend
a bad idea,
who
but let's
watched it
see.
all go down.
It was a wild scene in Perth Amboy. The robbers had just smashed the front window
Look at this.
of a jewelry store and were on their way out. Garbage bags full of jewelry in hand.
Garbage
Those
bags.
screams you heard from the mother and daughter.
Getting in a
who owned the
BMW.
store.
She was like, help.
Jesse is a close friend who owns a salon across the street. As the robbers tried to make it into their getaway car, there was one thing they did not account for. They weren't getting away without the fight.
She fight with them like a man. She's a brave woman. Stephanie, she's a brave woman, but I feel so sad for her mother. Her mother fell away, you know.
This is terrible.
She fell. It was too much.
The two fearless women tried to pull the robbers out of the BMW as they hit reverse,
that could have been dangerous.
sideswiping a parked car. The mother and daughter kept hanging on, even as the robbers peeled off, leaving the mother on the ground. Other business owners tried to do whatever they could to help. Someone even kicked the moving vehicle.
One of my workers, she get out
Stolen
from here,
car.
and then she's tried to stop the car, and then I was behind her, you know, tried to grabbing her. But there is a point that you get so nervous that you get frustrated, and then you turn to the back, you know, because you don't know if those people have, you know, guns.
These robbers were as bold as they come. Not only did they hit SD Jewelry here on Madison Avenue in broad daylight, but they did it right under the cops' noses. There's a police substation right across the street.
Really?
Helicopter 7 was above the damage left behind. Detectives
The police
began
were right
their
there.
investigation.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If people are doing this in these states, these left-wing states that don't care about police, don't care about law and order, they are so emboldened. They're afraid of nothing. And they think that their actions are justified for economic reasons or for reasons of perceived fairness or unfairness.
Yeah, the mother, daughter, and the entire family came back here to the
Business
jewelry
is done.
store late this morning. They're still very upset, very emotional about this brazen attack that took place yesterday afternoon. And a lot of people were actually out here on the street and witnessed what was taking place. The mother upset because her daughter went into debt to go ahead and open this shop, and now they want the police to catch those suspects. This video shows a terrifying scene.
Look at him
as the
coming in the
women
window.
desperately try to fight off the four masked suspects who smash up display cases and
Wow.
take anything they can grab in about 2 minutes.
Yep.
She says, "We're incredibly angry. 5 years of work gone in an instant. For them to come in and take what's ours, what puts food on our table every..."
These are the people who lost everything when the warehouse burned down. These are the people losing everything when these criminals rob their jewelry stores. And that's because these criminals and these people, these arsonists, these are selfish individuals. They're only thinking about themselves. They're only thinking about the world from their twisted perspective of what's fair and what's unfair and how much a CEO makes and how nice the jewelry store is and how it's nicer than whatever they have. So what do? They take out these actions on people. I think this is awful. I think we need to build some jails in this country and we need to start filling them up. What do you think? See you in the next video.
Julian. I don't know where I felt like I get a little drink around here, do you, bud?
There's some secret jails being built in Arizona.
I know that we're a couple years away, but I'm going to formally endorse in 2028 right now Kamala Harris to run. I can't wait. Please, Kamala, I'm begging you, run for office. I just want somebody with this level of enthusiasm when 10,000 people who are all paid to be there are chanting your name because they're all paid to be there. Do this. Good job. Wow. Wow. Very strong. Very strong. You can't kill this energy.
Okay, now I want each of you to shout your own name. Do that. Because it's about all of us. It's about all of us. And listen, I have fought my whole career to put the people first.
I know there's a bunch of fights in MAGA right now, but we saved America from that, okay? And so that's something, all right? Pat yourself on the back. Kumbaya. let's not like turn the keys of the whole country over to that. Kamala's drunk. She's drunk a lot. In fact, her first photo after getting completely housed, woodshedded by Donald Trump in the 2024 election was with her like drinking wine, her like slamming glasses of wine. So it should come as no surprise to you that Kamala Harris is drunk again on stage, as she was seconds ago at Al Sharpton's thing. And this is what she had to say. She did an impression of Donald Trump as a mob boss, and it went over exactly like how you think it would be. Some things are just perfect. So if I say Kamala Harris, who can't even do an impression of Kamala Harris well, she uses all these different accents. She doesn't know who she is. She's an absolute vacuous husk of a human being. If she's trying to do Trump, which she probably would to get in the White House, but anyway, if she's trying to do an impression of Trump, how do you think that's going to work out for her?
Well, he's pulled back because, the way that he's thinking of foreign policy, it seems, is when he talks about America first, it's to withdraw from these relationships and these connections. And then he kind of acts like a mob boss. So then he's kind of like, well, you take Eastern Europe, and I'll take the Western Hemisphere. And then you over there, you get Asia. And we'll just divide it up. Right? Instead.
Okay, first off, what kind of an impression of a mob boss is like, is it like, Vito Corleone, like the Godfather, but he's black and on welfare? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Of understanding historically, America has always been about our global leadership, imperfect though we have been. Well, he's pulled back.
Oof. Oh, it's bad. And this is the best, the absolute best, is Kamala Harris drunk or high. The best clip of the day is Kamala Harris saying, "Oh yeah, I'm running again for president."
Not being subtle.
American people, as I said in open communication, is you and I. So are you going to run again in 28?
Ha ha ha.
So, here,
look at that.
Okay,
look at the longhouse.
I tried to be subtle, but I just figured I'd go right
Well,
at it.
that's as subtle as Reverend Al Sharpton could ever be.
Oh, she got the black
We
accent.
love you for many things, but not being subtle.
She's got the black accent again.
Listen, I might. I'm thinking about it.
Keep thinking. Look at that. Look at the work that's been done. Oh man, she looks like a shoe at this point. Kamala Harris has the IQ of a shoe, saying cronies in Congress and using the F word.
Who are feckless. Who are allowing this to happen. Members of Congress. Rev, I'm going to use the F word. Who are feckless.
Ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
It's an appropriate F word.
Funny. She's so funny. Is that vodka? Is that vodka?
And I served, as you
That
mentioned,
vodka.
Rev, in the United States Senate for 4 years. I know a number of these folks. And I know that so many of them know what's wrong with this.
Kamala Harris, by the year 2050, 1 in 4 people occupying Mother Earth will be on the continent of Africa. Okay, are you going to move? Are you going to move to Africa?
Which presents either a wonderful opportunity for partnership and investment, understanding this population of people are going to have such a huge impact on the future of the world.
Oh.
Or it's going to present a risk if we just ignore the needs of the people who are there. For example,
I'm perfectly happy to ignore the needs of people in Africa. I'm perfectly happy to ignore the needs of anyone in anywhere. The people in Antarctica and in Europe and in the Middle East and in China. I will happily ignore the needs of these people. I will care only about the needs of my country. oh, does that offend you? I don't care. What do you mean? What do you mean we ignore the needs of the? So what is it up to us to tend to the needs of every person on Earth? This is the way. This is the brain rot. This is the virus. This is what destroys your culture forever. Okay. Gavin Newsom's fates have collapsed actually quite swiftly here, and Kamala Harris, well, is popping up a bit. AOC popping up a bit. Uh-oh. Will the next U.S. president be a woman? Yes. Look at that. 27% chance. Going up. Kamala Harris sounds like she's totally sloshed before noon. Confirms she's going to run for president. Absolute clown show. Cringe moment. Kamala's a mob boss as Trump. Kamala Harris just did the worst Trump impression I think I've ever seen. Kamala Harris' campaign is incredible. Let's do it. Polling shows that J.D. Vance would blow her out. Which, again, ladies and gentlemen, that's normally Kamala doing that. It's Kamala Harris's impersonation of Donald Trump, by the way. Yeah. Kamala Harris is the most alcoholic person on earth. I'm not even sure she drinks. And she announced she's running in 2028. Glory to God. We are so back. You can tell a lot about a person based on the gap between how good their Trump impersonation is versus how good they think it is. Okay. Just a reminder that Kamala's book tour has been nightmarish. She's been on a little book tour. She's on one right now. Kamala Harris has been screamed at by the lot.
You're not letting me talk. You know what? I respect your right to speak, but you're not letting me.
Not been good, obviously. Kamala Harris is drunk. You can see it, listen to her speak.
You know how privileged I feel to have been educated at Howard University. There is so much about everything I have achieved, and I've been the first to do many things because of being here when I was your age.
Oh, man. Okay. Yep. Kamala Harris drunk. Kamala Harris just posted this on TikTok.
You've been hard at work writing a book, meeting with leaders, thinking about the future of our country. Who said that?
Are you ready for Brat? Are you ready for Brat summer again? Are you ready? Christmas come early?
Speak Merry Christmas. How dare we? How dare we speak Merry Christmas?
I guess not. I guess we're not married for Christmas. It would be Christmas for me. Again, Kamala Harris is drunk in public a lot.
Where there's a vacancy, then let's fill it.
Okay. Not great career advice. Kamala Harris to follow. Before they deleted the Democrats, just posted Kamala completely wasted and wrung out. What a disaster for the Democrat Party. I mean, you don't even need to hear it. Just look at this. You can hear it in your soul. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. Just a reminder of what happened when the teleprompter went out during her campaign rally.
We will do it.
Teleprompter out.
So 32 days. 32 days. Okay, we got some business to do. All right. 32 days. And we know we will do it. And this is going to be a very tight race until the very end. We are the underdog, and we know we have some hard work ahead.
Oh, man. Okay, please bring it back. I'm ready. I can feel it in the bones. I'm ready. You want to unite the country. Bring Kamala Harris back. Campaign trail. Oh, it's bad for the nation, but it's great for content creators. It's way better. Like, share, and subscribe. Please run Kamala, please. See ya.
A lot has happened since we spoke last night regarding the Middle East. So let's begin with the most obvious development, Trump's threat to invade the Vatican. Relax, I don't think it's real.
I'm over here dealing with the toads and the lizards and the husbandry, but I've been listening to the sound check, and I completely agree with the last Cash Jordan episode and the Benny Johnson one.
Has the power to do whatever it wants, and the church had better take its side. Personally, I wouldn't advise Trump to mess with the Vatican. I mean, the Vatican's got more money than Trump, more followers than Trump, and probably more connections to the mob. I'm joking, obviously. Vice President J.D. Vance seemed to find the whole thing about as credible as medieval indulgence sales.
I've never seen this reporting. I'd like to actually talk to Cardinal Christophe Pierre and, frankly, to our people to figure out what actually happened. I think it's always a bad idea to offer an opinion on stories that are unconfirmed and uncorroborated, so I'm not going to do that.
Yes, the Pope has criticised US strikes on Iran. That tends to happen when bombs are involved. Popes have historically been a little squeamish about explosions, but the idea that a cardinal was summoned to the White House for a mafia-style shakedown, I mean, give me a break. You'd have to be suffering peak Trump derangement syndrome to believe that. And tragically, that
love his
condition
accent.
is now
So cardinal.
more widespread than gluten intolerance in inner-city Melbourne. Here's the funny part, though. Let's imagine there's a grain of truth to that story. Not that Trump threatened the church.
He's just the cardinal.
The US government did summon a representative to express its displeasure at the church's opposition to US foreign policy. Are the left now saying that's inappropriate? Would they prefer the US to be a theocracy run by the Pope? You know, white smoke rising from the Sistine Chapel every time a drone strike is approved. Speaking of derangement, did you see Green Senator David Shoebridge on Sky News this morning?
My party stands with the Iranian people, not some, orange-faced, yellow-haired tyrant in the form of Donald Trump.
And Labor warns the coalition about doing a preference deal with One Nation. The Greens claim they oppose Donald Trump because they're on the side of the Iranian people. Right, so they should have read this report published just hours ago. As the bombs stop, the regime orders executions to accelerate. If Senator Shoebridge stands with the Iranian people, shouldn't he direct his barbs at the leadership of the Islamic Republic, not at the leader of the free world? The Green senator went on to explain his latest objection to Trump, aside from the colour of Trump's hair.
What we have seen in the last 6 weeks is the United States taking the world to the brink of economic chaos and potentially past that brink of economic chaos.
That's a fascinating take on the situation in the Middle East. The terrorist regime running Iran holds the entire world hostage by threatening to blow up oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, but it's the US who have taken the world to the brink of chaos.
We've seen the United States and Israel engage in an illegal war without consulting any of their allies, which has thrown ordinary Australians into deep, deep economic despair. We've seen fuel prices rocket through the entire globe.
He is right that there is economic despair because of rocketing fuel prices. Gee, Senator Shoebridge, imagine if we had access to our own vast natural resources. We'd be almost self-sufficient. But we don't, and we aren't, because your mob won't allow it. It would violate the Greens'
This guy's actually, his view's actually pretty good.
Which brings us to Penny Wong, who this morning
was just talking a second ago was an idiot.
Dangerous, borderline, heretical question.
You know what I was talking about.
For oil. Watch her almost choke as she madly tries to work out how to maintain her renewables-only ideology without seeming completely divorced from reality, which is no mean feat.
But personally, would you be more open now to drilling for oil and having more refineries on shore?
We want more fuel in Australia and we want more capability in Australia. And that's what we're focused on. We've reformed the EP, the Environment Protection Act, the approvals process, so that it is more streamlined, and if commercial projects stack up, they have a much more streamlined approach under this government.
She could have just said, yes, we need to access our own oil. Instead, she blabbered on about how her government has streamlined the Environmental Protection Act so that energy projects can be approved more quickly. Just on that, let me quote from the government website where it talks about how the Act has been streamlined. Quote, fossil fuel projects will not be able to access the fast-track assessment pathway. They will continue to access the other approval pathways, which of course typically don't lead to approval. So Penny Wong's position seems to be that we want more fuel in Australia, just not more Australian fuel in Australia. Nothing, and I mean nothing, can dissuade the progressive left that their renewables fantasy is wrong-headed. We could all be walking to work, and they still wouldn't believe that accessing our own fossil fuels might be a good idea. This was interesting. My Sky News colleague, Pete Stefanovic, pointed out that if the US doesn't prevail in the Middle East, we may face a situation where the Iranian regime imposes a toll on oil tankers navigating the Strait of Hormuz.
So oil that we buy would then go to a listed terror group. How comfortable would you be with that going forward?
Now, like the last question, should we access our own fossil fuels and be self-sufficient, the answer to whether or not we'd be happy paying taxes to a listed terror group would seem sort of obvious, wouldn't it? Instead, we got another scenic tour through Diplomatic Evasion National Park.
Pete, the status of the Strait and free passage through the Strait is central to the negotiations which are underway between Iran and the United States. The position Australia has, as so many other countries have, is that there needs to be freedom of navigation through the Strait. We need to ensure that commercial shipping has the confidence to move through the Strait, and that is the way that we stabilise what is happening on global energy markets.
How hard can it be to simply say we don't pay terrorist regimes? Apparently harder than solving the Middle East conflict. So our foreign minister won't come out in support of energy self-sufficiency and won't come out against paying taxes to the IRGC. What a time to be alive. Now, of course, Iran has agreed to a 2-week ceasefire, but only after Donald Trump warned that, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again if Iran failed to comply. Of course, most progressives were more upset by that comment than by the Iranian leadership shouting death to America for the past decade.
The President of the United States just said that a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. And no one is reacting. This speaks for itself. What the is anyone even doing at this point?
And Greta was joined by Hollywood actor George Clooney, who wanted Trump charged with a crime for saying Iranian civilization would end. He told journalists in Europe, some say Donald Trump is fine, but if someone says he wants to end civilization, well, that's a crime. Imagine being an actor and taking everything literally. You'd think a performer would appreciate the work of another performer. If George Clooney wants to talk about crimes against humanity, well, let's talk about his role as Bruce Wayne in the 1997 film Batman and Robin. No one with a brain seriously believes Trump was about to vaporize Iran. But progressives did, and thankfully, so too did the Iranian leadership. Senator James Paterson continues his long run as Australia's most sensible politician.
It's not language that I would use or that I could ever imagine an Australian Prime Minister using. Speaking about it analytically and dispassionately, it's clear that the US President has been threatening to escalate in order to de-escalate, and it may be the reason that there is a ceasefire agreement.
Escalate the rhetoric to de-escalate the situation. I like it. It's almost like Senator James Paterson is the only person who's been paying attention to Donald Trump these past 5 or 6 years. So because the Iranian leadership feared there might be a nuclear holocaust, we might now have a ceasefire, and we might soon see the Strait of Hormuz open so that we can buy the fuel our own government won't let us drill. With the ceasefire figured out, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer rushed to the Middle East to offer himself for photo opportunities. Listen to him claiming that we have just reached a ceasefire.
What is the purpose of your visit here in the Gulf? What kind of influence do you think you can have?
Well, we've just reached this ceasefire, which is both welcome and I think there'll be a sense of real relief. There certainly is across the region and for the United Kingdom. But there's work to do.
Typical of NATO members, it's we when the fighting is over. Maybe I'm being too harsh on the British PM. We do have some exclusive vision of him assisting with the ceasefire negotiations. Now, in case George Clooney is watching, I need to point out that wasn't actually the UK Prime Minister. It was just an illustration of Keir Starmer's redundancy. Speaking of redundant, here's our own Prime Minister wanting input into the ceasefire after it's been.
This takes higher precedence because this is live and they're returning home. This takes higher precedence because this is live and they're returning home. There it is. Wow, we got it right at splashdown. Amazing. Okay, but we're going to rewind it a little bit and see them coming into the atmosphere, okay?
This is a visualization. Coming up on 1 minute until entry interface.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on 480 until, because I'm going to speed it up, and then that way we can actually see them kind of pop out of the capsule here any second.
Mark 1 minute until entry interface. 1 minute 20 seconds until the expected start of our 6-minute blackout.
Integrity, 1 minute to a 6-minute blackout.
Integrity.
Come on. Hang in there, computer. Oh, it's because it's still stuck on the high quality. Okay, so that was them basically coming in to the atmosphere, grabbed them, right? So did you see how it turned? Okay, so when you came into the, oh, I'm sorry, when when I clicked on this link and it finally loaded up, you guys saw it splash down. Remember, you guys can find this yourself and look at the whole thing live, but I'm trying to patch it together here for as good as we can. And so right now they're going to go on recovery. But that was just an amazing timing, guys. I wanted you to know that, like, how rare that is to, like, click on the live stream link and then it's literally them landing into the ocean. Like, that's insane, okay? I just wanted to say that's pretty nuts. Like, woo! All right.
We continue.
Let's see. So they saw the splashdown. So everyone's you know, so like no one's looking at it anymore really. You know, because now they're just sending their crew out to go get them.
Inflated to maintain a stable one or upright configuration.
I'm just gonna pause it for a split second. Hopefully, I can get a better connection here. And there's those you got on the right over here, the complete parachute all in the water. Simply amazing. They're in there. They made it back before the gas, their flatulence caught on fire. That was apparently a problem.
We continue to monitor the functioning of the CMOOS system. The airbags are being inflated to maintain a stable one or upright configuration. And there's a good view from one of the naval helicopters hovering overhead. Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
Integrity Houston for SAR Beacon and radio.
SAR Beacon is in 406, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team is not.
I guess because they're not saying anything right now. I don't know why. Oh wait, no, they are.
Same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
Okay, copy. We are also powering up the sat phone now.
Okay, well it's hot right now. It's just first splashdown. It's extremely hot. So there's boats circling and trying to get to it.
So integrity is
Eventually,
in great shape.
when they get to it, there will be a latch that will coordinate with the astronauts that now probably have Starlink communication. Before, they used to not have any communication in these capsules when they landed in the ocean like this. It was completely barren. There was no communication until the first contact was the boat that came and said, "Hey, you guys made it!" Like, you know, you're not dead. Like, you know, so. Yeah, that's the whole scary part about this, is they never really knew until like it was literally the person tapping on the capsule and such. So anyway, I turned down my mic a little bit. Hopefully we can hear them.
After a thorough systems check, we have no toxic gases to be concerned about, so the recovery personnel can approach the vehicle.
Well, that's what it was. You see, I was having a problem because it was streaming my own stream, and that's always causing problems. Talk about, look at my CPU went down.
The propulsion officer here in Mission Control reports that we have safed the prop system on integrity.
Can you say again? That was very weak and broken.
Integrity Houston did not call.
Copy that, Houston. It might have been on the SAR radio. Stand by.
All of the milestones were executed in perfect fashion. Integrity entering the Earth's atmosphere right on time, reaching its peak speed shortly after a blackout period began. We emerged from the blackout period, but the recovery imagery airborne assets were able to pick up Integrity's descent almost immediately through entry interface, tracking the vehicle all the way down. And finally, you saw the sequence of chute deployments. First, the forward bay cover being pulled off the top of the vehicle by a series of 3 parachutes. Then the drogue chutes were deployed, followed by the 3 main chutes that slowed the splashdown velocity of Integrity to just 19 miles an hour.
All you need is some integrity, you know, fucking that's it's crazy, bro. I'm fucking losing my goddamn mind. Woo!
Integrity Houston with No Joy on SAR and SAT phone. We'd like you to command an additional 15 minutes for a total of 30-minute power down delay.
All right, Jackie, we have selected T/D+30. No Joy on SAR radio or sat phone. And stand by, we have the master diver on SAR radio. Please hold comms.
Hey, Lily. Excuse me. Hey, Jackie, we just got the master diver on SAR.
A good view of one of the fast boats.
Integrity Houston, if you are happy with your comm with master diver, you can go back to the 15-minute power down.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, we'll confirm here in a second.
The crew on board Integrity coordinating with the flight control team in Houston here in Mission Control on the timing of the power down of the vehicle, which will be the precursor to the recovery teams approaching the spacecraft. There are no issues with Integrity. We've had a bit of broken capability in establishing a SARSAT or satellite phone communications capability between the crew on board Integrity and the recovery team. That will get sorted out here shortly. There's plenty of cooling on board Integrity, so there's no rush to begin the power down.
To call you on the sat phone and not getting an answer there either.
Concur. We haven't had anything come through.
And Houston, if you could relay to recovery that we hear them, but it does not appear as though they are hearing us.
Houston copies, and Reed, just to confirm, you are pushing the PTT on the radio.
So as we continue to sort out the communications between Integrity and the recovery teams, we are standing by for the initiation of the power down procedures that, as you see, the recovery teams are moving towards the side of the capsule. The next major event will be the erection of that large inflatable raft called the front porch. That will be the port of call for the crew as they're being extracted one by one from the vehicle.
Integrity Houston for sat phone. We are going to attempt to call you.
Good idea. Standing by.
And Jackie, yes, we are pushing the push to talk, the two buttons on the left side of the radio below the up-down arrows. We are utilizing them. I'm rebooting the radio to see if we get good comms.
Okay, we copy all. And just to confirm, you are seeing that you're touchdown plus 3030 for power, correct?
That's affirmative.
We are trying a backdoor approach to have mission control here call the crew on their satellite phone. This is all part of the coordination for the power down of the vehicle that will initiate the actual recovery operation. The first boats with the Navy divers on board are standing by, waiting to close in on Integrity to begin the process of erecting the large inflatable raft that's called the front porch that will be where the astronauts are extracted from so that they can have a few minutes to get their land legs back before they're hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters for the flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
Do not reply.
And Houston, please don't reply. NRD, very weak, but readable. Master Diver, we can hear, but they cannot hear us. And Houston on OE1, is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
Checking.
This is Mission Control Houston. While we stand by for the establishment of communications between Integrity and the recovery team that is basically standing by very close to the spacecraft, we're going to go to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha, where Megan Cruz is standing by with Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Hey, Rob, yeah, just such an honor to be able to be here on the ship, to be able to share and experience this moment with everyone together. And of course, as you just said, yes, here with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Administrator, how did you feel getting to witness this and seeing NASA at its best?
Oh, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, you know, like the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then it's NASA Administrator. I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this incredible moment right now. And yeah, incredibly grateful too for our teams here on the John P. Murtha right now.
Yeah, look at them behind us here.
Got everybody. What do you guys think? We just brought some astronauts back from the moon, huh? Unbelievable. Thank you. Yeah, so grateful to the Navy, the sailors that are here, the NASA teams. I mean, this is a joint effort that's on their way right now. These recovery forces are getting out to our Orion spacecraft, to Integrity, to get our astronauts back on the ship safely.
Yeah, and this is not just an accomplishment for NASA. This is an accomplishment for humanity. Again, a historic mission to the moon and back. How does this make you feel, and what do you hope people take away from this?
Well, I'll tell you, I think about the crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely professional astronauts. I mean, wonderful communicators, almost poets. But then I think these were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we sent out there right now. And I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon, bringing them back safely, and to set up for a series more. I mean, this is not a once in a lifetime, which you hear sometimes around here. It's like, this was a once in a lifetime. No, it's not. This is just the beginning. We are going to get back into doing this with frequency, sending missions to the moon until we land on it in 2028 and start building our base.
Yeah, are we going to build on the momentum for Artemis 3? I mean, it's just around the corner.
Absolutely. So, I mean, that's, part of me too. Like, I can't wait to get the crew off of Integrity right now, but also getting Integrity back on this ship so we can start taking a look at it, because all that data is so precious to us right now. I mean, we are going to definitely want to take a good look at the thermal protection system. We're going to want to download all the data they couldn't transmit back to us and use that to inform Artemis 3. But we're already making progress, right? You had SRB segments already showing up at KSC. Core stage for Artemis 3 is rolling out on April 20th. We're getting Mobile Launcher 1 back in vehicle assembly building. So yes, there is a lot to celebrate right now on a mission well accomplished for Artemis 2, and at the same time, we got to start getting ready for 3.
Amazing. And last question, for people who joined us for all 10 days to see what we can accomplish together with our international partners, what do you think about the fact that we're going to keep doing this more and more and more?
It's incredibly exciting. I mean, yes, it's the contributions, like the best and brightest across the NASA workforce from across the country, our industry partners, our international partners. We had a Canadian Space Agency astronaut on board in Jeremy. We had the European Service Module. And you think in the days leading up to this launch, I mean, 48 hours prior to launching Artemis 2, I was meeting with the Italian Space Agency. We signed a memorandum of understanding to build a habitation module on the moon. I mean, you have countries, all of our allies and partners coming together saying, we are committed to this effort. We are returning to the moon. We're doing it to stay. We are building that enduring presence. We are going to master the skills on the surface of the moon so someday we can undertake missions to Mars. It's just an incredibly exciting time, and we're not going at it alone. We're bringing everybody along with us.
Absolutely. And speaking of everyone, one more time, we're going to ask the crew here, you guys ready to land on the moon? Awesome. I love that. Okay, well, thank you so much, Administrator. Appreciate you being here. We're, of course, going to stay on to watch the crew get extracted from Orion, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Thank you, Megan, and thank you, Administrator Isaacman. We are in the process of working to establish that communications link and to establish the procedures that will lead to the power down of the spacecraft, which is gently bobbing in the Pacific following a bullseye touchdown that occurred at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego. We have once again heard from the crew during that interview opportunity with the administrator, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board. We now have confirmation that the vehicle has been powered down as per the procedures. So we have vehicle powered down, and the flight control team here in Houston, Flight Director Rick Henfling, has handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems team out in the Pacific. Now, we will physically not get off console with this team until the crew has been extracted into the front porch, that inflatable raft that will be erected along the side hatch of Integrity. So we're standing by for that in the next step in the recovery procedures. But everything is in great shape, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board the vehicle. All of the entry events went by the book, no issues, perfect trajectory for Integrity that was culminated with one final raise burn to improve the angle of attack for the vehicle as it entered the Earth's atmosphere. All of that flight dynamics computation worked like a charm. So we are standing by for the recovery team to approach Integrity and begin the process of erecting that inflatable raft called the front porch, which will see the crew members be extracted from the hatch of Orion into that inflatable raft before they're hoisted aboard 2 Navy helicopters in a variety of different configurations. Each crew member will be hoisted in sequential fashion, in alternating fashion, 2 crew members for each helicopter before they turn around to head back to the John P. Murtha. Once on the deck of the ship, they'll be brought into medical bay for comprehensive medical exams. But Reed Wiseman has reported several times that the crew is in excellent shape. So just to recap, it has been some 26 and a half minutes since the splashdown of Integrity in the Pacific. The vehicle is in excellent shape. It performed like a champ all the way down through the Earth's atmosphere. All of the vehicle functions were checked off in excellent trip hammer fashion. The parachutes all deployed as planned. Splashdown occurring at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. And after a bit of a tussle to try to establish a communications link with the recovery team, we were finally able to run through the procedures for the powering down of the vehicle. We've handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems folks out in the Pacific, and the recovery team will be approaching the vehicle shortly to erect the inflatable raft called the front porch before opening the hatch to Integrity to bring the crew members onto that raft before they're hoisted onto 2 Navy helicopters, 2 crew members for each helicopter, before they're flown back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. This is Mission Control Houston. After talking to the flight dynamics folks, we have a bit of a refinement on the splashdown time for you. Their computation shows a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time, 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. Once again, from Flight Dynamics, a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. Reports from the Pacific indicate that the recovery team in communications with the crew aboard Integrity, that the crew remains in excellent shape as they await the approach of the team for a final hazard gas evaluation before they move to the side of the vehicle to erect the inflatable life raft called the front porch. Again, no issues with Integrity. The vehicle is powered down. All of its systems are now safed. We have handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems folks in the Pacific, but we will not stand down and have the entry flight control team depart its positions until that inflatable raft, the front porch, is erected, the hatch open, and the crew having exited the vehicle. So that's the next step in the recovery process that will lead to the hoisting of the crew members. For 2 crew members for each helicopter, they'll be hoisted to a pair of Navy helicopters that will then fly a short distance back to the USS John P. Murtha. What you're looking at is one of the fast boats circling the vehicle to make a hazard assessment.
Here we go. Here we go. You boys need some integrity.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, you're watching the initiation of the recovery of the Artemis crew aboard Integrity. All of the Navy divers and the fast boats are now approaching the spacecraft after conducting a hazard assessment. The vehicle has been powered down. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling now waiting for the life raft, the front porch, to be erected along the side of the vehicle so that the hatch can be opened and the crew members extracted from Integrity, soon to be hoisted one by one into a pair of Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. If you missed it earlier, we talked to Flight Dynamics and received a more official touchdown time or splashdown time, as it were, of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. Continuing to get excellent views from the imagery assets out at sea in the Pacific of Integrity. We continue to get good reports from the landing and support officer who's in contact with the recovery team that the crew is in excellent shape, no issues. They're just currently biding their time, waiting for the front porch to be erected. We have no hazardous hazard gases and no hazardous situation with the vehicle. It performed perfectly all the way down from entry interface to its splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. And as you can see, the first phalanx of recovery personnel now pulling up alongside of Integrity. This includes Navy divers and Navy flight surgeon and other recovery personnel who have trained for several years for this recovery process. At this hour, some 41 minutes following splashdown, the vehicle has been powered down. There's no hazardous gas emanating from the vehicle. That's why the first team of recovery personnel has been able to pull alongside Integrity. And the reports continue to come in that the 4 astronauts are in excellent shape. Yes. This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to watch the initiation of the recovery of Integrity's astronauts. One by one, they'll be brought out of the spacecraft onto a large inflatable raft just a short time from now. In the meantime, we can go back to the USS John P. Murtha, where my colleague Megan Cruz is standing by to provide her situation report. Megan, can you hear us?
Hey, Rob. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Yeah, we're back here on the bow of the recovery ship where there are still plenty of people peering out into the water. We are not very far from the action everyone is seeing on their screen now. The Orion spacecraft Integrity in the ocean, surrounded by a number of recovery boats. As Rob has been saying, in those recovery boats, NASA and Navy personnel specifically trained to get the astronauts out of Orion. In some of our wide shots, you can probably see that there are 6 boats out in the water. More than 40 people out in the water right now on those boats. First order of business is to set up the front porch and the stabilization collar. You might also hear it referred to as a stab collar. Basically just to make sure that Orion stays upright, doesn't sway in the water too much, again, to make it easier for recovery forces to get the astronauts out. Again, we splashed down in the Pacific Ocean just after 5 p.m. Pacific time here. It's a requirement by NASA to be able to get the crew out of Orion within 2 hours of splashdown. So doing great on time so far. Plenty of time. No rush either. I was speaking to NASA flight surgeon Rick Schuring earlier in this broadcast, and he said to me, no rush to get the crew out. Just want to make sure that they're feeling good. And whenever they're ready to take their step out of Orion and onto that large raft, the front porch, folks will be ready. And as there are mission audio loops in Mission Control in Houston, there is a mission audio loop here on the ship, and it was just reported out that the side hatch is open. Side hatch of integrity is open. You're getting these beautiful shots from our aerial assets. The ship itself, where I'm on, just 3,000 yards away. Again, plenty of people on the boat here, glued to the side closest to where they can see all this action. And again, with just 3,000 yards separating us, great views from the bow here. You can see now that side hatch is open. One of the Navy personnel is about to get inside there. In they go. In total, 4 will go into Orion. So it'll be a little bit of a tight squeeze, but the goal is to have a recovery personnel with each astronaut assessing them. Boat's getting closer now. Again, that one that's right up against Orion, those are the divers that will go in to the spacecraft to check on each of the astronauts. These other boats will begin doing a number of things, putting on that stabilization collar onto Orion, building that front porch. Eventually, they will retrieve the parachutes, as well as tow Orion back to the well deck of the recovery ship here. And so as we wait for the Navy and NASA personnel to get their assessment of the crew inside of Orion, why don't we toss it back to Rob for an update?
Yeah, thank you, Megan. Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Rick Henfling and the entry team of flight controllers still on duty. The vehicle has been powered down for some time now. There are no hazardous gases emanating from integrity. That, of course, allowed the recovery personnel to approach the vehicle and then open the hatch to begin the initial medical assessment of the crew, as you just indicated. Now we're standing by for the erection of that inflatable raft, the front porch, alongside of the vehicle that will enable the crew to be extracted one by one onto the raft, have a moment or two to get their land legs back before they're hoisted into two hovering Navy helicopters, two crew members for each helicopter, for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. All of Integrity's systems operated flawlessly throughout the course of the approach to the Earth, the entry into the Earth's atmosphere, and all of the key milestones that followed in this high-speed return to Earth for Integrity, a mission that spanned more than 694,000 miles from the vehicle's launch from the Kennedy Space Center atop the Space Launch System back on April 1st.
Taking a look at my CRT TV, and it's not TV. I'm sorry. It's an E-Machine CRT monitor. And
as we mentioned at the
yeah,
top of the broadcast,
my CRT TV hopefully is still fine. It's sitting in the living room. Should still run okay.
The Apollo
we haven't tried to
program
turn it
saw
on.
a splashdown
I
in the Pacific was Apollo 17 back on December 19th, 1972.
Make sure no capacitors are bloated.
So for the first
try
time
to figure out how to discharge
in
it and get going.
some 53 and a half years, we have reenacted that with the arrival of Integrity's astronauts as they flew around the moon in that historic lunar flyby that began with a trans-lunar injection burn that took them out of Earth orbit following 24 hours of a high Earth orbit trajectory. The high Earth orbit trajectory enabled flight controllers here to have a full 24 hours to evaluate the systems on Integrity and the condition of the crew before they would commit to flying to the moon.
This is what I'm talking about. Just to prove we could. Imagine like everyone else in the universe can't do this. Universe or whatever political verse. I'd like to see you try.
With the side hatch of Orion having been opened to set the stage for the erection of the inflatable life raft, known as the front porch, to be erected alongside the spacecraft for the extraction of the crew. Let's play for you an interview that my colleague Megan Cruz conducted on the USS John P. Murtha with Navy diver First Class David McMahon that explains how this process is unfolding.
Okay, Davey, so you and some of your team, one last look over of the stabilization collar, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is this stabilization collar?
This is what's going to stabilize the capsule out there in the ocean. We don't know how good the weather or the waves will be that day, so this will help prevent any unnecessary occurrences from happening, stabilizing the capsule and the astronauts inside.
So basically this is a float that will go around Orion. I'm assuming that what they're doing right now, these are the lines that will attach the collar onto Orion?
That is correct.
And so what are they doing here?
So we've got the lower line that will secure the inflation device before we inflate it. That gives us the go-ahead that it's secure in space, and then we'll inflate it. And then once that is done, we'll undo all the carabiners and get this orange line on top tied in the same fashion. And then this will be secured to the capsule, and the astronauts can safely take their first steps out of the capsule onto the front porch.
Okay, and how long will it take them to set up the stabilization collar?
We should definitely be able to handle this in under 10 minutes.
Okay, wow. And then you just mentioned the front porch. So basically after they set up the stabilization collar, then they set up what's called the front porch here.
That's correct.
Okay, and what's the front porch?
Front porch is basically a bigger waiting room for the astronauts to sit in while we wait for the helicopters to show up and grab them.
Okay, so the medical team that was inside with the crew, they're going to help them out and onto the front porch?
That is correct.
And then what happens here?
We have higher trained medical personnel also on board the front porch that will give them lookovers and just make sure they're okay while we wait for the helicopters to show up.
Okay. How does it feel? I mean, your team, you, to be part of a mission that's returning astronauts from the moon in more than 50 years?
We all feel extremely honored to be a part of this, as well as a bigger mission for the Navy and joining up with NASA to do great things.
And do you feel like you and your team are ready?
Yes, very ready.
Cool. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Once again, the recovery operations are continuing out in the Pacific. We shortly should see that life raft, the front porch, erected alongside the side hatch of the vehicle. A number of flight controllers have come into the flight control room to receive congratulations from Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling. But we're going to stick with our operations out in the Pacific as we await the extraction of the 4 crew members who are reported to be in excellent condition. Again, while we stand by for that front porch to be erected alongside of the side hatch of the vehicle, let's go back to the USS John P. Murtha and Megan Cruz. Megan?
Hey, Rob. Pausing now to listen to some internal audio loops again. The operations team here on the ship communicating with everyone out on the water. It seems like currents are hindering them a little bit from unfurling and inflating the stabilization collar as well as the front porch. But again, the requirement to get the crew out within 2 hours of splashdown, plenty of time. So no concerns just yet. But as calm as the water looks, yeah, it looks like it's hindering the teams just a tad. You can can see in some of our shots that side hatch still open. Again, inside, there are now 8 people inside. 4 divers, Navy divers, all with medical training, each assigned to an astronaut each. Making sure that they're comfortable, feeling good. As you've heard us say in the broadcast, they expect a little bit of discomfort. Again, these astronauts just traveled back to Earth at 25,000 miles an hour, a nearly 695,000-mile journey around the moon. If you think you get carsick. Again, 6 boats out there, lots of gear with them, just in case, right? As we said, the crew reported feeling great. But again, all those folks out there in case they weren't, right? NASA is all about making sure we think about every situation that can happen. And so, of course, wanted to be ready in case any of our astronauts needed more medical attention while out there in the water. You see now teams again trying to set up the stabilization collar and front porch for the crew to get out of Orion. They need both, right? The stabilization collar will keep Orion from swaying as you see it is doing now. And then they will connect the front porch to the stabilization collar so that the crew can take 2 steps and they will be in the front porch. Not a lot of chatter on the mission audio loops. That's a good thing. Again, things proceeding pretty nominally, even if they're fighting some currents out there on the Pacific Ocean. Again, the goal, setting up the stabilization collar and the front porch so that the crew can rest comfortably in the front porch, get placed into harnesses so that 2 helicopters can lift them off the front porch and onto the USS John Murtha here. The helicopters are going to take turns picking up an astronaut. So again, Helo 1 and Helo 2. Okay, and the recovery team here on the ship just got a report from the undersea medical officer who is inside the capsule with the crew. He is reporting all 4 members are green. All of our 4 astronauts, Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, green, meaning they are feeling great, not the complexion of their skin. They are feeling great, happy to be home, and ready to be extracted as soon as possible. And so, as I was saying, we have 2 helicopters circling the activity you're seeing on the water right now.
Breaking news. They came back from the moon and they're green.
Each will take turns picking up an
No,
astronaut.
I mean the green light. Oh, I'm sorry.
So Helo 1 will come on in, hover above the front porch, about 40 feet above the front porch. A Navy recovery specialist will be hoisted down into the front porch. Will connect to the first astronaut, which we're expecting to be Christina. And then Helo 2 comes around, picks up Jeremy, while Helo 1 stays above head, and then Helo 1 will come back in for another astronaut, and then Helo 2 for the last astronaut, and then back to the flight deck here on the recovery ship. I was talking to Assistant Artemis Recovery Director Paul Sierpinski. He said helos are a much quicker, safer way to get on board. They did actually consider boats, but then if you think about it, longer time, the crew would have to move through more of the ship. This way the helos will give a more direct, quicker route to the medical bay for our 4 astronauts. Beautiful shots from our aerial and imagery teams. Clouds have dissipated for a clear view from the bow of the recovery ship here. You can still see divers in the water there. Encircling Orion, that is that stabilization collar we've been telling you about. As you saw in that interview just a few minutes ago, they have to first connect it to Orion, and then once it's secured onto Orion, they can inflate it, and then they'll further secure it with other harnesses and lines. About an hour and 10 minutes since splashdown in the Pacific Ocean here. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back home after a history-making mission to the moon and back. And if you missed what we said just a couple of minutes ago, the undersea medical officer inside with the crew in Orion, reporting all 4 crew members feeling great. Progress being made there on the stabilization collar. It looks like they are beginning to inflate it. And it looks like they're starting to unfold the front porch in order to get that into the water here shortly and inflate that as well. Again, more than 40 people out in the water right now. And those Navy and NASA personnel have been in the water for now about 4 hours. The reason why they had to get out so early is just to stage everything. And actually here on the ship, when there are flight operations happening, you can't have anything else, right? Just because the flight deck can be a dangerous place, so they just want to focus on planes coming and going from the ship. So that's why they wanted to get the boats in the water to make sure that they have all the time they needed for the flight ops. And then the same crew here out in the water, they will stay out in the water for a number of hours after we recover the crew and get them back on the ship, because then they have to recover Orion. All right, that stabilization collar looking good around Orion. We're now seeing some recovery personnel getting on to that collar. Again, they need to further attach it to Orion to make sure that it can really prop up the spacecraft. It's basically lifting it up off of the water just a tad. Again, so it's not so so it doesn't sway so much in the water there.
So, I'm freezing. I don't know why she's gonna have this.
And now that front porch looks like it's nearly fully inflated as well. You can see a much larger surface area. And so once the crew get out of Orion, they can stretch their legs a little bit on this front porch, get some fresh air. And enjoy this beautiful day here on their home planet.
Jesus.
It appears teams now are about to connect the front porch to the stabilization collar.
Tweak it, Addison. Tweaker. Tweak it, tweak.
And at that point, when both are secure, we should soon see
Oh,
astronauts
there he goes. Oh, I don't have a cable right
come
now
out of
because you took
Orion.
the cable. Yeah.
All these views you see also being fed to the Landing Force Operations Center here on the ship. Of course, it is very important for our recovery teams leading the mission to have all the views that you're seeing as well. Again, listening to their communication loop here on the ship. Very quiet, which is a good thing. It means things are going pretty nominally, meaning as expected. Again, all this activity happening just 3,000 yards away from the ship. So that means this will be a very quick flight back on the helicopters for the crew. 2-3 minutes, and then they'll be back here on the ship. Okay, Saw a thumbs up from one of the personnel on the front porch. It looks like they are now getting ready to deploy what they call the Air Rescue Vest, ARV. And so this is the harness that each crew member will get into in order to be hoisted into the helicopters. Again, those helicopters hovering just about 40 feet above the front porch when they're ready to pick up each crew member.
This is Mission Control Houston. Behind me, a fairly raucous scene as hundreds of flight controllers have poured into the flight control room here. This is reminiscent of the scene after the final shuttle mission of STS-135, although that was the end of a program. This is only the beginning of a program with the textbook splashdown of Integrity and its 4 astronauts. We're standing by for the crew to be extracted from the spacecraft. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling invited all of these flight controllers who have contributed to this mission to enter the flight control room to have an opportunity to receive well wishes and to share the mutual glow that exists in the wake of a textbook mission for Integrity. On the front screen here in Mission Control, a sign that says "Welcome Home Integrity, taking humanity back to the moon, going further, and returning safely to Earth." So all of that jubilation, part of the post-splashdown activities, even as we await the crew being extracted from the vehicle to be hoisted onto Navy helicopters for the trip back to the USS John P. Murtha. Once again here in Mission Control, this view of the Artemis Flight Control Room, known as the White Flight Control Room. This is the old shuttle flight control room, and now is the home of Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Once again, quite a few flight controllers were invited in by Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to share in the jubilation following the successful splashdown of Integrity. That splashdown occurring an hour and 22 minutes ago, as we stand by for the completion of the extraction of the crew, and ultimately they're hoisting onto Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the USS John P. Murtha. Splashdown occurred at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. I had an opportunity to talk to the head of flight dynamics, Jeff Birch, a moment or two ago. He said the trajectory of Integrity coming through the Earth's atmosphere was so precise, they've never seen anything line up on a ground track like today's entry by Integrity for its splashdown southwest of San Diego. And the initial, you can hear it. Jubilation here in the flight control room. The first crew member is out of Integrity. We are expecting the other crew members momentarily to be extracted. We now have 2 crew members out. Two crew members out, 2 to go. We're about 1 hour from sunset out in the Pacific. Everything continues to go well. Integrity's systems function perfectly during its entry back to Earth. And Reed Wiseman, the commander who will be last out of the vehicle, reported that all the crew members were feeling very well. Crew member number 3 now out. And now standing by for the commander, Reed Wiseman, who will be last out of his ship. Bobbing in the Pacific under almost ideal conditions, Integrity spanned 694,000 miles during its journey from launch to splashdown. And we now have Reed Wiseman out of the vehicle, all 4 crew members now out of Integrity. Once again, all 4 crew members now on the front porch, and the procedure to begin hoisting them up to these 2 Navy helicopters hovering overhead will begin shortly. This is Mission Control Houston. The mission is over, but the melody lingers on as jubilation continues here in the flight control room. We should be expecting NASA's Associate Administrator, Amit Kshatriya, to be joining us shortly for a short interview while the recovery operations continue out in the Pacific. So we'll stand by for that. And then we'll turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha. This is Mission Control Houston here in the Artemis Flight Control Room. A number of flight controllers basking in the glory of the successful end of this mission that carried 4 astronauts around the moon on a lunar flyby and the first test flight of Orion with crew members on board. Splashdown occurring an hour and 32 minutes ago after a flawless descent back into the Earth's atmosphere for the vehicle. Its 4 crew members in good shape, simply enjoying their time right now on the front porch, as it were, the inflatable raft alongside of their Integrity spacecraft. We're expecting Amit Kshatriya, the NASA Associate Administrator, to join us here momentarily for a brief interview. before we turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship. The
Hey, what
NASA
up, family
Associate
crisis, guys?
Administrator.
Sorry, bear with us here.
Ahmed,
Evan, he's mentally
a
ill.
little
He's
bit of
going
history
nuts right
made
now.
tonight,
Sorry.
a little bit of history made over the past few weeks. Your thoughts as this team here basks in the glow of what they just accomplished.
Yeah, Rob, we're here in the control center, and it's kind of overrun with jubilant folks from the Mission Control, Houston, as well as engineering, and folks that just want to be here, part of it, as we watch our crew get extracted from the vehicle. And my thought is always about these teams. The team that's in the water right now, pulling the crew out. The team here in Houston that worked so hard over the last 10 days, no sleep to get this done. We still have some work to do to get the crew to the med bay here on the ship. They all look great coming out, so hopefully that won't be too long. I think we saw the administrator on the boat too, giving his thanks to the Navy team on the Murtha, which they're just an incredible group of sailors. I was able to visit with them a couple weeks ago, and then if you pull it all the way back to the workers and the folks that joined the rocket at Michoud, that made the heat shield tiles that held together tonight, that stacked the vehicle in Florida, that integrated the vehicle in Denver, that fired the engines in Stennis, that fired the boosters in Promontory. I mean, this is the entire team, coming together and being tested by the environment that this machine went through. And they did it right. The work was good. They did it right.
You've said in a number of briefings, of course, and in other forums that this is just the first step. The cadence has to step up, as the administrator has indicated. Now, it's a little early for the full report card on how Integrity did, but did this mission ultimately, from your eyes view, exceed expectations?
It absolutely did. I mean, I was waiting to talk about this until we're in the water, and I think we still have, again, work to do to bring it in and really kind of go through it bolt by bolt and see what we learned. But I mean, so far, given what we learned during the mission and given how we performed on ascent, on entry, I always think about energy in terms of the states that you worry about the most. And every time we put these machines through these incredibly energetic states, they came through. So I'm fairly confident that we made a big step tonight to get us on the path towards the surface. I think the path to the surface is open now. We do have to do all the work, and we'll make sure we talk about that as cleanly as we can. We learned a few things during the mission, but I have to tell you, this was an incredible test of an incredible machine.
From an American psyche standpoint, the Empire State Building was lit up red, white, and blue tonight. Our coverage was seen on baseball stadiums around the major leagues. How captivating was this experience for the American people, for the world, in fact, as we returned to the moon?
I have not been able to watch a lot of the coverage as we've progressed through the mission. I will tell you, just from my witness in Florida before launch, and then seeing the people's faces here, and then reading where I can about how things are going. I think this has been a gift to the world from NASA. NASA has given the world a gift, proving to folks all over the place, especially young people, and that to me is what this is really about. Young people, when they see what we can do when we work together, when we have teams that collaborate, that it doesn't matter how hard the problems are, we can solve them. I'm hopeful that Artemis 2, as folks witness what we were able to do with this incredible crew, this incredible team that we've birthed into the world, scientists and engineers and artists that have been inspired by this. And even if they don't come work in the program, which separately they should come work in the program because Lord knows we need the help. But even if they don't want to come work in the program, hopefully they grow up to recognize they can do amazing things when they work together and contribute to society and be good citizens and really change the way, the challenges that are coming in the world are overcomable if we work together like this.
Fenway Park, which
And one
seems
final
to be
question.
like a Dodgers
Flying to the moon,
tribute, maybe.
we did it. We've done it again this
But they're
past
just
week
wearing
and a half
yellow,
or
but
so.
the rest is Dodger
But the
blue. It
engineering
looks like in
that
the
went
same
behind
style
the
of Dodger
design of this
uniform.
mission
Kind
and
of,
the
but it
precision,
says
the
Dodgers, it says
pinpoint
bananas.
precision of this vehicle entering
It's
that
kinda
entry
crazy.
corridor, it's almost mind-boggling.
I don't know.
Yeah, it
Kind of like
is
a knockout
incredible
Dodgers
when you
to me.
think about the energies involved and the uncertainties involved that we are, when we inserted the vehicle into orbit, it was 99.2% down the middle. When we dropped the vehicle right on top of the fleet here, our guys knew exactly where to go, but the guidance was perfect. And it's interesting. I've got this question a lot over the last few weeks about, we did this before 53 years ago, and that I think, it is a reasonable thing to contemplate, like what's gone on since then. And what I'd tell you is, when we did Apollo, which again, the more we learn about what they did, the more magical it seems what they were able to accomplish given the technology and the learnings that they had. But when we did Apollo, the architects of Apollo, Gilbert, Seaman, von Braun, Mueller, what they really, really wanted to do, as they were contemplating what it meant to expand our range of action to the lunar surface, what they wanted to do was learn how to live and work in space for a long time. They wanted to do that first before they were confident they could expand their range of action to the moon. Now, of course, the politics of the time and the mission at the time was different, and so they had to go straight to the moon and bring people home. And then after that, the program kind of lost its momentum. But after that, NASA kept moving along those paths, right? So we recognized during Apollo that reusability was going to be important. We spent a lot of money on those machines, and we spent a lot of money on these machines here. Even though, but we recognized that reusability was important, which is why we built a winged space plane called Space Shuttle, and then we used that reusable machine to build a space station. And we learned for 25 years how to live and work in space, and have been able to develop technologies that can enable exploration. So really, what I think is now, 53 years later, we're at the point where the architects of Apollo would have been pleased that we're now ready to actually go back to the moon and go back to stay, because we've learned all the things we needed to learn.
There's a lot of people pleased here tonight, and we really thank you for joining us. Amit Kshatriya, NASA's Associate Administrator, as we begin to hoist the crew onto the helicopters to head back to the recovery ship. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Amit. This is Mission Control Houston, with the crew members now beginning to be hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters. Let's go to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha, who will take it from here.
Hey, Rob. Yeah, back on the bow of the ship here, we are seeing the helicopters circling Orion. The first one there having just completed picking up the first astronaut. Kilo 2 now, hovering just 40 feet above the front porch, lowering a recovery specialist out of the helicopter. That person will touch down in the front porch just there. The crew members already outfitted with a harness that will allow them to quickly attach to the hoisting device. more of those blades throwing water out at the center there, the front porch, with now 3 astronauts and the recovery specialists. Again, crews already outfitted with a harness vest. And here we go. Second astronaut now off the front porch, getting hoisted into the second helicopter. That helicopter will now hover just a distance away to give room for the first helicopter to come back and pick up the third astronaut. As we wait for that helicopter to come back, make its way back around, just want to mention that the President of the United States called our NASA administrator today while he was on the ship, just minutes after we interviewed him live on our coverage, and congratulated him and NASA on this history-making moment tonight. Helicopter 1 again hovering 40 feet over the front porch. We will soon see another recovery specialist getting lowered onto the front porch. Wow, imagine sitting on that front porch, the wind, the water. But again, the recovery team determined that a helicopter flight back to the ship here would be safer, faster, and more comfortable for our crew who just completed a 10-day mission around the moon. Third astronaut in the air, getting hoisted quickly back into the first helicopter now. That first helicopter now on its way back to the ship here. We will soon see it land in just a few minutes. Again, all this action happening just 3,000 yards away from us, so a very quick flight back to the flight deck.
Well, yeah, but it worries me because mine don't ever get
Now the only person left on the front porch, Commander Reed Wiseman.
No, I'm saying
that second helicopter now making its way back over to the front porch.
Well, if it does it all the time, that's not normal. I'm saying that's concerning.
Here it comes.
What did I say? All the time?
Well, like right now, I don't know why that would
Making
happen.
its final approach here.
Well, it's not cold. Just the breeze. It's going to get cooler at night. It felt good at the caps. I would have been too hot if it wasn't windy. I mean, I might have gotten too hot wearing leggings. See, that doesn't make sense getting mad because I'm trying to help.
The last astronaut, Commander Reed Wiseman.
I'm just saying I was just trying to be helpful.
Now off the front porch and almost into the second helicopter. Both now on their way back to the ship, where we are, the USS John P. Murtha, just west of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean.
It wouldn't bother me. If you're trying to help me about my health, it would not bother me. I mean, not if if you were talking, I wouldn't. I'm saying you weren't talking or anything. I wouldn't interrupt if you were actually talking on it.
Exciting to see our 4 crew members
at the moment,
minutes away from landing on the flight deck here on the recovery ship. 550 people on this ship.
I just came in here.
Excited, ready, anxious, looking forward to welcoming this crew aboard.
It's because I just came back in here. I literally just sat down.
Watching them now with our own eyes.
You notice I was dealing with him in there.
Close to the ship here.
I just came down and she laid down.
hearing them begin to hover on the flight deck, which is just across from us, here on the bow. The first helicopter coming in.
Well, you said that about your feet, so.
And wheels down. Wheels down of the first helicopter carrying 2 of our Artemis II crew. Pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook.
I don't think anyone would think there's anything wrong if I try to help.
Kilo 1 on deck reported on the recovery loop. Again, the mission audio loops that the recovery team are using here to communicate with one another.
Yeah, but they couldn't hear
And an
that
announcement
part.
just made on the ship, integrity incoming.
Probably couldn't hear that.
2 more helicopters on their way to the flight deck, one carrying the crew, the other, one of our imagery helicopters. Again, kudos to our imagery and aerial teams for giving us these beautiful views of history in the making. Set amid a gorgeous, soon-to-be sunset here in the Pacific Ocean. Second helicopter making its approach of the flight deck. Plenty of people here on the bow with their cell phones out, filming this moment. Some impressive flying here by the Navy as we are seconds away from wheels down. And there you go. We now have all 4 Artemis II crew members on the USS John P. Murtha. I'm sure they're happy to be out of the water and on this recovery ship with, again, 550 people on board, ready to welcome them home. But first, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, just making sure the crew feel good. We reported that they were feeling good when they were in Orion, but those were just initial, quick, verbal assessments of how they're feeling. Their destination tonight, the medical bay here on the ship, right after we power down the helicopters here.
No, usually that's like you're gonna have a heart attack. Heart attack is.
The team on the flight deck working quickly but methodically. Waiting for just one more helicopter to touch down. Very limited personnel here on the flight deck.
Maneuver doctrine is in effect.
As that third helicopter touches down.
The ship is at flight quarters. Stand clear of winter decks, ACO frame 095, Borno
While just a few folks on the flight deck itself, there are plenty more on some upper decks. I see in some of our views a very packed crowd overhead. Announcements being made over the ship's loudspeaker system, reminding folks to stay clear of operational areas like the flight deck, so that teams can work quickly to get the crew off of the helicopters and into the medical bay.
Soon as we're buying the land now when it's so cheap, you know why it's cheap? Because nobody can get to the moon. Nobody can get to the land that you're buying to. So
Splashdown today, 5:06 p.m. Pacific time.
So, like that's the thing.
We are within 2 hours
have, like, this stake
of
on the
that
moon,
splashdown time,
in a crater
and
where
already
it's
we have
actually
all 4
safer
crew
still than
members
most people,
on the
which
flight
is gonna
deck
be way
of the
expensive.
USS John P. Murtha.
And not to mention it actually like catches solar way better because it's a parabola. So like anyway, it's just kind of hard to
Again,
explain
crew
unless you
waiting
understand like where
before getting
how
out
you would look on the
for
surface of the moon
the
in, like,
helicopters
retrospect
to
how
completely
it
shut
would
down.
be like on Earth. You just don't understand like solar panels. You can't put solar panels on the roof.
Safety, of
It's not
course,
like
very
science.
important to
You have
NASA
to
and
put
the
it
U.S.
on like the
military.
side. And like it gets really weird. So like the crew, like they are like researching this.
So we'll wait just a couple of minutes
Like,
here before we start
how to do
seeing
all this shit. And
crew
like
members
they're finally going there to build
walk
a
off the
base.
helicopters
Finally, in
one by
2028,
one.
finally. So it's like in my life, I've only wanted to do 2 things: go to the moon, as my mom said, build us my bed into a rocket ship and go to the moon, and then B, go to the island, go to Tahiti and see it. Never got to see that. You know, my heritage place, all that. Never got to see it. I mean, and then there was like that sea plan that my dad like just pissed me off so much I didn't even want to have anything to do with it. It was like build a bunker there for the people so if a nuclear holocaust happened, at least, you know, people would survive. And like, because it's in the lower hemisphere, like the radiation wouldn't linger there. It would just be like they wouldn't have to live out in the bunker for as long. And it's just they're in a prime location. Let's just put it that way to survive. And I just kind of wanted to give that to the people as a gift because like if we really were their leaders and we just dipped out, like like could you imagine that? Like we came there, sunk a ship, became their kings and dipped. I don't even know the end of the story. It shit fucking pisses me off. So like, then my dad went over there and was like, yeah, we're still kind of like royalty over there and they gave us land. I'm like thinking to myself, okay, well what I would do with that land is make a bunker for them, not just live on the land. Like, what the fuck?
I always wish there was some Scotland left for me.
Right? So I'm just like, jeez. So then like I'm having to think of like
All right, and now here we see pilot Victor Glover
kid I was growing up in. It was like I was like incognito
and mission
prince
specialist
in like
Christina
a
Cook
shithole
sitting on
desert.
the edge
Like
of one of the helicopters,
fucking
looking in great
Luke
spirits.
Skywalker on Mars or some shit under Ben
That familiar
Kenobi's,
smile
like,
and laugh from Victor, I can
what
see
is,
it from
you know,
here.
uncle?
Christina, I'm sure, feeling the same way, just
forget.
blocked a little
His
bit by
Uncle
our
Ben?
camera here, but we'll see her here shortly.
Is that who it was? That died? Remember they got killed
A
by
photographer
the
taking their
Empire?
pictures.
They got burned.
Star Wars?
In Star Wars,
Victor saluting folks on the flight deck. They look like they're in great spirits.
From a kid. Remember they
Happy to
died?
be home, I'm sure.
Yeah, there was. I thought it was Ben. I thought it was Ben. Her uncle Ben. I forget who.
If you're sitting at home, I hope you too are wondering what would you want to ask them if you got a chance to talk to them, because that is what I'm thinking about.
They're kind of gone. I don't even really believe.
Getting the opportunity to talk to or ask questions of these 4 astronauts who just made history as the first crew to return to the moon since 1972.
Political shit, and they just all like it's all around spite of force. Looking at this, it's just like it can drive anyone mad. It's like nothing matters. It's like so like you could be the smartest person on planet Earth.
Oh, there we see Christina there, also smiling, finally peering out, waving at the cameras. Hello to you too, Christina, yes?
That was literally the case constantly.
Welcome back.
It didn't matter.
Welcome,
like
welcome home.
Remember how I used to get mad at Ark all the time? Like
A loudspeaker announcement on the ship saying, "Welcome home, Integrity."
Like, why do you play this game if it makes you mad? I'm like, because real life makes me mad and I can't do anything about it. So this is a better way to
Victor in
cope
great
with my
spirits.
emotions, figure out how to
I can't
cope
see
with
who
my
he's talking to,
emotions,
but I kind of
and
think that
maybe
he might be talking to
find
his other
something
2
out
crew
about
members.
myself. Like if somebody does me wrong,
Shouting from across
like,
the flight deck,
in this game, I'm able
congratulations to
find
one
them, track
another.
them down, and do something about that. I could do that in real life. I just choose not to, and it's almost a crime because you can't do anything vigilantly. So like, you know, it's just kind of like brings things up in society. I'm able to talk about these things.
And so
like,
now
you know,
we see
would
some
somebody be more scared?
Navy
Like if you
personnel
thought that their kids would come and hunt you down
walking
for
up to
doing
the
something
helicopter.
their parents, like Bruce Wayne? Yeah, you would
This
be
is again
very
the
scared.
first helicopter
You know
carrying
what I mean?
pilot Victor
So
Glover
it's just like,
and
I mean,
mission
like,
specialist
what
Christina
kind of
Cook.
talks do we need to be having? And then like
Both have taken off
the
their
things
helmets
that are
now.
like actually happening. Like that's why I get stressed out, and that's why my adrenaline's constantly going because like my brain goes way quicker than most fucking barely. And like I don't know really for what potential reason other than the fact of like I seen something happen in 3 seconds that like
Some
obviously
pictures,
blew my mind.
video
I'm like, oh shit. Well then how many
to
other things
catalog
happened in 3
this
seconds
historic
when I'm
moment.
inside, not looking at outside.
A beautiful
You
sunset
know,
just
it's just
behind
kind
them
of
here
like
in the
that's
Pacific Ocean.
anxiety to me.
Golden
Why
hour.
is my feet
These
cramping?
pictures will
You
be
know, like
beautiful.
that's kind of like why I get to be like, oh god, okay, because I'm like, in the retrospective thing, I get it that
Now
you're
we
caring
see
for me and you want to make sure
NASA
that it's not on the
Administrator
focus.
Jared Isaacman. He is
But then
on the
like
flight deck, as
I
well
know
as
that my
flight
heart's not like
surgeon
pumping like
Rick Schuring
that.
walking
It's just
over
also I wear these stupid
to Victor and
sandals
Christina first. We saw
and
the
then look at my
administrator walk over
sandals.
to the other helicopter,
It's not the top
which
of
is
my feet,
carrying
my feet
Commander
are like
Reed
in this
Weissman and
hole.
mission specialist Jeremy
So
Hansen.
it's just the bottom is clammy because they're like suction
We heard
cupped
from
into
Rick earlier in the
mold that we
broadcast.
made
Again, he said he's going to be
in
out there on the flight
Vancouver.
deck
So there's a little bit
to
of
do another
that
initial
accumulates
assessment
from
of the
just
crew,
it's
ask
like
them how they're
it
feeling,
doesn't like there it's off there, but like every step it almost doesn't.
anything bothering them. But again, from what I'm
Yeah.
seeing, they look like they're in great spirits and feeling
So
pretty
I know
good
it's not something that just
for folks who just traveled
eventually. If I kept wearing socks,
695,000 miles from
this
Florida
would
to the
still
moon
happen and stuff.
and now
So
here
like,
to
I
the
just
Pacific
like
Ocean.
to monitor it this way better, so I can kind of attack it. Like I did it with the hose the other day, and then I took the shower, scrubbed my sandals off. Really got to be more on that. It smelled like shit. It smelled like vinegar. And these are things I'm likely to be having on stream, but yeah, it did not. It wasn't smelling so good.
We're now seeing NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman walking across the flight deck. He had been talking to Reed and Jeremy, now approaching Victor and Christina. A hug from Victor? A hug from Christina? What a moment that we're getting to experience together. I'm sure congratulatory words. You know, we got to speak to the administrator live on this broadcast as well, and
if I haven't done it, I would like
he
to
said
do
the
it too,
kid in
before it
him
gets too far
right
away from
now,
Easter.
giddy, absolutely giddy at what we were able to accomplish today. Returning them home safely and in good spirits after a 10-day mission around the moon. And here we go. We're seeing Jeremy walking, waving across the flight deck, now on his way to the medical bay.
That's pretty gnarly.
It's a short walk, less than a minute. Again, that's why the recovery team decided to use helicopters to get them on the flight deck for that short walk to medical bay.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
And now on the flight deck, we
But
see
that's sad as hell. On Easter too.
the chief of the astronaut office, Scott Tingle.
God. How do you explain that to your kid? I mean, this is where the world becomes.
Rick Schuring switching places. He's going over to the other helicopter. Big hugs,
Like,
big
people
hugs
don't even care about that shit. Where
from
they be
Victor,
putting things
Christina
stupid.
to Scott.
No respect. Fucking hell.
Again, a gorgeous sunset setting the stage for this recovery tonight.
I'm not going to fucking kill somebody, but I'm just gonna fucking bury him in a park, right? Yeah, that's really. That's fucked up.
That demon possessed FedEx.
All right. And now here we are, Christina, making her way, looking thankful, grateful, happy to be home.
He his demon Zero showed them up.
You can see she's looking up again. Lots. Welcoming her home. Scott holding the door like a gentleman, but back on his way to the other crew still on the flight deck. So still on the flight deck, Victor Glover and Reed Weissman. It looks like Victor will be the next one headed to medical bay. More hugs, more hugs. He's a hugger. Victor looking good as he walks across the flight deck. NASA administrator applauding. Victor applauding for all the folks on the ship with him who played a role in their safe return today. And finally, just one Artemis II crew member left on the flight deck, Commander Reed Weissman. Applause from the group there on the flight deck, I'm sure, as well as on the level just above them, packed with people. Reed looking good as he takes his steps towards the medical bay. See our 4 Artemis II crew members back on the ship. Again, now they will head into medical bay, where they will be assessed by flight surgeons from both NASA as well as the Canadian Space Agency. A more in-depth assessment. When they get to medical bay, they will each have their own nurse. They will be helped out of their suits. And then again, we'll check to see that they're feeling good. Make sure it's not just adrenaline, but that they are feeling good from their long journey back from the moon. Beautiful shot of that sunset, illuminating our flight deck. All right, and now with our astronauts safely on board, I want to welcome on Artemis Recovery Director Lily Villarreal. Lily, I don't know how you must be feeling right now. Ecstatic, relieved?
So ecstatic, relieved. Of course, we still have to bring the capsule into the well deck of the ship, but this is a major milestone to have the crew here on the ship and in medbay. You know, our team has been preparing and working really hard, and I'm just so proud of them all. Everything went very well, just as planned. Our teammates in Houston, the flight control team was just amazing. We were able to have great conversations and communications about everything. And I don't know what else to say. I'm just so ecstatic. It's such a wonderful feeling to get to this point. Again, we still have to get the capsule, but this is huge for all of us in landing recovery, and I couldn't do this without my team, and of course the full support of the U.S. military. There's going to be lots of high fives when we get the capsule back in, and I'm so happy that the crew's doing well, Ryan's doing well, and thank you for for everybody watching.
Yeah, yeah, it was great to watch the crew come back to the ship with you. How were you feeling when you were seeing them looking so happy to be home and feeling really good?
You know, the funny thing is that we had video of them from inside the Orion vehicle. They were like that from the beginning. When we opened the hatch, they were already out of their seats, having a good time, waiting for us to open the hatch. And they opened the hatch, and of course, we did the first medical assessment. Everybody was doing very well, and they were just having such a great time with the medical team that was inside the capsule. I think they were all taking selfies with the phones that they have, probably talking about what they saw, and it was just smiles all around. They were having such a great time. And then we put them on the front porch when we were ready to put them on the front porch. And again, you could see they were just so ecstatic to be home and talking to everybody. So we were very happy to see all of that in the control room of the LFOC.
How remarkable is that? Again, if we think about their journey, the 695,000-mile journey around the moon and back, coming back at 30 times faster than the speed of sound. I mean, how remarkable is that they are in such good spirits?
I mean, this is an amazing crew. I think you guys have seen it for the past 10 days. They're wonderful people, and we're so happy that they brought us along on that ride. And I can't wait to see all the additional videos and pictures that they have that, we'll get a hold of now that they're back on the ground. And I can't wait to hear how, a little more than what we saw on the press briefings from the crew about what they saw. It's just fantastic. Some of my favorite people during this 10 days was a science team and how excited they were. And so this is exactly how we feel in the landing recovery team when the science team went, oh my goodness, when they heard all the discussions about the moon. This is exactly how we feel now in the landing recovery team. We're so ecstatic.
Yeah.
Again, we have to recover the capsule. I want to make sure we don't forget about our Orion.
Lily's all about business. She's thinking about what's next. But yeah, speaking of these 10 days, I mean, we have been along for the journey with them, live with them 24/7 for 10 days, and just really seeing the engagement that we've gotten from around the world. What do you hope people take away from this mission?
I think that's fantastic. So, my story was that I went to the Kennedy Space Center. I was born in Colombia. I was 10 years old when we moved to the United States, but when I was 7, my family took me to the visitor center, and that's when I learned about Apollo. And we went to the moon, and I learned about astronauts, and that story was what really fueled me to want to do STEM and want to be an astronaut. And I think that this Artemis program is going to do exactly what, what girls, my age back then is 7, young people right now, girls and even like young men, obviously. But we want to empower people to know that you can do this, right? If you want to come and work for NASA, if I did it, they can do it. And Artemis program is just going to inspire everybody. And I'm so happy about that.
Yeah.
Like Apollo inspired me.
Thank you so much, Lily. Really appreciate you being here. As you said, still a lot of work to do. 5 to 6 more hours to recover Orion that's still out in the water. So I'll let you get back to it.
Thank
you had beautiful words to say again. We hope that this inspires people. We hope that you come and join us at NASA and accomplish great things with us in the future. Back to you, Rob.
Thank you, Megan, and safe sailing out there in the Pacific. Here in Mission Control, it is now all quiet. The team of flight controllers and all their support personnel have left the room to enjoy the aftermath of a textbook touchdown by Integrity that splashed down in the Pacific right on target to complete this historic flyby of the moon, the Artemis II mission. With that, we'll wrap up our coverage for the night and point you to a post-splashdown news conference in 15 minutes at 9:35 p.m. Central Time, 10:35 p.m. Eastern Time, where managers will discuss the return of the Integrity spacecraft and the completion of the Artemis II mission. With that, we'll wrap up our coverage for this evening and historic mission in the history books. This is Mission Control Houston.
We think it could be $250 to $500 billion, so roughly 10% of the total federal budget.
Is it fair to say that for the past 4 years, we were getting looted from fraudsters?
That's 100% accurate. If you're receiving public assistance, how do you have a Mercedes? How do you have a BMW? So we will track that down.
Today, we're here at the Treasury of the United States. It's essentially the Bank of America, as over $6 trillion essentially leaves this building each and every single year. Right now, with the fraud that's taking place here in the United States, they came up with a new fraud task force, and the Treasury is doing stuff different that they haven't done before to make sure that fraud is not taking place. Today we're going to be interviewing with the Secretary himself, Scott Bessent, and this will be super important for you guys to understand what's taking place here inside our country to prevent fraud from taking place. And right now on the website, antifraudclub.com, we just released brand new hoodies right here asking, where did our tax dollars go? They actually kind of go inside this building. But now you can become an anti-fraud taxpayer club member. Just go to antifraudclub.com and you can go ahead, purchase a hoodie, and you can also sign up to get exclusive emails each and every single week as we report on the fraud that's taking place here inside of our country. Now let's get into the interview. You're over essentially the Bank of America here. You control the money and over the Treasury. Now with what you guys are doing with fraud, how are you guys going to be going about to tackle the fraud? And you guys just released a new whistleblower program as well.
Great. Nick, good to have you here. And 20% of the GDP of the U.S. comes through Washington, D.C. every year. And we believe that between 250, 500 billion is lost to waste, fraud, and abuse. And we think that the best way to stop that from happening is to keep it from getting out. Because once you try to call it back, that's very difficult. So what we are doing, Treasury is leading an all-hands-on-deck effort. The Vice President has been tasked with the Fraud Commission. At Treasury, our lead effort is to integrate all the agencies and figure out where the money is going. We're setting up a do-not-pay system, which over time will allow us to follow the money. We will be able to follow whether it's HHS or HUD or anywhere else, where is money going to? How do we find it? Are there unusual payments? Here at Treasury, we collect something that the banks give us called suspicious activity reports, SARS. So can we overlay the suspicious activity reports on top of these unusual payments, which we've been able to do in Minneapolis?
And prior to this, what was the government doing to make sure that money wasn't going to fraudsters?
Nick, unfortunately, it was the opposite. Under the Biden administration, to get money out during COVID, they took down all the guardrails and they never put them back. Bobby Kennedy said at the inaugural day of the anti-fraud task force that the vice president convened, he said at HHS, they had 60 people charged with preventing fraud. The Biden administration, they have fired all of them. So again, the real thing is to keep the money from going out the door to the fraudsters. Very difficult to recover it. But one thing we are trying to do with recoveries is anyone wants to go to treasury.gov. We now have a site for whistleblowers. You can make up to 10%, 30% the reward for the money the Treasury recovers. So nothing comes out of the pockets of the American taxpayer. It's if you help us bring money back to taxpayers, we will pay you a bounty in essence. It's kind of like when we started having all the problems with suitcases at airports, on trains, on buses. If you see something, say something. So what we're asking American citizens to do now is if you see something unusual, say something, and we can reward you for it.
Is it fair to say that for the past 4 years, we were getting looted from fraudsters, as there wasn't really any guardrails to stop the fraud?
That's 100% accurate. The American people are the most generous in the world, but American society, all societies and communities are based on trust. And if you lose trust at the very basic level, it's 100% accurate. The American people are the most generous in the world, but American society, all societies and communities are based on trust. And if you lose trust at the very basic levels, if the citizens don't trust each other, then you can't have a community. So we're trying to bring that back.
So if I were to be a fraudster 3 years ago and I want to start a home healthcare business, how easy would it have been for me to get money from the federal government?
Well,
or a daycare, a Leering Center, for instance.
Yeah. In most cases, the federal government does block grants to states, so they dump it down into states. And like what you did in Minnesota was an incredible job of uncovering what had happened. But it's very easy because, again, the way the money went out the door, no accountability, and prosecutions are very difficult too because, and the fraudsters know. They know that if they keep their thievery below $1.5 million, $3 million, that the U.S. attorneys don't have the resources to go after them. Like, they want to have a big splashy 10 million headline. So like this whole ecosystem developed, and as you discovered in Minneapolis, St. Paul, they learned how to do it. It was very unfortunate that charity and state support just turned into businesses and LLCs and boxes and empty storefronts.
Because in Minnesota, you had these daycares, $1 million.
Sorry, the title of this is, and I will tune this down a little bit because that was super cranked up for the Artemis mission, folks. Sorry. Okay, so right here, this is Nick Shirley interviewing Secretary of Treasury as he exposes $500 billion in fraud. And it's an exclusive interview 8 hours ago.
Upwards of $3.6 million, but it was kind of in that area.
Go watch it, go like it, go subscribe to Nick Shirley. It's not on his interview page, it's on his actual Nick Shirley page.
Over $1.5 million. Now will that fraud get chased down and those people be prosecuted?
Oh, we are in the middle of that.
Go get that hoodie that says Quality Leering Center.
The auto dealers, and we're asking to see the financial records for their finance subsidiaries. If you're receiving public assistance, how do you have a Mercedes? How do you have a BMW? So we will track that down. We're also doing a much better job now because Nick, the real problem was all areas of government weren't talking, whether it was the agencies here in DC or the money was passed on to the states. And what we're really going to push for is transparency, because it was some level of transparency that allowed you to go to all the daycares. It was some level of transparency that allowed you to go to the home health care out in LA. But I've spoken to reporters from all over the country, but let's take New York City, for example. Especially egregious there, newspapers there, mainstream journalists, citizen journalists want to do the right thing, but the state or the city doesn't want to give it out. So we are asking for transparency, and I think every citizen should demand from their elected officials, whether it's a red state, a blue state, whether they are far left, far right, right down the middle, that their elected officials give them transparency. And we want to make sure that this money is going to where it's supposed to go. Because, as we saw at the round table out in Minneapolis, because a lot of times when these things get shut down, the money doesn't go to autistic children like it's supposed to, or it doesn't go to our seniors who are supposed to be helped out.
And essentially, if the government and if the local governments and state governments don't make the information public, nobody can actually go and do what I did in Minnesota, or go out and do the fraud finding. So what does it say about these local governments, state governments, when they don't want to make that information public?
Well, it says that there's likely a daisy chain there, that where that there's political patronage, there are political cover-ups, that there's some reason, because everyone, that you swear an oath to your office, whether it's to your city, to your state, to your country, to do the best you can. And if you're enabling this, you're breaking your vow to the people. So a good steward of capital would want to have the money go as far as it can. You would want to help the people in your district, in the country. So I think there's a big chance for a sea change here. And look, I hope the Democrats on the other side of the aisle want to join us in this, because imagine that we could save $500 billion. We could pay down debt. We could cut taxes. We could make sure the money gets to people who are supposed to have it.
These people were able to just steal and literally loot the American taxpayer for years on end. And there wasn't really a program to make sure that nobody was actually giving money to fraudsters. So now the Do Not Pay program that you guys have set up, how will that help eliminate the fraud? And like, for instance, was HHS talking with the Treasury when they would see a flaw? Or
Never before. Never before. And the other vulnerability that we saw was TSA, which everyone sees at the airport, which is part of Homeland Security, that if you showed up, you're not supposed to, well, you can, but if you had more than $10,000, you're supposed to declare it. People were actually declaring it at Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport, but the declaration forms just went into a filing cabinet. So now we are mapping those against people who are receiving benefits and, watch this space. But I think we're going to have some very, they were trying to take the money out of the country, disappears, overseas, perhaps goes into terrorist networks. But watch this space. We're going to have some big announcements on what we found going through and just matching up data. The data was always there. It was just getting the departments and the systems to talk to each other.
So now essentially all the departments will be able to work together, because prior they were not, correct?
Not at all. Not at all.
Shocking.
And we're going to restaff the departments back to their pre-COVID levels in terms of the people who are supposed to work there to stop this waste, fraud, and abuse.
And so with all this fraud, how much money do you think each year the government is giving to fraudsters, or was giving?
Well, we think it could be $250 to $500 billion, so roughly 10% of the total federal budget. And like I said, 20% of the whole GDP of the U.S. Goes through Washington. So if you take 20%, then 10% of 20%, 2% of our GDP was being lost to these fraudsters. And again, it's a complete loss of trust between our citizens. And at the end of the day, as we approach the 250th, I think we should kind of reaffirm everyone wants to be a good citizen. They want to help their communities. They want to help their states. They want to be proud of the U.S., but we can't be proud of this.
Mm-hmm. I think something super important you talked about, now you guys are going after the places where these people are buying cars, and you're going after the banks you announced the other day. What will that look like? What does that do when you guys actually go after the banks for this fraud?
Well, again, so they're the banks, they're the auto finance components, there are the other thing, the money store businesses in the places like Minneapolis that was wiring money out of the country. So again, they have to be on notice. They are supposed to notify us of suspicious activities, and it's going to be incumbent. We have something here called FinCEN, Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, and once we receive those notifications, it's going to be on us to follow up.
So the fraudsters shouldn't be driving around in luxury anymore.
Well, they shouldn't be driving around in luxury, and the people who are supposed to get the benefits shouldn't be going without.
And if somebody does have a tip, if they do want to be a whistleblower and get a percentage of whatever that is, what's the simplest way for someone to do that?
Go to treasury.gov. Top of our website is an icon in the corner. Click on that, and it will take you right to the site where you can report anything. If you see something, say something.
It's as simple as that. Seeing something, say something. You don't need to make a viral video to help your community.
Nope.
You can actually just submit a tip to you guys.
Exactly.
How many tips have you guys gotten so far?
We've gotten more than 700.
So 700 fraudsters are on the watch now.
They should know we're coming for them. And again, citizen journalists, the good citizens who want to do the right thing and get a reward.
When can we expect to see some of these people get arrested and prosecuted?
As I said, watch this space. I think we're going to have some big announcements very soon.
Last question. How come in Minnesota, somebody who commits fraud only is getting, for instance, they're involved in Feeding Our Future, they got 1 year of prison time? Do you guys have any say-so over that, or is that the state government?
That's U.S. Attorney. But what we are going to do is we can use IRS criminal investigations, so they can put together cases. U.S. Attorney's Office can do it, but a lot of these sentencing guidelines have been very lax. So it's like I said, the best thing we can do is to keep the money from going out, and the best thing we can do is put fear into these fraudsters that you will be caught. You will be caught, and that it's going to stop.
Thank you very much. I do feel grateful that due to some of the work that one person in David, for instance, in Minnesota is able to do along my side, we actually have been able to create change here inside the government, which I think is a broader message to people here in the United States that you can make a difference for the country.
And look, I think every citizen, like I said, the far left, far right, right down the middle, should demand transparency.
Amen. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Good. Thanks, Zach.
We have breaking news right now. President Trump has just given an interview to the New York Post, and here's exactly what he says in part of that interview. We are loading up the ships with the best ammunition, the best weapons ever made, even better than what we did previously, and we blew them apart. Now, all of this is activity remains constrained in that critical oil ship flow and waterway. The ships are waiting to get in. We've only seen maybe 3 of them with oil in them. Other ships have made it through up to about 11 or 12. But usually we see between 120 and 150 going through the Strait of Hormuz. Countries are perched to see what will happen next. And you heard from President Trump. He's more than perched. He didn't pull anybody out of that region. This is a ceasefire in the war. This is not a complete deal. We know that J.D. Vance, our vice president, is on his way to Islamabad, Pakistan, to go meet with those who will sit at the table and make a deal happen potentially. But President Trump is issuing that stern warning to the regime at this point. Here's also what he has put up on Truth Social. In part, there are reports that Iran is charging fees to tankers going through the Hormuz Strait. They better not be, and if they are, they better stop now, exclamation point. However, Iran's supreme leader is pushing back. Well, you know, the son, Muqtada, who nobody's actually ever verified if he's alive and if he's moving around and all that, since his relatives were all killed, including his Ayatollah father. But anyway, he's quoted to have said, "We are entering a new era with the management of the Strait of Hormuz. We did not and do not seek war. But we will not give up our rightful rights in any way, and for this we consider all the fronts of resistance as one." I wonder what he means by that, all the fronts. He's hitting his neighbors, so he doesn't have any friends. Meanwhile, Vice President Vance is expressing optimism ahead of tomorrow's talks.
Looking forward to the negotiation. I think it's going to be positive. We'll, of course, see. As the President of the United States said, if the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive. So we're going to try to have a positive negotiation. The President has gave us some pretty clear guidelines, and we're going to see.
Joy Jones, warrior on the couch here. The nature of this war is that we're in a 3-day-old ceasefire that doesn't look very ceasefire-y on the Iran side.
No, and this probably was expected. I think this more than anything, there's a thing called tyranny of distance when it comes to planning war. And so the further you are away from your resupply, your beans and bullets and all of that, the harder a sustained effort is. And then you start this war, you're ahead of schedule, and then you realize, okay, all these contingencies for resupply, stopping the fuel, those are falling apart because of European countries afraid to be involved. Okay, now we need to reorient our compass and plan for this. I think it was the Ford we've lost already. So some of these assets that were there in the buildup are leaving. New troops are coming in. I don't think we've seen the end of the bombing campaign. Hopefully we've seen the end of what we call war. We've seen the end of our folks being in tremendous amount of harm's way. But at the end of the day, I mean, go back as far as you want. It's much easier to defend territory than it is to take it. It's much easier to Vietnam, Afghanistan, just in our lifetime. It's just much easier. It's much harder to eliminate threats in Iran than it would be if Iran were trying to attack somewhere else. When you have the defensive position, you don't have to expend all your ammo. You don't have to have more people. And so people talk about, oh, they shot down one of our planes. I thought that we had air superiority. Well, we do because they're not flying planes. They're not bombing us. What we don't have is the ability to not know that they can do what the Mujahideen did to the Russians. They took cheap shoulder-fired rockets and took enough MiGs and helicopters down that the Russians said, hey, this costs more money than we want to spend on it. We're going to back on out of here.
That is such a great example, too. And just think of how much kinetic activity had happened in Afghanistan, for instance, before we even got involved, right? And they had faced so much, and still we couldn't do it.
And I think what we're seeing right now is that you can't just military your way to a victory. And we've seen over the last 40 years, you can't just diplomacy your way to a victory. It's up to President Trump and his team to learn how to use those two levers together to get to what they consider a victory. And as was outlined a week into the war, the victory was supposed to be, the goals were destroy their Navy, destroy their Air Force, destroy their ability to produce and fire missiles, and take away their ability to go nuclear. So as far as I'm concerned, those are still the four elements of victory. The Strait of Hormuz is not in there.
No, but it's become something that, Rebecca, obviously Iran knows it can use that leverage because why?
Right.
Why? Because they're right there. Actually, the waterway doesn't belong to them. It's along their country.
No, it's international. It belongs to all of us and belongs to nobody specifically. And so it's intolerable for the United States' perspective that Iran is going to claim that it can control the Strait of Hormuz. And remember, if Iran is controlling the Strait of Hormuz, that means China is, because China is the biggest backer and gets 90% of Iranian oil goes to China. The other thing I think it's really important, what Joey said is, I think all of this negotiation right now, Vice President Vance going to Pakistan, all he really needs to consider this a success, I think, is to get them to say they're not going to fire into the strait. That's the immediate problem. And I think we're going to then see an international force there escort some
You
oil
think
through
NATO
the
will
strait.
get involved?
I think they're going to see I think the Europeans are willing to do it if there's not open hostilities. And so they need to have the confidence that they can do that. And maybe if it's just temporary, get some oil through there. But we're still going to have all these other problems with this rump regime that exists. And then I think Epic Fury resumes in a few weeks, even if we do get some successful, safe travel through the strait.
But I don't understand, Kaylee, how Europe can sit by and not let us use the airspace and the things that our U.S. military, should we have to re-engage and just protect the strait so that ships can go through. I mean, but they want to benefit from that protection in the strait. So they might take a part via NATO, and Ruta was just here, and so maybe those conversations are happening, the Secretary General of NATO. But they don't want to support what got us to the point where we could keep them from developing nukes.
It's absolutely absurd, and that's why cameras weren't allowed in that room. Rutte and Trump do get along. Typically, there are cameras there, and we see this relationship, but we didn't see it because a hard conversation took place. And I've been in the room with President Trump as he's met with foreign countries and had those hard conversations, and believe me, they look very differently behind the scenes than they look like in front of the cameras, and that's where he gets his leverage. International diplomacy is messy. It's not going to be a clean process. There's a back and forth that takes place, and an added element when you're dealing with a terrorist regime like Iran that cannot be trusted. But I will say this, the negotiators in the room, I've been there with Jared Kushner. He knows what he's doing. He's whip smart. Steve Witkoff, they are responsible for the hostages being released, the Gaza ceasefire. J.D. Vance is a key voice in this. And ultimately, President Trump, the closer who has solved 8 conflicts. This is a hard problem to solve. It has bedeviled every president over the last 47 years, but I like the odds with this president.
Well, and like Joey said, they're using the 2 levers. They've got the diplomacy, and you know we will use our might. So, Emily, one more point about all this is Israel and its continued battle with Lebanon's terrorist army that sits there. And now the Lebanese want to talk about dismantling that army. I don't know if they can, but that's a sticking point. Iran says Hezbollah has to be able to do what it needs to do against Israel. So that's a war, I guess, that just continues.
Well, I think that underscores that different sovereign entities have different mission objectives, and they have different purposes that they're seeking. If I can just ask you a follow-up real quick. For those that are saying, who are we even negotiating with in Iran or in the Islamic Republic? And secondly, how does that impact all of the proxies that were the source of so much death and destruction? Is it our Gulf allies that we can rely upon to help manage?
Well, I think that this is a great question, Emily. And one of the things that the U.S. destroyed is command and control. It's the ability of the leaders to be able to communicate to the people in the field. And so that is a problem. And President Trump has said as much. But we do need to get whoever is going to be talking to J.D. Vance needs to say, we are going to call off attacks. There will be no attacks in the Strait of Hormuz. But it is a rump regime. We've taken out over 1,000 IRGC and besieged leaders. So we really have taken out the top leadership in the regime. It's really just a rump regime flailing at this point.
Well, look, last hour we heard with a statement directly from the White House during the Faulkner Focus who would be sitting at the table on our side, Witkoff, Kushner, and Vice President Vance. We still, is your point, we don't know who's on the other side of the table. This is breaking just now from the President of the United States on Truth Social. Quote, the Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards other than a short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways. The only reason they are alive today is to negotiate. Quick response to that, Kaylee.
Yeah, he's clearly showing that he is willing to use hard power, and that is what makes this president different. You look at Joe Biden before him, soft power. What Iran saw was an unfortunate withdrawal from Afghanistan that was disastrous. What they see when they look at this president is someone who's saying, hard power is not off the table here. I'm willing to use it, and I'm using it for leverage now.
And as you pointed out, we're reinforcing that by pulling out what we need and putting back what we need. So, yeah, we haven't left.
Yeah, I don't see anything saying that we're not going to continue Epic Fury.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on
On Fox 11, a shocking new theft trend in Long Beach has left one truck owner with thousands of repair bills after thieves drilled straight into his fuel tank. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf has the exclusive video, the warning every driver needs to hear.
This is something people could need to be on the lookout for. Thieves drilling holes into gas tanks to steal fuel from cars, a possible new crime trend.
Well, got me.
This sinking moment, a man in Long Beach realizes someone didn't just steal his gas, they drilled a hole straight through his tank to get it.
I've heard about people siphoning gas like with a hose, but never drilling into the gas tank. Look at that hole.
Jose Figueroa says he filled up Sunday, but Monday morning his tank was empty.
Like a consistent stream of gasoline.
At the gas station, he quickly realized why, with fuel pouring out like a shower from underneath his truck.
I hear it was like when you have a faucet running, and I look down and there's just gasoline all over.
The hole about the size of a dime, even covered with tape.
They taped it up.
The cost far worse than the crime itself. How much do you think they took from you?
It was $80 worth of gas, but the repairs are like $2,000.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they apparently they can't you can't patch that up.
This happened right next to Drake Park, where cameras are always watching. Despite that, neighbors tell me crime is common.
It's not only stealing gas, but it's breaking the cars, breaking into houses, drive like crazy like they were in the freeway, so it's really bad.
Gas prices in LA now climbing above $6 a gallon.
The hole was literally right here.
Possibly causing more theft cases like this.
When my truck got picked up by the tow truck company, I was their 5th person.
What?
Yeah, so there's other people definitely in the Long Beach area that this has happened to. Look at that hole.
A costly crime that could leave you stranded and paying the price.
So we have enough worries, the last thing we want to worry about is someone stealing our gas.
AAA tells us tonight that they haven't noticed a significant trend, but gas prices right now definitely high. Reporting in Long Beach, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
A popular local shopping destination known for its vibrant culture now sits eerily quiet days after an ICE raid. And KCAL's Luz Delia Caballero telling us why some vendors at the Santa Fe Springs swap meet now feel their livelihoods are in jeopardy.
On a typical June afternoon, the Santa Fe Springs swap meet would be packed with people, but today it's quiet.
Totally dead. No business, zero at all. I don't know what to think for the future.
Joseph Medina has been a vendor here for years and says he's never seen it so empty.
This is how I live. It's how I make a living, how I pay my bills, how I eat. So it worries me. It really does.
He's got to find a better life than living off the swap meet. I'll tell you that. Some of this shit I'm not even sad to say.
Video showing ICE and CBP agents walking inside the swap meet. A DHS spokesperson confirms the administrative arrests of 2 people, meaning they are accused of being in the country illegally.
We're watching still. It's still early. I'm American, so I feel like they're still getting bad people away from good people.
Michael Dianella is also a vendor and a proud Trump supporter, but he says the administration is lacking transparency.
They could announce that, we got a few bad people here and we're going to try to find them and not bother anyone else. Then people would still come. These vendors are very good people.
Here at the swap meet, when you look to your left and to your right, you see very limited vendors and even less customers, which is why vendors tell us they're packing up shop early.
As you can see, it's pretty empty. People are scared to go out.
We spoke with a vendor who's a U.S. citizen but did not want to show her face out of fear of being arrested by ICE.
Because I feel, from my point of view, like basically they're just profiling everyone.
And have you sold anything today? Have you had any customers?
As of right now, 35
20 of gas and $10 of snacks, and I go home with $5.
For many here, the swap meet isn't just a market, it's a second home, a place where culture, family, and hard work meet. And today, it stands as a reminder
Well,
of how
don't forget
fragile
about
that
all
balance
the
can be.
theft stuff that goes on there, where people
In
bring
Santa Fe
stolen stuff and
Springs,
fleece it.
Delia Caballero, KCAL News.
And we will keep you updated on the raids, the protests, and the fallout here on KCAL News and on KCALnews.com.
A 1.2 million square foot warehouse, fire through the roof, and we're not talking just a corner of the building. All 1.2 million square feet were burning. 175 firefighters, and it all started with a man, a lighter, and a grudge. You found Stashed. I'm Pat, mechanical engineer and firefighter. On April 7th, 2026, at around 12:30 a.m., fire crews in Ontario, California, not Canada, were dispatched to a working structure fire. This was a massive building, roughly the size of 11 city blocks. It was a high bay warehouse distribution center full of paper products. Huggies, Kleenex, toilet paper, paper towel. From a fire behavior standpoint, this was an extraordinary high fuel load. The response was massive, 175 firefighters, mutual aid from Los Angeles County, Riverside County, San Bernardino County, and nearly a dozen surrounding city departments. This was a 6-alarm fire, and crews battled it for hours before transitioning to a defensive exterior operation. The building suffered a partial roof collapse. Realistically, the whole roof caved in, and that makes things even more difficult because now you have that roofing material with fire burning underneath. It really is amazing there were no injuries. Fairly early on, it was reported as an arson, which is pretty unusual to hear while the fire's still burning, but I'll come back to that. I'm trying to hit 100,000 subscribers in 2026. If you can, hit that subscribe button. First, let's talk about the suppression system, and a question a lot of people have. Why didn't the sprinklers stop the fire? To answer that question, you have to understand what a sprinkler system is actually designed to do, because it's not what a lot of people think. To start, let's forget about everything you've seen in the movies. Too many people think sprinkler systems work like this.
No. Hey, no! No, 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 no!
That's Hollywood. That's not how these systems work at all. And that water ain't coming out pink and purple. It's nasty. Sprinkler heads are activated individually based on the heat at a specific location. Each head either has a fusible link or a glass bulb. When it gets hot enough at that specific head, the head opens and water starts flowing. Not the one next to it, not the ones across the room. Just that one. That's intentional. You don't want to flood an entire 1.2 million square foot warehouse just because of a small fire in the break room. But here's where this building ran into problems, and this is a reality that most people never think about. These systems are designed and engineered to a specific pressure and flow rate that can handle a certain number of head activations. When too many heads activate at once, water pressure drops, flow rate drops, and when that happens, the system can't do its job. But what is the goal of fire suppression anyway? Is it to put out the fire? Nope. It's designed to contain the fire, slow down the spread, and protect the structure. Really, it's about buying time for the firefighters to arrive and do their job. But an arsonist can change everything. Fairly early on, a 29-year-old man was arrested on multiple felony arson charges. He didn't just walk up and light one thing on fire. He lit a whole bunch of things on fire, and then posted the video online.
You know, if you're not going to pay us enough to live or afford to live, at least pay us enough not to do this
stuff. As you can see, multiple ignition points spread over a large area and an extremely high fire load. So the ultimate outcome is no surprise. Every fire is generating heat. Each fire is popping sprinkler heads in that zone. You're now activating heads across a huge area of the building at roughly the same time. Again, the pressure's going to drop. You're going to lose that flow rate, and the fuel load in that building, it just keeps feeding every one of those fires faster and faster. And the sprinkler system can't absorb all that heat. Now, like I said earlier, this guy is being charged with multiple felony arson counts. And that's appropriate. But my personal opinion, he should be charged with attempted murder. Not just for all the other employees that were inside the building that night, but for every single firefighter that was on scene. 175 firefighters responded to that fire. Interior crews went inside before they were forced to go defensive. There was a partial roof collapse. These are people with families who walked into that building that a man deliberately turned into a death trap. When you deliberately set a fire of this magnitude in an occupied building, in the middle of the night, you know that firefighters are coming. You know they're going to walk into what you just created. And in my view, this is attempted murder on every man and woman who showed up to do their job that night. Arson charges cover the building. The attempted murder charges cover the people. And the people matter a whole lot more.
Can you go ahead and turn around for me real quick? I'm just going to detain you and put you in handcuffs, okay?
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Turn around, please.
On August 12, 2025, an officer responded to a call about a battery.
Hello, all right, who's involved? Who called? You called?
I called on this gentleman.
What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Are you hurt?
No, not really.
Did you witness this? No. No? Anybody around? Just you and him? All right. So what's going on, man?
I live upstairs and I'm trying to work. I had a phone call coming and this noise just keeps going and going and going. So I just was on the balcony and I was like, excuse me, like, can you make that noise stop? Because he wasn't in the vehicle, it wasn't moving or anything. Like, can you just make the noise stop? Like, I have to get on this phone call. People live up here. And he just dismissed me. So I came down and I was like, can you please make this noise stop? And he's like, get the out of here. And I'm like, oh, I'll get the out of here. So I come around to the side. I didn't get in the vehicle, but it was slightly open, so I just stepped up and I shut it off one notch. And he pulled me by my arm down, and he like held on to me really tight and like pulled me. And so I pushed him to get off of me, and then he punched me in the face.
Okay. You have your ID or anything on you?
I can go get it upstairs.
All right.
Like that escalated
really quick.
extremely quick.
Can you go ahead and turn around for me really quick? I'm just going to detain you and put you in handcuffs, okay?
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Turn around, please.
Why? Is this a joke?
No, it's not a joke.
What is happening? Because
Like I said, I'm detaining you right now. You're not under arrest, but I'm just detaining you.
Okay. That's very interesting.
Okay.
My feet are burning on this ground. Can you?
Any statement can be and will be used against you in your court of law. Do you understand your rights, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So we're...
What I don't understand is why I'm in handcuffs right now.
Because you're detained. I'm by myself, and you came from your house down here because of a noise from the garbage truck, and you pushed this gentleman. Okay. Hold on. That's what you just told me. So I'm by myself. Hold on. I'm by myself, so I'm detaining you because I'm by myself. Okay. We gotta cause a.
He's the one who punched me in the face. This doesn't make any sense.
All right. I asked you if you were hurt and did you need medics. I don't see any injuries on you, but from what you just told me, okay, you went and entered his car, his work vehicle.
I just
you
shut
turned
the
it
thing off.
Okay. Can you shut the car off from the outside, ma'am?
I was standing on the thing and I pulled. Now I can't do anything, but I just shut it off. I didn't get in the vehicle. I just stepped on the thing and he grabbed me and pulled me down.
Okay.
And
I'll
so
be right back.
pushed him
Okay.
off of me.
I'll be right back.
While the officer went to talk to the driver, the other continued the conversation with the woman.
This guy pulled me down off of the truck.
Because you got in his truck. You're
I
not.
didn't get in it. All I did was shut the one thing off.
You're just not going to accept the consequences of your actions, huh?
Is he gonna have any consequences?
He's protecting his truck. It's his property. Okay, well, he's finding that out. I just don't see what did you think was going to happen.
All I was gonna happen was gonna shut off the truck and I was gonna go back in my house and get on my
What gives you that right? What gives you that right? I'm just curious what you think gives you the right.
I'm not an entitled person.
It sounds like it. It sounds a little bit like it.
Sounds a lot like
For you
it.
to reach into someone's truck, that's asinine, in my opinion. It's a crime.
I didn't even
Yes,
get in the
it
truck.
is.
I didn't vandalize it. I shut it off.
Trespassing. Trespassing, at least.
I live here.
You reached in his truck.
I didn't get in it.
You reached in it.
So?
Trespassing.
No.
Okay, we'll find out.
I grabbed her, pulled her down, so you can push in and cut it off.
Okay.
And she hit her stuff in the mouth, and so you just punched me.
Okay.
Really, lady?
At any point did you hit her? Okay. So let me ask you this: did she put any hands on you, or did she touch you at all?
She pushed me.
She pushed you. How did she push you? In the chest?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you hurt at all?
No.
Okay.
After getting the driver's side of the story, the officer decided to place the woman under arrest.
All right. So, ma'am, you're gonna be placed under arrest today for simple battery.
Are you kidding me?
No, ma'am.
He punched me in the face, and I'm the one that's going to jail. I've got my 2 dogs upstairs. I have to pee. I have to call work. This is insane to me right now, and nothing's happened. He's a grown man who punched a woman in the face.
Like I told you earlier, I still don't understand
Hold on a second.
I don't understand what why do you think you have the right to go into someone else's property?
I didn't go into it. I just shut it off one notch to shut the noise
You're
off.
lucky. I'll be honest with you. You're lucky you're not going to jail for stealing a vehicle, because technically.
Joking me?
No.
That is so extra.
Well, so listen, so I know it's a lot going on, but I need you to calm down.
My dog's upstairs like that.
Okay,
no, I cannot calm down. He punched me in the face.
Hold on. First of all, listen. I'm telling you right now where we're at, but I'm saying if you need to make arrangements and stuff, we can help you with that. But I'm just telling you right now, if that was a police car and we had sirens on there, would you come down there and do the same thing you did to that car?
Not a police car. I'm not an idiot.
Okay. Well, I'm just letting you know, when you trespassed inside the work vehicle.
I didn't go in it. My arm was in it at the most.
Okay.
I was still on this bottom rung.
Okay. Well, I'm just telling you right now, based on what
Are you laughing with him? He punched me in the face.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
He punched me in the face and you're over there laughing with him? And
You don't know what I was
nothing's gonna
doing. I'm sorry, where are your shoes?
Well, they're upstairs. I live here.
Okay.
Yes, nobody does.
Okay.
You have a neighbor or somebody that can take care of the dogs?
I could put one in the crate, but this is just crazy. He punched me in the face.
You're missing everything before that.
You're missing the punch in the face. I've never been punched in the face in my life.
Wait, the very first crime that was committed was you entering his
I
truck.
didn't enter his truck. My arm went in the truck and I shut the notch off. One thing, I was coming out of the truck. I never went in. To turn off a vehicle,
You
to
is
be
it good?
put in handcuffs and arrested because I shut off someone's hand.
No, I don't need anything else from him.
There's a case number?
I gave him a case. They give him
Shit.
You got
Watch
truck
enough.
information? The tag on the truck?
No, I didn't get that.
These have license plates on them?
Oh, my dogs.
Up front? All right, let me just get that real quick. Yeah, what's up?
I gotta go finish times down.
Okay.
But when I do that, I'm gonna make a lot of noise. That's what aggravated.
That's too bad. You can do your job.
Thanks.
You're fine.
Let me get a victim's right pamphlet so I can go ahead and get him home, have him sign it. And,
Wait, he's the victim?
Yeah.
Are you guys serious? This is like a nightmare right now. He punched me in the face. I don't understand what you guys don't understand about that. I called the cops on him.
I know, but there is no logical reason for you to leave your residence and do what you did today. That's what happened, and that's why we're in this situation.
Logical, because I couldn't stand the noise and I had to get on a phone call at 2:30. Like, if you don't like repetitive noises either, then maybe you understand how I was up there just listening and listening and listening, going, oh my God, it's giving me anxiety.
So it got to the point where he has to pull you out of the car, and then you're alleging that he punches you, hit you, and then you push him.
When he pulled me off of the stairs, like he was holding on to me. He didn't just pull me. He was grabbing my arm and didn't let go. Hold me down, and he had his hand still on me. And I go, get off of me, and I pushed him in the chest, and that's when he punched me in the face. And I wasn't even in the vehicle. I turned the key. That was it. It's like the smallest thing that.
How can you
do.
turn the key without getting in the vehicle? Is what I'm asking.
Because there's 2 stairs on there, and I just reached my hand in. I didn't have to.
That means you went in the vehicle.
My hand did, yeah, absolutely. But I didn't get in the vehicle to vandalize it. I wasn't in there looking like I was going to drive it.
And that's what trespassing is. It's not that you went in there to take something or commit another crime, but you weren't supposed to be in there. You had no permission to be in that vehicle. That's trespassing in a vehicle. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but I just don't see it that way, and I think it's really. And you can shake your head, and that's
Florida
fine.
State statute says it. I mean, there's no, you don't have to see it that way, but that's how it is. And you don't seem to understand it, but we're telling you how it is, and that's what it is.
I just think it's really dramatic.
Take it up with the governor, then. I don't know what to tell you. It's Florida State statute. You're not going to change it. Your opinion's not going to change it. Absolutely. It's our job.
Punching me in the face.
It's our job to enforce the law. Literally our job.
I didn't get in the vehicle.
You just said you did.
I put my arm in the vehicle to shut the thing off. That's all.
To be quite honest with you, what you committed, it's a theft of a vehicle. You deprived him.
Theft?
Hold on a second.
No, I don't even want to hear
you. deprived him of his truck. It's a grand theft. It might.
You're being a real jerk.
No, I'm not. I'm just holding you accountable to your action.
No, you're
I'm holding you accountable to your actions.
You're saying I thefted a car.
Yes.
Do you hear yourself?
Technically, yeah.
Do you hear yourself?
I know.
Wow.
I know. I've been doing
Please
this
don't
job a long
talk to
time.
me. Please don't even talk to me.
Now, listen.
Listen, I respect the cops. I do, but that's ridiculous.
At this point, is there any possible way that we can at least put this to the side for a quick second, just to see maybe you can get somebody to watch the dogs? Like, I know that you're concerned about them, and I don't want to see them thirsty or hungry. Do you have somebody that you want? Maybe we can give a call or something like that too.
Yeah. Can you guys come upstairs with me?
After going upstairs, she'd be transported to the Palm Beach Gardens PD for processing.
Glad you're here, Jack. This is the big one. Stop the Middle Head assault ships from ramming the wall at all costs.
when I seen this, I've never done this mission. So it was tripping me out, and then I read the name for it, and it said cut mission. I'm like, what? Like, this was supposed to be in the game. I'm like, what? And now I'm seeing it for the first time. I'm like, wow.
There's another one. Nice hit. Here they come again. That's a lot of blips on my scanner. Here they come again. Nice save. Good shooting. You got it. Multiple targets inbound. Yeah, good shot. Here they come again. That one's getting too close. There's another one. Got one. Nice work. That was close. You got it. Nice save. Yeah, good shot. Nice work. That was close. Good shooting. Good shooting. They're getting awfully close. Good shooting. Nice save. Good shooting. Below his tap. Below his tap. Got one. They're getting awfully close. Good shooting. You got it. Get the last ones. You did it, Jack. You stopped the assault.
You're a good man on the line, Jack. Thanks for your help. You know, I finally realized these symbols on my face, they're not about loyalty to the Baron. Long ago, these symbols stood for the Guard's loyalty to the city. Live or die, I intend to make sure they stand for that today.
Jack. Core. Construction site.
Just before the US and Iran announced a 2-week ceasefire on April 7th, Israel carried out an airstrike on the China-Iran Railway, the first direct attack by Israel on a core interest of China's Belt and Road Initiative. The China-Iran Railway is seen as a vital artery for Iran's economy. Analysts pointed out that while the attack targeted the railway, it was actually aimed at Iran's financial lifeline, its food supply route, and its weapon transport line. Iran has long been under US sanctions, with oil tankers unable to leave the area, and air cargo unable to enter. Rail transport, however, has become its lifeline. Especially for trade with Russia, Central Asia, and China, a large amount of goods are transported by rail. If key railway bridges are destroyed, Iran's export routes to the east would be blocked. Early reports mentioned that China is providing military assistance to Iran, including helping rebuild Iran's missile program, to counter efforts by the US and Israel. The Daily Telegraph recently revealed that after the war broke out, at least 4 ships carrying Chinese missile fuel chemicals arrived in Iran. These materials are enough to produce hundreds of missiles. Under heavy airstrikes by the US and Israel, Iran's missile facilities have been severely damaged, and Iran has been working hard to rebuild them. Why did Israel choose to attack Iran's railway to China just before the ceasefire agreement took effect? Many users on X pointed out that China's secret aid to Iran might be transported via this railway. Israel's move could be an attempt to prevent Iran from receiving critical supplies during the ceasefire window. However, the truth of this claim cannot be confirmed. In this way, Israel not only crippled Iran's wartime logistics, but also severed its lifeline. Without rail transport for goods, the Revolutionary Guard would have to rely on trucks to send equipment to Syria and Lebanon. This is less efficient, more costly, and easier to intercept. The China-Iran Railway spans about 1,600 kilometers, with China investing 40 billion RMB in its construction. It is set to open on June 3, 2025. This railway, which crosses the Eurasian continent, starts from Xi'an, China's ancient capital, passes through Kazakhstan's vast grasslands, crosses Turkmenistan's desert, and finally reaches the Abbas port near Tehran. The entire transport time is only 15 days, significantly shorter than the 30 to 40 days required for traditional sea freight. This railway not only enhances the efficiency of China-Iran trade, but also allows Iran to bypass the Strait of Hormuz, breaking the U.S. maritime blockade, and is therefore considered a key strategic corridor in the Belt and Road Initiative. On April 7th, the Israeli Defense Forces, IDF, confirmed it had struck Iran's transportation infrastructure. The IDF confirmed that it bombed 8 railway bridges used by the Iranian regime to transport weapons and military equipment, as well as key road segments. These strikes targeted multiple regions in Iran, including Tehran, Karaj, Tabriz, Kashan, and Qom. The Israeli military stated that the operation aimed to disrupt Iran's military assets transportation. Before carrying out the strikes, the IDF warned Iranian civilians on April 7th not to board trains and to stay away from railway tracks before 9 p.m. Tehran time. Newly leaked videos show multiple bombs being dropped during an airstrike on the western section of the Karaj B1 bridge. The bridge has a unique structure, making it difficult to destroy with a single hit, so the airstrike targeted the same location repeatedly until the bridge was severed. It is worth noting that the Iranian section of the China-Iran Railway is operated by the Iranian National Railways, making it an Iranian asset. If this section is attacked, China cannot intervene militarily under the pretext of damage to Chinese assets. If the railway is disrupted, it would severely damage the international credibility of the Belt and Road Initiative and undermine confidence between China China and countries along the route. Some analysts suggest that the US and Israel are not just targeting the China-Iran railway, but are in fact striking a blow to the Chinese Communist Party. What does this railway mean to China? For China, this railway is far more than an ordinary freight route. It functions like an invisible artery, quietly connecting alternative energy supply paths, independent trade settlement spaces, and the deep economic cooperation network across the Eurasian continent. First, it provides China with an alternative overland route for energy imports. China has a massive oil consumption, and for a long time, it has been highly dependent on maritime transport, with most of its crude oil passing through the critical Strait of Malacca. The security of this maritime route has long been influenced by external naval powers. In the event of tension or accidents along the sea routes, the China-Iran Railway offers a land-based option, essentially providing a backdoor that allows some energy suppliers to bypass high-risk waters and directly reach the country by rail. This especially includes refined oil, chemical products, and emergency strategic materials. Second, it bypasses dollar settlements. Oil trade between China and Iran can now be settled in RMB, and rail transport is more discreet than sea transport. Compared to sea shipping, rail transport has the advantages of a relatively fixed path and greater difficulty in monitoring, making it more concealed and less vulnerable to real-time tracking and interference. Third, it is an important pillar and demonstration project for the Belt and Road Initiative in the Central Asia, Middle East direction. This railway is not an isolated route, but part of a broader overland network. It connects China with Central Asian countries and extends to Iran. Through the Belt and Road Initiative, China demonstrates its hegemonic ambitions, using infrastructure financing to engage in economic colonization, causing many poor countries to fall into debt traps and face economic collapse. This is now backfiring on Beijing. After the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, Venezuela's outstanding debt of $10 billion to China is expected to default. The US and Israel's joint attack on Iran, along with the unstable situation in the Middle East, could jeopardize China's investments in the region, which amount to at least hundreds of billions of dollars. The $400 billion investment plan between China and Iran is also likely to become worthless. As early as 2021, China signed a 25-year cooperation agreement with Iran, which is under US sanctions. It aims at strengthening Iran's strategic and economic influence in the Middle East. However, the full details of the agreement have not been made public. Recently, the two countries have grown closer in the economic and trade fields. Chinese records show that during January and February of this year, contracts signed or being executed between the two included areas such as steel manufacturing, transmission-grade grid equipment, hydropower, overland freight corridors, and the Tehran Trade Exhibition. Shanghai Baosteel, a major engineering contractor under China Metallurgical Group, issued a tender in February for structural steel supplies for a project in Iran. The company also awarded a subcontract worth 7.7 million RMB to a local company for the procurement of equipment related to the project. After the US and Israel launched airstrikes on Iran, China's investment projects in the country are facing uncertainty. Although China condemned the US-led military action and called for restraint from all parties, it has not commented on the commercial and trade impacts caused by the airstrikes. According to Asahi News, records of government procurement and tenders from China show that in the weeks before the airstrikes, many Chinese state-owned enterprises were actively seeking investment opportunities in Iran's energy, heavy industry, and trade promotion sectors. While the total investment in these projects remains unclear, the involvement of primarily state-owned enterprises suggests that the business impact of this Middle Eastern crisis may extend beyond China's private sector. The current developments in the Middle East, initially focused on precise strikes targeting military logistics, have gradually expanded to include broader industrial and energy facilities, delivering a substantial blow to China's Belt and Road Initiative projects in Iran. The conflict in Iran has been ongoing since late February, and many construction projects have been reduced to rubble due to the repeated bombings. To date, the US and Israel have struck over 14,000 targets in Iran. The country's missile network, drone factories, naval forces, and defense industry bases have been systematically destroyed. Key nodes such as bridges, railways, steel mills, and petrochemical facilities have also been targeted. Iran's limited air defense capabilities have been unable to effectively intercept incoming bombers, leading to significant damage to industrial facilities. Steel production capacity has reportedly decreased by about 70%, and some petrochemical and pharmaceutical plants have also been affected. Reports of damage to Tehran's neighborhoods and buildings have also emerged. The war in Iran is also impacting Chinese business interests in the Gulf region. Recently, Ms. Liao, a longtime trader in Iran, revealed to the Epoch Times that many buildings and neighborhoods in Tehran have been bombed into ruins. For suppliers, this presents a huge business opportunity, with Iranian clients already placing numerous orders for goods. Ms. Liao said, many of Iran's industrial facilities and factories have been destroyed. Military facilities, missile manufacturing plants, and nuclear facilities are being relentlessly bombed. A friend of mine built 3 chip factories in Iran, all of which were leveled by US-Israeli bombers. One of the factories was near Tehran University and was also bombed to the ground. This presents a double blow to Chinese companies. On one hand, existing projects are facing safety risks and supply chain disruptions. On the other hand, future investment willingness has sharply decreased. Due to the rapid deterioration of local living and business conditions, many Chinese personnel have chosen to temporarily evacuate or relocate to neighboring countries. Mr. Zhang, a longtime trader in Iran, said the situation is extremely bad. He said, "I can't stay in the office buildings or warehouses. It's constant shelling. Gas stations can only give you 5 liters or 10 liters of fuel. I suspect the refineries have run out of oil and the power is out. When you try calling, the lines are often down." Against this backdrop, the operating model of Chinese companies in Iran has also revealed risks. Mr. Chang, another longtime trader in Iran, shared that the country's high inflation and interest rates, due to years of sanctions, have created a challenging environment. Deposit interest rates are around 21%, and loan interest rates are about 28%. However, through local think tanks certifying intellectual property or establishing networks, loans can be obtained at a low interest rate of 4%, leading to a 17% spread profit. This arbitrage plus connections model once allowed some private enterprises to earn short-term profits, but it was heavily reliant on a stable environment. If the war continues, with factories halting production, customer payments abilities declining, and logistics paralyzed, these seemingly stable financial operations could quickly crumble. Mr. Chang also described Tehran as being bombed like it's being chewed up by dogs. Iran has shut down the internet, and it's impossible to send out information. For over a decade, the CCP has viewed Iran as an important pawn to tie down U.S. energy in the Middle East. Iran is also a political ally of China, with both countries being close partners on the international stage, along with Russia, North Korea, and Pakistan. In 2023, Iran joined the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and Chinese media reported that Iran's accession would help fully exploit its geopolitical economic potential. However, with a significant change with the situation in Iran, China's geopolitical and economic plans are being disrupted. According to analyses by the Jerusalem Post and other media, the impact of this conflict on the Belt and Road Initiative is multi-layered. First, Iran's position as a land-based hub has been disrupted, and the China-Iran Railway and related infrastructure corridors face the risk of suspension or physical damage. Second, if Iran further blocks or threatens the Strait of Hormuz, it will directly shake the foundation of regional energy trade, as many Belt and Road projects rely on this sea-land transport network. Third, the spillover effect of geopolitical risk is becoming evident. Surrounding countries like Iraq and Syria already have complex situations, and the ripple effect of the war may exacerbate instability in the entire Middle East. More countries along the route may reassess the sustainability of cooperating with China. Li Ziqian, an analyst specializing in Chinese energy and Belt and Road Initiative projects, has long studied these issues. Li said, "Chinese companies involved in the region, especially in the Gulf countries, often mention going there for markets, energy, and construction projects. Of course, in the short term, these will all be impacted. We see energy infrastructure being attacked, tourism affected, and of course, market consumption being disrupted." Li warned that if the Middle Eastern conflict continues for more than 2 months, it will put pressure on China's oil reserves and economy, and could trigger a global inflationary chain reaction, which would eventually impact China's exports and affect its economy. The situation in the Middle East is currently highly tense. Although the US and Iran previously ended a 5-week conflict and reached a temporary ceasefire, the core differences remain. Trump claimed that Iran had already agreed not to seek nuclear weapons, and promised that the Strait of Hormuz will remain open and safe. However, Iran continues to promote its uranium enrichment program domestically, which significantly differs from the version submitted to the United Nations. Less than 48 hours after the US-Iran ceasefire announcement, Israel launched its heaviest attack on neighboring Lebanon since early March. It killed at least 182 people and injured nearly 900, shaking the already fragile ceasefire foundation. Israel emphasized that operations against Lebanese armed groups are outside the ceasefire scope. In response, Hezbollah, supported by Iran, launched rockets at Israel, accusing it of violating the ceasefire agreement. Iran also announced the renewed blockade of the Strait of Hormuz in retaliation, and warned of further actions. On the evening of April 8th, Trump posted on Truth Social, stating that during the 2-week ceasefire with Iran, U.S. military forces will remain deployed until both sides reach and implement a real agreement. Trump also warned that if no agreement is reached, the U.S. military is prepared to carry out even more powerful military actions. Iran is currently in a noticeably weaker position. Multiple bridges of the China-Iran Railway were destroyed in an Israeli airstrike on April 7th, and domestic industrial facilities, including steel, petrochemical, and missile-related plants, have suffered severe damage. Missile and drone inventories have been significantly damaged, and conventional military power projection capabilities are greatly decreased. In future negotiations, Iran may accept a dignified compromise. Otherwise, tensions in the Strait of Hormuz and proxy battlegrounds could flare up again at any time.
Mommy and Daddy are fighting. You hate to see it. Please don't make any orphans. Damage has already been done. What can you say about this post from President Trump late last night on Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones? Trump goes scorched earth against all of them. He's done this in the past. He's called Tucker Carlson low IQ and so on, and had some various choice words for the influencers or podcasters who turn against him. Is it smart strategy for Candace, Tucker, Megan, and Alex? Is it smart strategy for the president? Well, it is what it is. I know a lot of these people. A lot of these people have been on my show. And a lot of these people, you know, it's a tight circle, right? And so you end up knowing everyone, and you hate to see it. I'll give you my take on this straight off the dome, is that I hate it. And the only reason that we were saved from Kamala-level communism, which every single time Kamala Harris makes an appearance in public, it's like, oh, thank you, Lord Jesus, that this isn't our president. But the only reason we were saved from that is a coalition that was built, that was massive, and included a lot of parties and a lot of people, and everybody played a little role. And I think that it's important to keep that together, because I don't want to banish my children to 1,000 years of darkness in America if the left takes over. And I will not allow anybody who is claiming that they're somehow on behalf of America first, you should vote for open borders and gender mutilation in children and infinity third worlders coming here. That's insane. No, you shouldn't vote Democrat. No, you shouldn't suddenly sacrifice the country to the communist left just because the COVID lockdown left. Yeah, the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, like, you shouldn't turn over our nation to them just because Trump hurt your feelings. It's Trump. If you're a 3-time Trump voter like I am, you realize that you get good Trump and bad Trump. You get ups and downs. It's a roller coaster. There's going to be things you dislike. There's going to be things that you like. So, like, don't crash out, please. And don't black pill, but whatever, you know, people make their choices. And if you don't think Trump, based on his nature, isn't going to hit back eventually at a very large, you know, and very loud group of people that are attacking him, you're insane. Am I going to read you this whole thing? No, I'm not. Am I going to play you the rap version of it? Yeah. Yes, I am. Yes, I will. And here it goes.
I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years. Especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the #1 sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. Because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people, they know it, their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. Look at their past, look at their record, they don't have what it takes and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost the shows, and aren't even invited on TV. Because nobody cares about them, they're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they get some clicks because they serve their cause right. But nobody's talking about them, and the views are the opposite of MAGA. Or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just give CNN a 100% approval rating. Truck, not him flailing fools. Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me to now famous. Only Rosie O'Donnell.
Oh, I see why he's playing this. I got to get a couple words in here to make sure I'm like not copyrighted. This is like the most music he's put on his show ever.
Bankrupt Alex Jones, who said some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now fake news, CNN, the failing New York Times, and all of the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA, they're losers, just trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown, but I no longer care about this stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strengthening, not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that. But I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere.
Pretty creative.
Okay, I mean,
I gotta admit, the lyricism was pretty creative. Hopefully it wasn't just AI generated. I couldn't tell what was going on
Donald
there.
Trump in the statement, you've got to agree that that's a banger. Can we just do all Trump statements like that? Can we do all Truth Social posts like that? Okay. Candace Owens responding, saying that it may be time to put Grandpa in a home. Alp Pouch responding, I ain't reading that, I'm happy for you, or sorry that that happened. Tucker responding with low IQ merch. So you can now get low IQ hats. Okay. Yeah, the First Lady of France stuff was choice. That was very interesting. Marjorie Taylor Brown responding. Trump has gone mad. Okay. All right. Sure. Right. I mean, again, like, you know, don't expect it. Don't call for Trump's impeachment, right? Like, that's what's happening here, and not expect them to respond. You know, talking about like demanding that Trump get impeached. I mean, you know, like, this is what I've been talking about, man. I've been saying this as much as I possibly can. Please be an adult. It's becoming so hard. It's very easy to crash out. You get clicks, you get attention, you get a bunch of people liking your stuff. But it doesn't do anything for the country or the movement. And I would much rather people disagree, but can do so without burning all the boats. I don't like this whole burn the boat stuff the moment that I don't get what I want. The Trump administration is doing unbelievable things. I can prove it to you. I can give you all of the asylum data, the deportation data, the birth rate data, the changing of American culture, really like revitalizing of it from the inside. These are critical things. You can't steer a ship like this. You can't turn a ship like this around quickly, but it's our last best hope. So why light it on fire now? I don't get it. I don't like it. Yeah, obviously I'm not I'm not an atomizationalist. Tucker Carlson, here's the Spotify podcast chart. Tucker has the #1 show. Candace is way up there. You got Megyn Kelly here. You know, she got a show up in the close to the top 10, right? I don't know, man. It's frustrating because I'm thinking that people are taking the wrong tactics here. This is the tactic I'm taking. There's some other people that are taking, like Matt Walsh. It goes like this. You can disagree with Trump without lighting yourself and everybody around you on fire. And if you do that constructively, because you're going to disagree with Trump on things, obviously, he's a human being. He's just like an elected member of the government. You can disagree with the government, patriotic to disagree with the government, actually. Then you can actually affect change. J.D. Vance has an unbelievable statement on blackpilling here. And I think I'll just leave it with this. Because if you're expecting me to sit there and disavow people and engage in the drama, I don't want to engage in the drama. Trump is my president, and I want the Trump administration to succeed. And it is our patriotic duty to criticize our government when we think it's wrong, or foreign governments especially. And so my take would be this: how are you any different from BLM or Antifa or the people that want to burn the country down when you're destroying the only vessel that we have, the only movement that we have that could possibly save this place from the Marxists? Help build together. There's going to be stuff you disagree with. Adults can deal. Children will sit there and scream about it and throw tantrums. So deal with it like an adult. It's good advice for life, honestly. Here's J.D. Vance on blackpilling. Okay? Take it away.
The piece of advice I'd give to you, and I give it to American students, American conservatives in particular, is resist the temptation to think that victory is immediate or that we're going to win back our civilization through instant gratification. This institution was founded in 1996. It's far more influential than it was back then, but I think a lot of people, this is particularly true in the United States of America, if they see something that the administration does they don't like, they say, oh, that's not what we voted for, we're going to check out of politics. No. That's the exact wrong response. If we do something you don't like, the response should be to get more involved, to make your voice heard, and to try to push things in the direction that you want them to be pushed. Our civilization was not built overnight. It's not going to be saved overnight. And so what I'd encourage you to do is stay involved, be patient, and don't let disappointment turn to checking out of the system entirely. There's way too much of that, I would say, in the Anglo system and the American system. There's way too much, I didn't like this thing that the vice president said, or I didn't like this thing that the president did, and I'm going to completely check out. We call that blackpilling in the United States of America, and blackpilling is how you give power to the forces that are trying to destroy what our ancestors built. We need to take power back from those people and build the kind of institutions that can actually save our societies. It will not happen overnight. It will not happen in the term of one prime minister or one president, but it will happen so long as we keep our faith in God and we work hard to achieve it. That's what we have to do.
We intentionally ran him over. Don't shoot at cops. You shoot at cops, we're going to run you over. He got run over. He got what he deserved.
It all began with bullets flying in a Porterville neighborhood. This dramatic video showing law enforcement officers running for cover. Tragically, Tulare County Sheriff's Detective Randy Hoppert was shot and killed while serving an eviction order. And then an hours-long standoff taking place before that gunman was spotted wearing tactical gear and moving between houses, and then run over and killed by a Kern County Sheriff's Department Bearcat. Eyewitness News reporter Leanne Suter following this story for us tonight. Leanne.
Mark, that violent and deadly scene unfolding in the middle of a quiet neighborhood this morning. It all began with what was supposed to be a civil eviction order. It ended in the deaths of that deputy and his killer. A barrage of bullets and a deadly gun battle with a heavily armed man claims the life of a Tulare County Sheriff's deputy.
Or advise him to put down the gun and stay inside his residence. Shots fired, shots fired. Officer down. Take cover. Shots fired, shots fired. Officer down. No shots fired by the suspect.
After an hours-long standoff and repeated shootouts, the gunman finally taken down.
One of the Bearcats ran over him and killed him. We intentionally ran him over. Don't shoot at cops. You shoot at cops, we're going to run you over. He got run over. He got what he deserved.
The sheriff says 35-year-old Randy Hoppert, a 6-year veteran of the department, was shot and killed as detectives were serving an eviction notice at a home in Porterville between Bakersfield and Fresno. Investigators say the suspect, 59-year-old David Morales, was expecting law enforcement to arrive for the eviction and was lying in wait.
They were immediately met by a subject with a rifle. Gunfire immediately exchanged between the officers and our suspect.
The sheriff says Morales was armed with a high-powered rifle, the violent gun battle continuing throughout the day as negotiators tried every tactic to get him to give up.
Basically, he said he's going down in a blaze of glory and he ain't going down peacefully. He made that very well known.
He says when Morales finally left the home dressed in tactical gear and camouflage, hiding in neighbors' yards and firing at armored vehicles, the decision was made to run him over. Deputy Hoppert died at the hospital, leaving a department and his family devastated, all due to the actions of one man.
He created this, and we have a 4-month-old baby that will never know his or her father. This is senseless.
Hoppert's death is the first line-of-duty death for that department in nearly 20 years. Governor Newsom says that the state's flags will be flown at half-staff in his honor. Reporting live, Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Leanne, thank you.
Tonight, new video on social media has surfaced of what appears to be inside a warehouse as someone is going around the room starting several fires while talking about their salary.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
I came across this local story from Ontario, California that I think should actually be a national story because it could give us a little hint as to where things may go if we continue down this path of unaffordability, low wages, and the rising cost of living. So this is a man that set fire to his warehouse, a warehouse worker, of toilet paper as he complained about how he was not paid enough to live. So I'm going to first play for you the raw footage here. This is shared from Roz Alerts of the fire alongside him setting fire to his warehouse. And then I'll get to the local news report discussing it as well. And I'm going to get to some of the reactions to this news story, which reminded me a lot of the reaction to Luigi Mangione.
Should have paid us enough to fucking live.
So it's not that big of a...
You know, we may not get paid enough to fucking live, but these bitches dirt cheap. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. All you had to do was pay us enough to fucking live. All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
All right, so first, it's important to note that nobody was hurt, thankfully, and the fire appeared to just be contained to the warehouse itself. I'll get to more details from the local news report from NBC LA that covered this as well. But look, this is the kind of thing that I don't want to predict is going to happen more, but the conditions are ripe for people to essentially snap and lash back at their employers for how they're being treated. We are in a situation where people can see that the wealthy are getting wealthier, that during the pandemic, billionaires quadrupled their wealth, and I'll get to more data on that in a minute here, while everybody else lost out. And if you continue not addressing the needs of the vast majority of people, the working class, people are going to begin to lash out like this. It should be a warning to those in power, politicians and the billionaires that control them. Things are only going to get worse, not because they should get worse in terms of the reactions like this, fires or whatever it is, but because of just the reality on the ground of what people are feeling.
No soggy
and how you are setting people up to snap and react in a way that is ultimately not going to be beneficial to you if you continue propping up this system that is broken in favor of yourselves. Here is the NBC LA report on this.
Tonight, new video on social media has surfaced of what appears to be inside a warehouse as someone is going around the room starting several fires while talking about their salary.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
I don't know. I don't know what's going through his head, man.
We caught up with Alex Montero on Wednesday, who says he was working the night this Kimberly-Clark warehouse along Hellman in Ontario caught fire. Montero is stunned to see this video because this person, he says, is his fellow co-worker, Shamil Abdul Karim.
There goes your inventory.
I just got done talking to him. He had just came over and helped me out with my truck. I was 5 doors down from him.
Fire officials say the fire started on Tuesday just after midnight and quickly grew because of the large amount of paper products inside the warehouse that fueled the flames.
They called break and I went outside, I was sitting in my car, and not even 10 minutes go by and I heard the alarm.
It took crews several hours to get the fire under control, even using drones to extinguish the hotspots after all 20 employees inside were evacuated. Moments later, Ontario police arrested Abdul Karim for arson. And tonight, Kimberly Clark says the distribution center was operated by a third-party logistic partner, NFI Industries, and added that a response team has been activated to help relocate impacted workers and minimize customer and consumer impact.
How long have you been working there with the company?
About 3 weeks. Yeah, just started making good money, dude. You know, they called us hoping to relocate us to another warehouse. You know, but if anyone else is hiring, you know.
All right, so I'm gonna get to some reactions to this news, which again reminded me a bit of the reaction to Luigi Mangione. But that employer there, his coworker, says he was making good money. Sounds like he was a truck driver. He was the one that was unloading the truck. So I did do a little search. This is from Glassdoor. So again, these are estimates, averages here. But we can guess that the warehouse worker was maybe making around 37K to 46K, while the truck driver was making 60K to 88K. So there's a really good breakdown here. This is FM Smith 319 on TikTok. This is from a year ago.
It's not the overspending, it's the cost of living. Here is a breakdown of the average Gen Z and millennials' cost of living in today's world. So number one is rent. Everyone knows that Gen Z and millennials have to have a roommate. So splitting a 2-bedroom apartment with utilities is around $1,500. If you have a car, a $12,000 to $15,000 used car is still going to run you $400 a month. Car insurance and gas is another $300. Student loan payment, $500. You're going to have groceries for $500. You're going to have personal care, doctor's appointments, hair, gym, about $150, and then cell phone and miscellaneous $150. That's $3,500 a month, which is baseline. Do you know how much $3,500 a month is? $70,000 a year, or $34 an hour. Because after you take out taxes, put $300 for health insurance, and do a healthy $500 401k contribution, that leaves you with $3,500. This is no fun, no savings, no maintenance, no clothes, no kids, no traveling, no vacations, no bachelor parties, no weddings, no funerals, no clothes, no school supplies, nothing. And this is paycheck to paycheck. And on top of it, they're holding $40,000 of student loan debt, a $15,000 car, and if they ever wanted to buy a house with closing costs and the down payments, another $50,000. So they need $105,000. So even if they were somehow able to scrounge up after $70,000 of paycheck to paycheck, $5,000 to go to a concert, to have avocado toast, whatever it is, $5,000 a year, it would take them 20 years to pay off this debt and save up for a house. 20 years of living with a roommate where that rent's going up, and they're making $70,000 a year as a college graduate. The average person in this country makes $50,000. It is not the overspending. It is a cost of living crisis.
And that was a year ago.
Yep.
Things have only gotten more unaffordable since then. I think a lot of people who are well off truly don't understand that a lot of people who are poor or homeless have jobs, but they simply can't afford to live. Meanwhile, you take a look at the average CEO pay compared to the typical worker. This is from the Economic Policy Institute. CEOs paid 281 times as much as typical workers. And look how that number has increased since the 1980s, when neoliberalism really took hold. The idea of, or the fact that corporations and the wealthy really began to get involved in politics and push their own people. You see that explosion in the 90s, and it just continued. So you have, this is just income, by the way. We're not even talking about wealth, which is a whole other conversation. But this is why you have reactions. Not like this. This is actually, I want to share this because this goes to the focus on the wealthy. Meanwhile, everything else is insane. This is a great, as Nick Bryan writes, how can satire compete with this?
This deadline that President Trump has set, 8 p.m., has threatened to destroy a civilization. How does an investor process that? Is it a bigger upside risk or downside risk?
Yes, the big question on everybody's mind when Trump threatened to annihilate an entire civilization was, how do investors process this? CNBC is insane, but it's a window into how American politics operates. There is so much focus from general media on the interests of the extreme wealthy, the top 10%, which hold the vast majority of investments. There is so much focus on that and so little focus on everybody else. Is there a CNBC for the working class? Is there a network where they're talking about the interests of the workers and the need to push back against the interests of the wealthy and their employers? No, of course not. Because why would capitalists invest into a network for the working class? They wouldn't. But it shows you how backwards society is when there is so much focus on those at the very, very top of society and so little focus on everybody else. But this gets to the reactions. And I got to say, I wasn't surprised by a lot of the replies to this news story. Here is a few that I'll share with you. Quoting JFK here, those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. No excuse for arson, but if someone risks prison just to be heard, something is already broken. This is a quote from Karl Marx in the Civil War in France, 1871, saying the bourgeoisie of the whole world, which looks complacently upon wholesale massacre, is convulsed by horror at the desecration of brick and mortar. Listen, I know this is bad, but historically speaking, this has always been the alarm bell. When a society's downtrodden get trampled on and feel like they're drowning, they get angry and violent. This country was literally founded on the concept, pursuit of happiness is fading. Speaking to the Boston Tea Party, which at the time, of course, were viewed as terrorists. These are people who damaged 340 chests of tea, which amounted to over $1,700,000 in today's numbers. So, and this was the start of the revolution, pushing back against the British monarchy. And like, how do we process the news today of somebody burning down a warehouse? It's important to note to not encourage that kind of act, because it is a violent act. It will send you to prison. But it's also, you know, looking at this historically, what this individual did is not completely out of line with what people were doing and feeling back during the American Revolution. So we have to be able to just view this from the perspective of the conditions on the ground. So remove the individual acts. When you look at the conditions on the ground, the conditions are ripe for people to begin acting out. When things were already bad before, and now Trump and his ridiculous politics have only made things a hell of a lot worse for everybody.
Oh wow!
Sorry, Trump. Person is not okay. However, when the system makes it impossible,
I'm just trying to get the news, man.
People are willing to go to jail to send a message and have nothing to live for. We will see.
You know how politics are.
And worth taking a look at the gap between productivity and typical workers' compensation since 1979. Productivity has increased, while compensation has almost.
He was doing so good until he started bashing Trump.
Meanwhile,
I was like, oh man, this is I don't know.
12 U.S. billionaires has soared. So this is just the pandemic. Since the
Tonight, new video on social media has surfaced of what appears to be inside a warehouse as someone is going around the room.
My name's Kelly Walker. I am the Acting Field Office Director for ICE Enforcement and Removal Operations, Miami Field Office. Thanks for being here today.
That dude doesn't get unbiased news media. Sorry.
Awful reason to come together as we talk about a woman who is savagely murdered in our community at the hands of a violent illegal alien. So on April 3rd, the Fort Myers Police Department in Fort Myers, Florida, responded to a horrific crime scene at a gas station where an innocent mother was violently attacked and murdered. Their surveillance footage, which is circulating widely on social media, shows Robert Joaquin, a Haitian illegal alien, brutally striking the victim multiple times in the head with a hammer. This senseless act has shocked our community and underscores the critical importance of immigration enforcement and our role in public safety. Through the coordinated efforts of the Fort Myers Police Department, ERO, HSI, the U.S. Marshals, CBP, Air and Marine Operations, this man was swiftly located and apprehended. The speed and accuracy in which our law enforcement teams were able to track the killer's movements and arrest him is a testament to our robust law enforcement partnerships here in the state of Florida. Currently, Mr. Joaquin is being held at the Lee County Jail on charges of homicide and property damage. ERO has issued an immigration detainer and will ensure that he is never released into the communities or the streets of the United States again. Joaquin, an illegal alien from Haiti, first entered the United States on August 9th, 2022. Near Key West, Florida, subsequent to a maritime smuggling operation. He was arrested by the United States Border Patrol. He was turned over to ICE ERO for detention and was later issued a immigration judge's final order of removal on September 9th, 2022. The prior administration allowed him to be released into the United States and subsequently granted him temporary protected status, giving him a legal safeguard to remain in our country. As of yesterday, the Trump administration stripped that safeguard, and his protections are now revoked. On June 27th, 2025, the Trump administration announced the termination of temporary protective status for Haiti. It was determined that country conditions have improved to the point where Haitians can be returned safely. TPS, temporary protective status, was never designed to be a permanent stay in the United States, but for decades it's been abused as a de facto amnesty program.
Yeah.
As we have ended TPS, the courts have
Because there's
obstructed
just
the
people just keep playing on it to vote. Okay, we need to fix the problem. We need to keep letting these people, you know, fix the problem instead of letting it be exacerbated. I can't even speak right now.
Haitian immigrants. The case that occurred here in Fort Myers highlights the president's objective to restore law and order to our country and enforce immigration laws enacted by Congress. We here today stand together to reaffirm our commitment alongside our partners with Homeland Security Investigations, Fort Myers Police Department, to keeping our communities safe and secure. Here in the state of Florida, we do that. We do that every day. We do that proudly. We do that with the Florida Sheriff's Association, with all the police chiefs, all the state partners work very well together here in the state of Florida, and we continue to reaffirm that daily. We've set a standard for
It's like
287G
really hot
partnerships here.
though. I'm gonna set it down for a
We
second.
have 325 agreements with just this fiscal year alone, over 6,000 arrests associated with those 200 and with those 325 agreements. By
Lava.
far the most in the country.
Lava.
We lead the way in enforcement, and
Thank
we've seen
you.
tremendous success because of the cooperation in the state of Florida. As a highlight of that cooperation, I would like to introduce one of our great partners, Fort Myers Police Department Chief Fields.
Oops.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Fields, and I proudly serve as the police chief for the city of Fort Myers. Today highlights the results that can transpire with strong partnerships between federal, state, and local agencies. Robert Joaquin was taken into custody after an extensive, coordinated manhunt. From the beginning, our commitment was unwavering, and our message was clear. We were not going home until Joaquin was in custody. I want to thank our federal partners, along with our state and local agencies, for their relentless effort, coordination, and shared resources that assisted and ultimately led to his capture. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the assistance from our community, who were also instrumental in his apprehension. As this case moves through the court process, I'll also recognize our amazing state attorney, Amira Fox, and her team as they continue pursuing justice for the victim and her family. This was a horrific crime. Evil individuals who commit violent acts in our community will be pursued, held accountable, and brought to justice.
Thank God.
I'll now turn it over to Micah McCombs, Acting Special Agent in charge of Homeland Security.
Thank you, Chief Fields. My name is Micah McCombs, serving as the Acting Special Agent in charge for HSI, covering Southwest Florida. HSI is the principal investigative arm of the Department of Homeland Security, and we share a building with enforcement and removal operations. So when that call came in that this subject was on the run, a seamless search ensued with our partners. The Fort Myers Police Department is one of our best partners. In fact, one of the first agents from HSI to take part in the search is a former FMPD officer. Our partnerships in Southwest Florida are extremely strong. This tragic event to this United States citizen who came here the right way 6 years ago, this Bangladeshi national who got her citizenship the right way, it's senseless. It's a video you can never unwatch. Should not happen in this country. The men and women of HSI and ERO together in this building with our partners at FMPD responded, and we're very proud of them, but we're very sad at the same time this had to happen. With that, I'll turn it back over to Fuad Killiewalker.
That concludes our briefing. Open the floor up to questions.
Kelly, if I could just ask, could you clarify how he got into the country? He was smuggled in and he wasn't granted PTS. And just to follow up with that, PTS has extreme vetting. Was he going through the vetting process?
So he arrived in the United States via a water vessel on August 6, 2022 in a maritime smuggling event. He was not granted temporary protective status until 2023 when he applied later in 2023 and then reapplied in 2024. So there was a vetting process that happens during that application window. But he did not actually have it until then. We released him in 2022 because of the prior administration's policies.
Question.
Yes.
Okay. On Monday, a Fort Myers Police Department officer said in court that Joaquin is considered a suspect in another case. Can you name what case that is?
I don't think we're talking about the ongoing investigation at this time.
When it comes to that immigration detainer that is placed on this man, how will that impact this case and possible justice to the victim's families?
Look, we're here to serve we're a law enforcement partner. We are here to serve the criminal justice system. We will work closely hand in hand with the state's attorneys to make sure that this individual meets the full due justice deserved to him, to include if he's turned over to us and before his final day in court and his sentencing, we'll make sure and coordinate that directly with the state system and take him once he's completed his time and make sure that he never gets to the streets of the United States and gets back to his home country.
So we won't be deported prior to any due process for this case?
If the state wants to keep him in the United States of America, we will absolutely work with them to do that.
This question is for Chief Fields. According to the arrest report, some of the Fort Myers police officers had encountered the suspect on March 24th, so before the incident. What was the nature of those interactions, and why was he not either arrested or detained then? Was there not probable cause or any kind of detainer that would have allowed for it?
So this is an active investigation, and we did have some contacts with him over a period of time, but we're looking into those and looking at all those fine details on why we're in contact with him.
Was that contact to a prior case separate from this one?
I don't have that information right now, no.
Chief, can you confirm whether he is a suspect in any other cases at this point?
I cannot confirm, no.
We had heard that he had been to that location before and had some sort of, I guess, dispute
These investigations are very fluid, and we look to vet every piece of information that we get, and we look to track down these rumors to make sure, through video, through witnesses. So I can't confirm anything at this time with that.
In the 4 years of the temporary protected status, what has the suspect been doing since then? Where has he been?
I don't know his whereabouts for the last 4 years now.
Okay, last question.
If you can't confirm whether or not he's a suspect in another case, why would an officer say in court Monday that he is?
I don't know. Have to look into it, though. We'll confirm that.
Okay. One last question. I'm sorry.
Okay, last one right here.
The DHS press release had mentioned that the TPS expired in 2024, and I was trying to just figure out the gap there between if that's the right date and sort of like what
Right.
the time of his release.
So when TPS expires, although expired, they still have protection until there's a decision on their renewal application, which he filed timely. So he had protection up until the moment that the administration revoked his protection, which happened just this week. So he no longer has that available to him, and we'll do full justice at this time. Okay. And then I think that was the last question. Go ahead,
Yes,
Mike.
as a reminder, we'll show you the video as to why we're here today. All right, thank you. That concludes our...
I hope he gets publicly executed. The guy, that fucking monster. That's pretty disturbing.
And today I wanted to discuss a somewhat intriguing topic in regards to, well, this. Something that often shows up as sensationalist headlines involving some kind of an alien, or specifically an alien skull, discovered in some cave from some ancient civilization, that very often ends in the conclusion that aliens used to exist on the planet and they basically left. But the thing is, the actual scientific reality in this case is somewhat intriguing and technically way more fascinating than any of these alien stories. Because in many ways, this tells us a lot more about what it is to be a human and what a lot of human cultures on the planet seem to actually share without even realizing. And so, in this video, we're going to be discussing the idea behind body modifications, and specifically focusing on these cranial modifications, whose initial discovery by the Western civilization at first actually shocked a lot of people. Here we're talking about the practice of intentionally deforming the shape of the human skull. And when archaeologists find these elongated conical skulls, in many cases it basically results in these hyped up, sensationalist headlines. Look everyone, it must be extraterrestrials. But in this video, we're going to be discussing some of the modern evidence we have for all of this, because as we actually examine the evidence, it'll become pretty clear that this is not just some kind of an ancient outlier, but seems to be an incredibly widespread activity present on almost every continent on the planet, with Antarctica being the obvious exception. In other words, this apparently happened in many different cultures out there, and for reasons that seem to be entirely different and sometimes not entirely understood. But here I guess let's start with the most famous example, and the one that usually creates the most sensationalist headlines. Let's start with the Paracas culture that used to exist in Peru approximately 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. And here this is an example of a very fascinating culture that flourished on the southern coast of Peru on the Paracas Peninsula. And it's widely regarded as one of the earliest complex societies in South America that's actually very famous today for its very sophisticated textile arts and its somewhat unique burial practices. And well, this is one example of their textile industry. Once again, this is from 3,000 years ago. And so Paracas people produced what are considered to be some of the finest textiles in the pre-Columbian Americas. This involved intricate, brightly colored cloaks and various garments, such as this wonderful hat right here. Some of them were made from cotton, some of them were made from llama or alpaca wool, and many of them involved a lot of different figures and supernatural beings representing their religious beliefs. And while their exceptional textiles were also kind of connected with their burial rituals, or technically their mummies, because it turns out that part of the culture also involved placing deceased individuals in a kind of a seated position and wrapping them in many layers of these textiles to basically create a kind of a mummy. Obviously today we have no idea why exactly this was done, but the point is that this was a really complex culture. And in their culture, they also practiced what's known as the cranial deformation, with the examples of the skulls from this culture visible right here. And well, here this was done in childhood, when the child's head was bound in order to elongate it, and in order to produce various shapes. And well, today for this particular culture, it's actually believed to be possibly some kind of a status symbol, or maybe done for somewhat aesthetic reasons to make the skull appear more beautiful. And well, out of all cultures we're going to be discussing, this one produced some of the most complex cranial modification, which is why researchers do believe that this was probably a status symbol, essentially representing different levels in a society by basically modifying the skull and changing the shape of the head. And well, back in 2014, naturally, this produced a lot of hype once again, mostly because some of the preliminary DNA tests suggested some kind of an unknown mutation. But a much more recent study clarified all of this, with the results eventually showing us some very interesting genetic markers, including connections to Europe and even the Middle East, and basically not a purely Native American DNA, implying some kind of an additional migration that must have happened around this time. Although a much more likely explanation suggests that there must have been some kind of a DNA degradation or even contamination, which is obviously quite common for skulls that are 2,000 years old. But, as I mentioned, what's actually remarkable is that, first of all, this is obviously not the only culture to practice this. As a matter of fact, these skulls, or similar skulls, have been discovered pretty much everywhere. And one of the oldest collections is approximately 13,000
So I
years
can't
old.
put my foot
And
down, there's a
surprisingly, from
problem.
Australia. You can learn more about this in the link from the Smithsonian
Hey.
Institution in a description. But in essence, back in 1967,
I know you want
a
the
bunch of these
food,
skulls were
just
discovered
you're
in
not gonna
Australia,
get it.
all of them possessing a relatively unusual long shape. These are now referred to as the cow swamp skulls. And though at first this was hypothesized to be our ancestor, Homo erectus, eventually it was confirmed that this seemed to have an artificial deformation involving a cultural skull modification similar to the Paracas. But in this case, we know even less about this culture, so nobody has any idea why this culture practiced cranial modification as well. But around the same time, in Neolithic China, people were actually doing something extremely similar. Here in the province of Jilin, near the Hutamuga site, researchers once again found extremely similar skulls, specifically 11 of them, that most likely represented the early practice linked to some kind of a social status once again. But what might come as a surprise to all of us is of course the fact that this was also practiced in Europe and even in somewhat recent times. And in this case, a lot of evidence comes from things like, for example, coins, ancient coins. Here's, for example, one of the kings of a culture referred to as the Alcons. In this case, his elongated head was extremely likely produced using a very similar modification technique. It would resemble something like this. This is a description from the 1921 German book on anatomy, and so a lot of different depictions of different kings and different royalties from Europe and Asia, including this Iranian king Rostam, seem to all depict an extremely similar feature that could have only been produced as a result of cranial modification. And we also obviously have actual skulls. Here's one from 5th century Hungary. Here's one a little bit to the north in Germany. And here's a bunch from Samarkand in Central Asia. All these were actually around the same time. As a matter of fact, even Vikings, especially the ones on the island of Gotland, seemed to practice this as part of the rites of passage. In fact, a much more recent version of this, from less than 200 years ago, was even practiced in certain regions of France near Toulouse. This was referred to as le bandeau, and surprisingly, this was even going on in the 20th century. And at least in this case, we know exactly why this was done. And it's nothing to do with the status symbol or with being a royalty. Instead, this was actually almost the opposite. It was because in the 19th century France, people thought that they could protect the baby's head by tying it in a certain way in order to avoid injury. And though at first it was meant just for the protection, eventually it became part of the local culture and was widely practiced among French peasants. And the only reason it suddenly stopped was actually because of one thing: World War I and major advances in medicine, and specifically medical pressure, that essentially prevented anyone else from ever doing this in France. And so a lot of different cultures practice this, and for what seems to be somewhat different reasons. And intriguingly, the last culture to finally stop doing this is in Central Africa. Here this is the Mangbetu culture, the culture known for a very distinct look and distinctive historical customs. Today, most of their descendants live in the central Congo region, but essentially here they were known for this practice of lipombo, the head elongation. This involved wrapping the baby's head in an extremely tight manner that would produce this extremely elongated head that was often considered to be a sign of high status, beauty, and intelligence. And so at least in this case, we know exactly why this was done. But this practice began to decline in the 1950s, mostly as a result of the Western influence in this region. And so today, only some of the oldest people in this region still have these types of heads. And that actually brings us, I guess, to the next part of this video. So we know why this culture did it. But what about everyone else? Well, interestingly, as you can imagine, when some of the first Spanish explorers met people with these head shapes from the Andes, they were actually horrified. They even made up stories about brains bleeding out of ears, believing that this practice was evil and resulted in deformed humans. But today, based on a lot of different studies, we know that generally this doesn't actually seem to change anything inside the brain and does not affect the development of the brain or the intelligence. Instead, it does seem to possess a variety of cultural purposes. And the assumption today is that in most cases, this is a marker of status. Basically, different shapes belong to different elite groups. But we also know that for some cultures, especially at least one culture in Peru, the Calagua culture, they seem to change the shape of their heads only to resemble the mountains they came from. So it was a kind of an identity thing, with basically the heads assuming mountain shapes. And honestly, that's actually pretty cool. But in some cases, the actual reason might not really matter as much, and it was really the act of binding that seemed to be very important. In some cultures, this was seen as a kind of a protection or a rites of passage for the newly born child. But we also know that in most cultures, this was only practiced by some people. In other words, even in the same family, only some individuals seem to have these cranial deformations, whereas other ones did not. And so this implies that this was never really some kind of a rigid rule, and perhaps more of a personal or even family-based choice for one reason or another. But overall, we know that in terms of social status, this seemed to be the case for a lot of South American cultures, including the Mayans, and even the nobility in the Philippines. And here, by having different head shapes, it presented to others some kind of a high social rank or noble birth. In other cases, this was an indication of being from a certain group, basically to distinguish members from a specific tribe or from a specific ethnic group. Other cultures, like the Mangbetu, mostly practiced this as part of the aesthetics or beauty. And lastly, the French, in the 19th century, mostly practiced this as a kind of a pseudo-medical solution, or basically they believed that this protected infants from accidental impact or accidental damage. But importantly, every single region on the planet contains at least one example where this was practiced by someone for one reason or another. And so none of this is bizarre, unusual, or alien. As a matter of fact, these modifications are extremely universal and in some sense unite us as humans. And all of this obviously goes way beyond cranial modification, because humans have always used their bodies as a kind of a canvas, and some practices were quite extreme. For example, the now infamous case of foot binding practiced in China. This practice lasted for over 1,000 years and involved breaking and binding the feet of young girls to create what's known as the lotus feet, an unusual standard of beauty in ancient China that deformed feet to look something like this. And this practice only disappeared completely in the mid-1950s. But when it comes to some of the oldest and more unusual practices, it actually usually involves teeth, something that existed as far back as 13,000 years ago. And this usually involved drilling holes in the teeth and then filling them with a lot of different stuff. For example, in Italy, they used a tar-like substance that eventually made their teeth somewhat black, whereas in South America, the Mayans, instead of using tar, used jade, basically making their teeth appear green. And the ancient people living in Vietnam seem to use an unusual iron-based paste to permanently blacken their teeth completely. And so just like the cranial modification, dental modification was also used for a lot of different reasons in a lot of different cultures. And here, since usually you expose your teeth when you smile or when you talk, this was also probably used for some kind of a status symbol. But some of the strangest practice that actually happened in many different cultures once again is the practice of castration. And so here the idea of eunuchs, or basically men who were castrated very young, seems to be present everywhere from Rome to Egypt to China and in a lot of other places. And because castration was done when the boys were still very young, it also surprisingly modified the rest of the body, because as these boys grew up, due to the lack of certain hormones, they would actually grow to be very different from other men. For example, in many cases they would appear much more slender and have much longer limbs, and would also be slightly taller. And once again here, this was done for so many different reasons. As a matter of fact, one of the more unusual examples here are actually the castrati from the 18th century Italy. Here this involved male singers who possessed a very beautiful voice when they were young, and so by castrating them before puberty, they would actually retain this high vocal range in order to become permanent soprano or contralto performers. And so this unusual practice was really all the result of performance in the opera. Something that I think we would probably find kind of barbaric today, but something that was widely accepted in the 18th century Italy. But obviously, if I were to go through every single example of different body modification out there, this video would be like 3 hours long. Because here we have everything from 5,000-year-old tattoos to various types of piercings, which once again suggests that body modification is a universal human phenomenon. And there is absolutely nothing alien about this, as this is as human as it gets. In some sense, some scientists even describe this as basically parents investing in their kids' future, at least in the only cultural way they knew back then. And this of course reminds us that our ancestors and all of the other cultures around the planet are not that different from us after all. They just have a very different way of showing who they are, and it's that part that I think usually produces a lot of xenophobia and a lot of cultural clashes. But the point is that we are all still kind of basically the same, and based on a lot of this archaeological evidence, we've basically been doing the same thing but just in different ways for at least 13,000 years. But we'll definitely come back and discuss some of these additional topics in some of the future videos, because this is a pretty cool phenomenon. And so on that note, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining the channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support the channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
News. Breaking news.
Right now, as I speak to you, 4 American heroes are hurling through space at 24,000 miles per hour, racing towards a fiery reentry. Will push their spacecraft to the
They
absolute
made it.
limit. The Artemis II crew just completed humanity's first crewed lunar voyage in over 50 years, and tonight they're coming home hot. USS John P. Murtha is positioned off the coast of San Diego. Navy divers are ready, doctors on standby, but here's what they're not telling you about the heat shield concerns that nearly delayed this mission for over a year. Will these American astronauts actually make it home safely? Now, this isn't just about 4 astronauts. It's about American dominance in space. Under President Trump's renewed commitment to NASA and American technological superiority, we are back in the lunar race. China has been aggressively expanding their space program, and they want to claim the moon's resources for themselves. Well, I'm not going to live under a red moon. Tonight's splashdown represents everything that makes America exceptional. But here's why you should care. The heat shield on Artemis II had a known problem. When the unmanned Artemis I mission returned in late 2022, engineers discovered excessive charring on the Orion spacecraft's heat shield. That shield is the only thing protecting our astronauts from temperatures that could vaporize them instantly as Earth's atmosphere slows them from 24,000 miles per hour just to 350. NASA made a bold decision. Rather than delay over a year for a replacement, they calculated a steeper re-entry angle to reduce heat exposure. The Trump administration's NASA, they can calculate a risk to keep America first in space, your tax dollars, your astronauts, and your nation's future. Speaking of securing America's strategic future, I need to tell you about something happening right now that could be just as important as space dominance. Some breaking news out of the White House. They just announced over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chains and named a specific Alaskan project as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. Now, I've been to the Vizsla copper drilling site myself. I've seen it with my own eyes. What's happening right now is bigger than most people actually realize. President Trump just unveiled Project Vault. It's a $12 billion strategic minerals reserve of our time. You'll find it linked below. Now, let's get back to our American heroes who are racing home from the moon as you're watching this report. But this is what really got me emotional about the mission, what the mainstream media is completely ignoring. While our astronauts were orbiting the far side of the moon, they shared moments of pure, unfiltered joy. NASA's calling it moon joy. And when you hear what these American heroes experience, you'll understand why this mission represents everything great about this country. One astronaut said it best, if you can't take love to the stars, then what are we doing? That's the American spirit, folks. And let's take a look at what moon joy really is. NASA writes, moon joy is a noun, the feeling of intense happiness and excitement that only comes from a mission to the moon.
Everything from the training, but in 3 dimension and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Copy Moonjoy.
I definitely see all of the basin of Oriental, Copernicus, easily all in view. This is so awesome.
We look like we're smiling at you, like a little Cheshire cat.
Thank you guys.
I thought we just caught the ActiWatch sync. If I had my own, I'd sync it with you. Breaking news. At this time, you are go for all types of uses of the toilet.
And the crew rejoices. Thank you. Yeah, we caught a view of Earth in window 1, and now we're completely distracted for a little bit.
To me, is a great example of why we go and do these missions. If you can't take love to the stars, then what are we doing? Like, why would we even go?
Artemis mission on its way home. As we revel in the moon joy experienced by our brave Artemis II crew, they're now barreling back to Earth at breakneck speed. Let's take a look at how the recovery team gears up. They're coming home hot.
John P. Murtha, that Navy recovery ship, well, it is already off the coast of San Diego in anticipation of the astronauts returning this evening. That ship has Navy divers, doctors, and other specialists ready to recover the capsule and the crew inside it after splashdown. When the unmanned Artemis I mission returned to Earth back in late 2022, engineers noticed excessive charring on the Orion spacecraft's heat shield. That shield protects the crew from the intense heat from friction as Earth's upper atmosphere slows the capsule from about 24,000 miles an hour to about 350 miles an hour, as shown in this animation. Replacing the heat shield on Artemis II would have caused extensive delays, more than a year, but NASA officials determined they could keep the astronauts safe with a steeper re-entry path to reduce the length of time the shield is exposed to extreme heat. Officials with NASA's prime manufacturing contractor for Orion agree.
fully behind NASA's decision to go fly this heat shield. Did a ton of work to make sure we're comfortable with that from an overall perspective, the engineering, the testing to simulate, and we're doing a different trajectory coming home that'll be a little bit less taxing on the heat shield than we did before.
This video shows splashdown of the unmanned Artemis 1 test flight. Orion has a series of parachutes that slow it down from 350 miles an hour free fall to just about 17 to 20 miles per hour by the time it hits the water.
We have redundancy in each of our 4 types. We can lose 1 parachute of each of the 4 types, so 4 total parachutes, and still have a safe landing for the.
And after routine medical checks on the ship, the astronauts will be flown back here to Johnson Space Center. They'll reunite with their families.
So a calculated re-entry, certainly a risk. The recovery operation in full swing off the coast of California. It's almost splashdown time. Now let's head to the Johnson Space Center for more insights. We are now 12 hours till splashdown.
Will be splashing down off the coast of San Diego tonight after successfully completing the journey around the far side of the moon.
And Jonathan Siri is live at the Johnson Space Center in Houston with details for us. Hey, Jonathan.
Hey, good morning, Ainsley. The John P. Murtha, that Navy recovery ship, well, it is already off the coast of San Diego in anticipation of the astronauts returning this evening. That ship has Navy divers, doctors, and other specialists ready to recover the capsule and the crew inside it after splashdown. When the unmanned Artemis 1 mission returned to Earth back in late 2022, engineers noticed excessive charring on the Orion spacecraft's heat shield. That shield protects the crew from the intense heat from friction as Earth's upper atmosphere slows the capsule from about 24,000 miles an hour to about 350 miles an hour as shown.
So it's clearly going to be a tense few moments during that re-entry phase. But here's what the establishment does not want you to understand. You see, this mission almost didn't happen. The previous administration let NASA languish, let our space program fall behind China. But President Trump made space dominance a priority, and tonight we're witnessing the results. 4 astronauts orbited the moon. 3 Americans and 1 token Canadian saw Earth from a perspective only 24 humans in all of history have ever witnessed. And they're about to complete the most dangerous part of their journey, punching through Earth's atmosphere in a ball of fire. The heat shield decision that the media questioned, well, NASA's contractor said they're fully behind it. This is American engineering, this is American courage, this is American excellence. And in just hours, we'll know if that calculated risk paid off. So, folks, I want you to do something for me tonight. When those astronauts splash down off the coast of San Diego, I want you to remember what American greatness looks like. Not the division the media pushes, not the doom and gloom from the left, but real achievement, real courage, and real patriotism. And share this video with everybody you know and drop a comment and tell me, do you believe America should be the dominant force in space exploration? Simple yes or no. And since you watched this full video, here's a message. Not everybody who gets to the NCs. Text raw feed 844-840-4963. That's our direct connection. That's how you and I remain connected when those notifications from YouTube are never sent. When the algorithm buries us under garbage, you will always get a message directly from me. And I get a notification when people sign up to this, so I know when you join. And I'm blessed to know that you're doing this right now. If you want to show your American pride, check out the Next News merch shop right below this video. We've got gear that lets everyone know you stand for American excellence. Make sure you are subscribed and that notification bell is on, because when those astronauts splash down, we're going to bring you live coverage. This is history, folks. Don't miss it. Stay informed and stay free.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this. Share this now.
How crazy this game is with no stamp packs. Oh my god, it just almost put me in a,
They staged armed robberies at convenience stores
what
across
was
America.
that?
Not to steal money, but to steal something far more valuable, American citizenship. 11 illegal aliens just got indicted in a visa fraud conspiracy so brazen, so calculated, it exposes the rotten core of our entire immigration system. But here's what the mainstream media will not tell you. While these criminals were gaming the system, Democrats in Congress were quietly pushing legislation to reward lawyers who help illegals stay in the country.
Yeah, we need to get on these lawyers. I was saying that to my girl yesterday.
About what they really want to do to our border enforcement. Are you ready for what they're hiding? See, it's not just about 11 criminals in Massachusetts. It's about your community, it's about your safety, and your tax dollars being weaponized against you. These Indian nationals allegedly staged fake armed robberies, terrifying store clerks and wasting police resources, all to exploit a visa program meant to protect real crime victims. Think about that. They actually manufactured crimes to jump the immigration line while millions of legal
Yeah, that's what I'm
applicants
talking
waited years
about.
doing it the
That's
right
full
way.
fraud.
And the scheme ran for years before anyone caught on. The question is, how many others are out there right now gaming the same loopholes? Oh, but it gets worse. While the Trump administration is fighting to secure our borders and enforce our laws, Democrats are pushing the so-called Dignity Act. And buried inside of is a provision for student loan forgiveness for lawyers who defend illegal aliens. That's right, they want your tax dollars to pay off the loans of attorneys helping illegals avoid deportation. This is the two-tier system in America. Americans struggle under crushing student debt, while the elites create special carve-outs for open borders advocates. The choice could not be clearer. And you know, while criminals are exploiting our broken system, there is actually some major breaking news about America fighting back and securing our independence in a completely different way. The White House just dropped over $30 billion to lock down America's critical mineral supply chains. And they specifically named an Alaskan project as absolutely key to our mineral independence. Now, I've been to the Vizsla copper drilling site personally. I've seen it with my own eyes. And what's unfolding right now is massive. Trump just unveiled Project Vault, $12 billion for Strategic Minerals Reserve to stockpile essential resources and keep America dominant in the global minerals race. This is straight up national security. It's not just mining. And Alaska's governor officially backed the Palmer Project, the exact same one highlighted in a formal White House report as a strategic American asset. We're talking copper, zinc, silver, all critical for military, energy grid defense readiness. Vizsla Copper, guess what, owns 100% of it, and they trade in the U.S. under VCUFF and in Canada as VCUV. When government backing hit other Alaskan miners, shares jumped over 200%. So check the exclusive briefing prepared for you below. That's the kind of America First agenda that we need, not the fraud schemes that we're seeing with these visa scammers, and we thank them for their support of our work here. But here's the twist that should have every American demanding answers. Remember those fake robberies?
My God, I feel like the edge of tomorrow right now.
They exposed how easy it is to exploit. A retired judge explained that U visas give illegals 4 years of legal status, just for claiming victim status. 4 years. Now we have Democrats like Pramila Jayapal openly admitting their endgame. When they take power, they want to completely dismantle ICE and CBP. Not reform, dismantle. That's not immigration policy. That's
I don't
an
even have a
invasion
single
invitation.
stamp pack.
Check
so
out what they hid inside the Dignidad Act. Derek Evans writes, student loan forgiveness for attorneys who defend illegals. Anyone who votes for this hates America. Take a closer look here. I know the print is small, but you can see here. Loan forgiveness authorized. The Secretary, in coordination with the Secretary of Education, shall forgive in accordance with this section the qualified loan amount described in subsection B of the eligible student loan obligation of a borrower who has attended accredited law school, an institution of higher education defined in Section 102 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, and obtained a Juris Doctor degree. Method of loan forgiveness, it's all right here. Derek Evans exposing a sneaky attempt to use taxpayer dollars for defending illegal immigration, but it's no wonder when we hear Democrat Representative Jayapal, one of the members of the squad, openly call for dismantling ICE and CBP. Here she is. When we take power, we're going to dismantle ICE. But
oh my
you're in
gosh.
power now, right? Aren't you an elected official? Yeah, brain dead.
What's up with that? Like
when
full
we take
radiation.
power, we're going to get the kinds of reforms and dismantle
Shouldn't
ICE
have
and
any
CBP
right
in the
now.
way that I think they should be.
Yeah, maybe we should just dismantle your ability to be a legislator. Her radical plans are clear, and it's creating a defining line for true conservatives like those asserting the need to deport and denaturalize without exceptions. Data Republicans, Burgess Owens, Byron Donalds, the Moron Monitor writes, the Dignity Act is a red line for me. We need to deport and even denaturalize many that are here, pause and close many exceptions, H-1B, etc., codify the EOs and president's programs. We didn't say deport some of them, or only the worst. We said every single one. Hardline moves call for even tougher measures, but when we turn our eyes to Massachusetts, we uncover another scheme where illegal immigrants stage fake robberies to cheat the system and grab visa benefits. New immigrant crime data wrinkle. Immigrants committing fake crimes staged armed robberies in order to commit another crime for visa fraud. 2 New York City men staged armed robberies at convenience stores and fast food joints across the United States to scheme immigration benefits. Federal prosecutor said on Friday, Rambahai Ramadan, I'm going to try to say your name, Patel, and Balwinder Singh. Good old Balwinder. They were arrested on December 13th, both charged with 1 count of conspiracy to commit visa fraud for their alleged plot, which allowed the victims of the robberies to apply for special immigration visas. That's what Massachusetts prosecutors said. According to federal prosecutors, Patel and Singh orchestrated at least 8 of the alleged staged robberies, which involved a robber threatening a store clerk, with an apparent firearm before snatching cash from the register in front of the store surveillance camera. The scheme, which began in March of 23, had the store clerks wait 5 or more minutes until the robber made their escape before calling police to report the crime. That's according to prosecutors. All staged. So it's like they called their buddy at the convenience store. Hey, I'm going to come rob you. I'm not going to really hurt you, but I'm just going to rob you. Just play along. Don't call cops until 5 minutes later so I can get a clean getaway. So the prosecutor said that Patel and Singh staged the phony armed robberies in order to make store clerks eligible for special U visas that allow immigrant crime victims to stay in the country for 4 years. So it wasn't. So the armed robberies was so that the store clerks could claim victim status. Good Lord. The shocking revelations of these staged crimes underscore why no amnesty should stand. This calls to pause immigration and tighten policies grow louder. No amnesty, period. Chip Roy of Texas, talking about the PAUSE Act. Time to pause all immigration, kill the diversity visas, stop chain migration, end birthright citizenship once and for all. Sounds like a plan to me.
People in this country who are foreign born. That's about 16% of the population. That's higher than at any other point in our history. So go back to 1920, where we had maybe a similar percentage. It was about 15%. And we had a whole bunch of people who'd come here who, by the way, were more interested in assimilating, who were participating in schools that actually taught that America's great, and when we had no social welfare state. Today, we have millions of people who've come here who don't want to assimilate, who aren't in schools teaching that America's great, and they are on the social welfare state. We need to pause immigration. We need to fix our system. We need to end diversity visas, end chain migration, the kind of people that allow their cousins and uncles and aunts to come in. We need to stop the abuse of H-1B visas. We need to end birthright citizenship. We need to codify what the president has done. We need to stop having taxpayer funding of illegal alien children in our schools, as we do in Texas and everywhere else. And we've got to recenter our entire immigration system. So pause and let's fix it. I think we need that for the country. We did it in 1920. Our country was stronger for that for about 4 or 5 decades. And now for 50 years, we've been blowing the lid open and allowing people to come here, including radical Muslims, radical Islamists who want to undermine Western.
So when my family came here 3 generations ago, the Italian side of my family, they assimilated. Like that generation, the generation that was born here, my grandmother's generation, they made a conscious choice not to teach my father and his generation Italian. I don't speak Italian. I'm Italian and I'm Irish. My Irish side goes back generations. We've traced it all the way back to George Washington. I have multiple presidents in my bloodline. I mean, we have members of my Irish side of my family that fought in the Revolutionary War, fought in the Civil War. I mean, I've gone to the grave sites. It's amazing, that side of my family. But the immigrant side of my family, they assimilated. They didn't teach them Italian. They didn't teach them the traditions. They wanted them to be American. They even changed the pronunciation of my last name. It's crazy. When I go to an Italian restaurant and I tell them my name, they correct me. All right? Franchi is the correct Italian pronunciation of my name. My family changed the pronunciation to Franchi so that it would sound more American. And they didn't have a welfare state when my generations ago, when my family came here. No. My great-grandfather laid the bricks in the streets of Wilmette and rode around on a bicycle with a lawnmower attached to the back just to make ends meet, and dug the basement of his own house to build a foundation for his family. He wasn't collecting welfare checks. He was busting his ass. And he wanted to be an American. Today, completely different story. And I am so grateful for the sacrifices that my past generations made to allow me to reap the benefits of what it truly means to be an American. And that's why I love this country so much.
This game, well.
These fraudulent schemes reveal gross abuse of the system. Now the rallying cry to overhaul the visa process
I'm
takes
so
the stage
mad I
demanding
wasn't
immediate
recording
action
that.
against these fraudsters. Nick Sortor posts that 11 Eagles have been charged with staging robberies. Here, let's check out this. This is a
They're
local news
retarded.
report.
This is one of 6 stores behind me where authorities say the suspects staged those fake robberies. All of it an elaborate conspiracy plot to allegedly fast-track their immigration status. Federal agents made the arrest, rounding up 11 people who are Indian nationals who are now charged in connection with the plot to stage fake armed robberies at area convenience and liquor stores. Federal authorities say some of the defendants posed as store clerks who could then claim on their immigration applications that they were victims of violent crimes, a designation that would make them eligible for what's known as a U visa.
If a non-citizen is the victim of a serious crime in the United States, and that victim helps the police, helps the prosecutors or investigators, then that victim may qualify for temporary legal status, a so-called
Oh my
visa.
God, of
State District
course.
Court Judge James Barreto says
No
there
wonder
are
there's so
definite
many
perks to
illegals in the
qualifying.
fucking
Now,
forest.
that visa, Mary, as you know, is good, I think, if I recall correctly, up to 4 years, and also may extend beyond that immediate alleged victim to that individual's spouse or children. It's a big deal.
According to the U.S. Department of Justice, the alleged staged robberies happened at 6 area stores in Hingham, Weymouth, Randolph, Marshfield, and Worcester. Court documents say the alleged robberies were all caught on store surveillance cameras, and the so-called victims plan to use that video as proof as they applied for a U visa.
Wow.
Oh my God. This is out of control. I'm going to tell you what's really happening.
It's too much.
See, this is not incompetence. It's a coordinated strategy.
It is.
Step
It's too
one,
much.
create the visa loopholes.
Get
where
him
they can
out
be
of here.
exploited. Step two,
I'm done with
incentivize
this
lawyers
shit.
to help illegals stay with taxpayer-funded loan forgiveness. Step three, abolish the enforcement agencies that might actually catch them. It's a perfect system.
It's fucking. It is
Perfect for
for them.
dismantling American sovereignty. But here's what the radical left didn't count on. President Trump and patriots across this nation are saying enough. See, we didn't elect this president to deport some of them. We didn't vote for half measures. The American people
want 'em all
demanded
gone.
every single illegal alien be removed, our borders secured, and our immigration system completely overhauled. No amnesty, no exceptions,
Nope.
and no surrender.
Nope.
You see, the battle lines are drawn, America. On one side, you have Democrats staging visa fraud schemes, pushing legislation to reward illegal alien lawyers, and openly promising to abolish our border enforcement. On the other side, you have President Trump, his administration, and millions of patriots demanding we put America first. See, the choice has never been clearer. Yes, we need to pause all immigration. And
Not
the
behind
H-1B
Somalia.
abuse, kill the diversity of visas,
Oh my
and
God, what is
stop
this shit?
chain migration, and yes, end birthright citizenship once and for all. See, this is our country. It's time we start acting like it. Now I want to hear from you. Do you support a complete pause in immigration until we fix this broken
150
system? Drop
billion
yes or no in the
%.
comments. And since you watched this entire video, special message from me to you.
Maybe
An
even
unbroken chain of communication.
go back
If you
30
text
years and
Rocky
take them all out and have them reapply.
840-4963. That's the number on the screen right now. Text that number because YouTube will not send you the notifications. They will bury these videos as they have been for month after month after month under corporate spin and cat videos and garbage. Yes, I read your comments. You're like, wait, what? You guys are still on the internet? Yeah, we are. So make sure you stay connected with us. Text raw feed 844-840-4963. That is how I will send you a direct text message to your phone every night so you have the links and you have the information that you need to make informed decisions for your family. If you want to support us otherwise, you can go to the merch shelf below this video and wear your patriotism proudly. And of course, share the video. Share this video with everybody who needs to hear the truth that the mainstream media is hiding. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Stay informed and stay free.
The system controls information. Information control is power.
They don't want you to see this.
The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now.
All right, how's it going out there, folks? Welcome back here to a Friday. It is April 10th, 2026, 12:15 in the p.m. out here in California. Rainy Friday afternoon here for me, and I'm definitely appreciating this rain, let me tell you. Love it. Got rain all weekend, in fact. We'll check that out here in just a little bit. Latest activity shows a 1.8 across the big island of Hawaii. Quite a bit of earthquake activity ramping up here, up around the southeastern area of the rift boundary of Kilauea volcano. Of course, that eruption has come to a halt. We'll run over here to the Kilauea volcano site here and show you guys real quick the latest updated information. Make sure everything's off, bells are off, recording. All right. Yeah, a little short-lived eruption there across Kilauea volcano yesterday with only 8.5 hours of continuous lava fountaining from one of the vents there, the north vent, it looks like. That's episode 44. A very short-lived event, and I'm thinking the reason why it was so short-lived is because it really never came up here to match the previous levels of eruption. This is all inflation on the chart leading up to an eruption. There's the eruption stage where depletion of magma begins. And yeah, we never really quite made it up. That's why I thought we had a few more days to go. But look at that. Really short-lived eruption. Going to be interesting to see how quickly this gathers back up steam here. Things are consistent, you know, with the rinse and repeat cycle there at Kilauea volcano, but they could always be in for a change here. We'll have to watch the earthquake activity. And a little bit more active here across the southeastern area around the hill in a slump, up here around the estates area as well. So things may be in the process of changing. We'll have to watch that. Latest and the largest earthquake here shows a 5.1. This is after midnight, about 4 o'clock this morning, into the Indonesia area. Nothing big going on here today yet, but of course it is early, right? Up into the Pacific, well, somewhat early. Pacific Northwest, couple earthquakes around the Mount St. Helens region. That does look like right up at the summit area. So let's go see what's going on there for the latest Mount St. Helens seismograph station here. It looks like there's a handful of earthquakes going on there around that volcano. We're going to pull up one of these seismograph stations and see what we have on the recorded data. See what's going on here. I do see a number of earthquakes. I'm going to amplify the line scaling here a little bit so we can bring this out, make it a little bit more visual, right? So we can see where these earthquakes are happening and how many there are. There's a number of small little spikes there. There's some of the larger ones being reported around 7 o'clock. That's going to be early in the morning, 7 o'clock or so. It does look like about 8:30 or so, I'm guessing. 0.4. Little 0.4 showing up. Well, 8:30 in the morning, technically, that would be this one. What about these other quakes that are larger looking? You guys see that? If they're going to count this as a,
my plate,
as a
and
0.4
we'll get to
at 8:30 in the morning,
showing
that
some
would
games
match
here
that
eventually, guys.
8:33:02,
We're 21 in, and we got 37 to
what about all these
37,
other
so
ones that are
that's
larger?
16 more.
I see a few of them. They're not really reporting those all that much. All right. Well, it doesn't look like there's anything big going on there for now, but a little bit of earthquake activity there across Mount St. Helens and the Cascades area up in the Washington region. One earthquake way north here in Mount Shasta. Mount Shasta's been pretty quiet out here. Beautiful sight, but one of these days it will stir back up here again. But we've been pretty fortunate not to have anything stirring up on that volcano. The Cascadia subduction zone quiet for now. It was pretty active yesterday. Let me show you guys the slow slip event map here real quick in case you didn't get a chance to check out last night's update. We are elevated once again here. In fact, it's been that way here over the past few days with 791 epicenters yesterday alone. If we go back in the last week, we had close to 3,000 epicenters across the entirety of the Cascadia subduction zone, which means that the stress is building out there across the locked area. These slow slip events do not relieve strain. They may temporarily relieve strain in the area downstream, down dip into the deeper area of the Cascadia, but ultimately applying further stress and strain up across the more important region, which is that locked area that's capable of producing a mega quake. One earthquake here in the Bay Area right now outside of Vallejo. That's on the Green Valley Fault, it looks like. Nothing big going on. Got the hydrothermal plants up there, geothermal fields, I should say, up in the Clear Lake Volcanic Field. Southern California, look at the 2.5 model. Nothing. All small microquake activity out here today in Southern California. Yellowstone National Park, one little lonesome earthquake this morning, so yeah, let's go double check that. If they're gonna show one, I bet you there's probably more than one. It's always like a fraction of what's actually happening. So let's see. Well, maybe maybe they're right this time. There's a little earthquake that showed up. Really nothing else here to report. But hey, for a Friday, I'm glad they're reporting that. Awesome. Take the weekend off. All right, a little earthquake activity there across the southern Colorado area. Late last night, a little 3.5 out there in the mountains. Oil field still pretty heavily populated there with earthquake activity. Nothing major going on. New Madrid seismic zone quiet for now. Look at the Puerto Rico region. Another earthquake here around the Puerto Rico Trench. This area has been popping with earthquake swarms here recently. Nothing big, but we've had a number of distinct earthquake swarms up around the Puerto Rico Trench. Seen a couple 4s and even some 5-pointers out there. Again, nothing big. It is an area of concern, though, considering that it's capable of producing, some decent-sized events. Up across the Alaska area, a handful of smaller quakes. Nothing big going on. The Aleutian Trench, though, fairly active. Pretty good cluster of activity there in the 4 range today. Well, let's see here. Yeah, there was at least one 4-pointer. 4-pointer back over here across Russia. Still leaving out this area. I know this may be considered the international territory that the USGS does not cover, like the Aleutian Trench, but even so, the EMSC model should show earthquake activity there. And it doesn't look like they're reporting much of anything there. There's a 4.1, but I believe that was from early this morning. But that's where it halts. It comes to a stop right here. Nothing's going on across this little segment, so a little interesting activity. Around the Sumatra area, 5.1 this morning as well. New Zealand, see what's going on down here. Pretty good cluster, but it's coming to a halt right here across North Island. Not so much going on down here across South Island, but it's possible we could see that migration work its way down there across the plate boundary. Decent cluster of activity along the Kermadec Trench and the Indonesia area as well. Nothing major happening, but the increasing movement up here, we can see that in the white circles, that indicating some newer activity. Just watch that zone closely up there in that quiet area. 4.2 up around where that 7-pointer struck here. Actually, that looks a little south. Keeping it down below the 4.0 threshold at a 3.9. That 7-pointer that struck here last year was a little bit further up north here, I believe, around this area, southern Yukon region. Let's see what else we got. Back out of here real quick. South America and the Middle America Trench here. You got the Middle America Trench up here. Chili Trench. Typical movement. I don't see anything of concern in terms of elevated activity. The rest of the globe out there looks fairly quiet for the most part. Space weather activity here on this fine Sunday. Wow, how much lower can we get? B 3.8. We are way low. In fact, Solar Ham here has dropped their flare threat a considerable amount. 5% chance here for M flare, which I think is fairly reasonable. 1% or less for X flare. We'll be lucky if we see a little C flare from any of these sunspots. There is a newer sunspot right here. Looks like that's starting to pop up. It is growing compared to last night's image to now. We got some deeper, darker core areas indicating that magnetic complexity. This sunspot could rapidly grow here. We'll have to keep an eye on that. If that's the case, we'll have to bump back up those flare threats. It's these newer sunspots that we have to watch. These older ones that come around and go around multiple times, months at a time, several months. It's the same sunspots that go around. They come around like a merry-go-round. On the far side, the Earth side, it's these newer sunspots here that we have to watch that pop up out of the blue, almost like a thunderstorm, right? As it develops and it just gears up and ramps up. Those are the ones you have to watch out for. So we'll keep an eye on that new sunspot there. It does not have a name yet. But as you can see from last night's image to today's image here, there's deeper, darker core colors indicating that magnetic complexity. We'll check back on that a little bit later on this evening. Aurora forecast, they still have it up here for a G1 class storm. That's because of these coronal holes that have been facing us, but these are all spotty. No solid, big, massive coronal hole that's been facing the Earth. No, we got these little bitty, tiny ones. I don't really expect much here as far as the Aurora forecast goes for now. Any close approach asteroids to the planet? Let's take a look here. Nothing of any major activity. We got that, Artemis coming back here for a splashdown off the Southern California coast about 5 o'clock this afternoon here, California time. That is if things cooperate as far as the weather goes. But we have a massive low-pressure system offshore that it's just spinning out there. Let me show you guys the satellite view. Center portion here, low pressure. It is weakening a little bit, but we're getting quite a bit of rain up here in Northern California right now. Southern California, where they're expected to drop off into the ocean from their flight around the moon, may not happen. They may have to, it depends, though, on the wind and what the conditions are around 5 o'clock this afternoon. But you might be able to see it there, like a neat little fireball in the sky as they re-enter into the atmosphere. That's pending everything cooperates there, but we'll check back on that a little bit later. A series of storm systems here set to impact the West Coast. I picked up just about 3/10 of an inch of rain so far, and we got rain all weekend, so I'm loving it. I'm a happy guy. Rain makes me happy. So there's our storm systems coming in there. West Coast bringing some heavy snow up in the mountains as well. We definitely need that. A wet weekend out here. And then we got some severe weather up around or down around the southern plains here coming up this next week. Maybe another system or two across the West Coast. We'll have to watch that. It does look like it's going to remain somewhat unsettled out here across the West Coast. The 6 to 10-day forecast does show above average precipitation. 8 to 14-day forecast, it looks a little bit above average for Southern California, near normal for the rest of California there, above normal up around the Great Lakes states. So looks a little unsettled out here, which is okay by me. Nothing new in terms of any updated long-term forecast models here. This was put out back on the 31st of March, and so far we've been above. We're getting all this rainfall here. We're actually going to be above the level seen here for this time of year. April is not really a wet month for us here in California, so we'll take anything and everything we can get. Severe weather-wise, got some marginal risk out here, mainly some hail threat. Actually, there's a little tornado threat down there across Sacramento down into the San Joaquin Valley. There was a couple tornado warnings down here yesterday outside of Madera. A little bit of wind and maybe some hail threats out there as well today, so just be on guard. Nothing major. A little bit more severe weather tomorrow there across portions of Texas, including a 2% chance there for some tornado activity, wind, and some hail threats out there for your Saturday. We'll check back in a little bit later on this evening, folks, for the Friday night update. A couple earthquakes going on there across Anza. Nothing big. That's in Southern California. And let's see if they're even reporting those. Yeah, it looks like maybe they are. We've got a little 1.7 here. 15 minutes ago? I don't think that's been 15 minutes ago. Well, maybe it has. All right, so that's a little 1.7 showing up. Petrolia got a little spike up there as well, so just be on guard. We're living on some borrowed time out here right now in terms of large earthquake potential. A lot of time has passed out here, folks. In geology, tectonics and pressure and strain, and when it comes to earthquakes, is all about accumulation of time. And man, let me tell you what, we've got quite a bit of time out here across California since we've had a big event. Have a good one. Just be prepared. We'll see you guys out here for the Friday night update. Take care.
Next news. Breaking news.
8 scientists, dead or missing, all of them connected to the most classified research programs in America. NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Los Alamos National Lab, and Air Force Black Projects. Now, a sitting congressman is saying the quiet part out loud. These deaths are connected to UFOs, and someone is sending a message. And the question isn't whether this is a conspiracy anymore. The question is, who's doing the silencing? And were they so desperate to keep hidden that they'd make America's top minds disappear? What I'm about to show you will chill you to the bone. Now think about what this means for you and your family. If there's technology out there, zero-point energy, advanced propulsion, breakthrough power systems that could free America from foreign energy dependence forever, the shadow forces are literally killing the scientists who understand it. That's not just a cover-up, that's a crime against humanity. It's against you. Every time you pay your electric bill, every time you fill up your tank, you're paying tribute to the energy cartel that may be murdering geniuses to protect their profits. Congressman Tim Burchett says people are now afraid to talk about UFOs. Witnesses are scattering like roaches, terrified for their lives. And the most chilling part? Burchett revealed that an unelected bureaucrat told him that even the President of the United States is on a need-to-know basis. Let that sink in. There are people in our government who believe they have more authority than President Trump himself. That's not a deep state. That is a shadow government operating above the law, above democracy, and apparently above human life. Speaking of powerful forces trying to control America's future, there's a major development that you need to know about. Breaking news from the White House, the Trump administration just announced over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chain. And they named a specific Alaskan project as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral dominance. Now, I've been to the Bisla copper drilling site myself. I've seen it with my own eyes. What's happening right now is bigger than most people realize. President Trump just unveiled Project Vault, a $12 billion strategic minerals reserve designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America safe from foreign manipulation. While shadowy forces try to suppress breakthrough technology, President Trump is fighting back by securing the raw materials America needs for energy independence. Bisla Copper is positioning itself right at the center of this national security priority. You can find them trading in the United States under VCUFF and in Canada as VCUV. Check the exclusive briefing that's been prepared for you in the description below. We thank them for supporting our work. Now I'm going to show you exactly what Congress is uncovering about these missing scientists. This is where it gets even more disturbing. Representative Anna Paulina Luna just laid out the specific names and circumstances of these scientists. We're not talking about random accidents. We're talking about an astrophysicist shot dead in his home. A NASA senior scientist whose cause of death was never made public. A researcher who vanished without a trace while hiking. A retired Air Force general who oversaw classified space programs, just gone. These are not coincidences. This is a pattern, and Joe Rogan just explained why. You ready to hear this? He speaks on the missing scientists related to the advanced technology.
I have to understand, like this missing scientist thing, it sounds a little conspiratorial thing. It sounds like a little silly, a little tinfoil hatty.
It does.
Until you start thinking about the amount of money that would be lost if a breakthrough tech came around that revolutionized the way they distribute energy.
Right.
Breakthrough, zero-point energy, breakthrough, whatever that is that these people are working on, plasma technology, whatever the fuck that is. You would lose, if you're in whatever business that would be competing with them, you're going to lose so much fucking money. You're probably going to go under. If you're in the energy business, you're going to go, or he goes away.
Right.
And he goes away, and there's like him and maybe a few other people that work with him that understand that shit at all.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all wandering through the back rooms now. They're gone.
They're all scared. They're all going to scatter like roaches.
Yeah.
Because their life is in danger, and it is. Like, this is theoretical, right? I mean, it could be just a coincidence that all these people get.
How could it be? Could you pull up?
It's not possible.
Can you pull up a story on it? 'Cause, Jamie, I'm sorry, but it's two people from the same fucking lab.
Yep.
Like what?
Yeah.
I mean, it's gotten to the point that like it has hit the mainstream news. Like people are talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's her name? Nancy Guthrie disappears.
Is that related though?
No, but I'm just saying this one woman vanishes.
Yeah. It gets all this attention.
And it gets all the press.
Right,
but we've
right,
got
right.
scientists, like two scientists from the same lab disappear. Crickets.
Yep.
No, like
weird.
Weird,
Yeah,
dude.
real weird.
And what you're talking about is, if you think about it, it seems like all of human endeavor right now should be moving in the direction of getting off oil. I don't mean for carbon emissions. I mean because of this fucking oil problem that we have. We're like on the precipice of World War III at any given moment.
Right.
Any given moment. Of course they want to suppress these technologies. They would free humanity. As Rogan highlights the eerie silence surrounding missing scientists and advanced tech, Congressman Tim Burchett, he's not silenced. He claims there's a chilling message being sent about UFOs and the lives lost. He says it's sending a clear message.
missing or dead scientists. Many of them, I think most of them, with just in the last couple of months. Some of these stories do go back about 2 years, but they work at a handful of highly classified, high-access areas like NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratories or Los Alamos in New Mexico. They have access to highly sensitive information.
They do. They do. Again, I think it's sending a message, and I think the message is pretty clear. I've talked to some people, and this has had a real chilling effect. People don't want to talk about this issue of unidentified flying objects anymore, and it's kind of difficult to get to people because they are afraid, and probably rightfully so. So, I don't know. Everybody says virtually they get on about little green men and flying saucers. I just want to know what we're spending tens of millions of your hard-earned tax dollars, and when a bureaucrat tells me the president is on a need-to-know basis, we got to get some answers.
Yeah. I think we do need answers. Burchett pulling no punches on the UFO cover-up, demanding transparency. Meanwhile, the story of these vanished scientists grows deeper with startling specifics about their connections to sensitive projects. Here's more from Tim Burchett ripping the mask off the UFO phenomenon. He says it is time for disclosure.
There's credible proof that there's something else is going on, and the military and all these alphabet agencies, they'll publicly say one day they don't exist, this is all baloney, but then they're spending tens of millions, maybe billions of your dollars researching this. It's not about little green men or flying saucers, man, and you as a member of the media, it shouldn't be. It should be about what are we spending this money on? Why is there not transparency? Where is this money going? And that should be the discussion. And I've talked to the president. He's going to have to ask some tough questions of these agencies. And why am I in a meeting with somebody who tells me the president is on a need-to-know basis? That's a very chilling statement to make, that someone has that much power, an unelected bureaucrat.
The president on a need-to-know basis? Having heard the alarming details about the fate of key scientists, Representative Anna Paulina Luna sheds light on a series of deaths and disappearances linked to America's top research hubs. Is there a pattern, or could there be more in the shadows? This is the video that she posted to her X account from Fox News.
Story that caught our attention. We're talking about a number of U.S. scientists, some connected to very sensitive research, who have died or disappeared. Let's break down what we know so far. We're going to start with Carl Grillmar. Carl Grillmar, pictured here, was an astrophysicist at Caltech. He worked on a NASA-supported space telescope project and infrared systems. Now, he was shot and killed at his home just 2 months ago. Then there's Frank Maywald. He was a senior scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab, focused on advanced satellite systems, and he died nearly 2 years ago, but his cause of death has never been made public. Meanwhile, Monica Reza. Monica Reza also reportedly connected to NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab project. She went missing last summer while hiking in California. No trace. It keeps going. There's William McCaslin, a retired Air Force general. He, too, is missing. He's a former head of Air Force Research Lab and oversaw advanced space and surveillance programs. He's been missing since February. And reports say he once oversaw funding connected to a project that also included Monica Reza. Now, there's more. To New Mexico, Melissa Casais. She has been missing since last summer. She worked at Los Alamos National Lab. She had an administrative role, but reportedly also had security clearances. Just months earlier, she went missing, so too did Anthony Chavez, also connected to Los Alamos, an engineer. He disappeared during a walk. No signs, no answers. And then finally, there's Nuno Loureiro. You remember Nuno Loureiro? He was the MIT researcher focused on nuclear fusion and was shot and killed in his Massachusetts home last December. It was the case of the Brown shooter. It's a separate case with no confirmed links to the others. But here's the key point. Authorities have not connected these cases, but look at the overlap. The same handful of institutions, NASA, Air Force Research, Los Alamos Laboratory. So, could they be connected, or is this something else entirely?
Of course they're connected. See, this is the truth the establishment doesn't want you to know. This breakthrough energy technology, it exists, it's real, and the scientists who understand it are being systematically eliminated. Joe Rogan nailed it. We're talking about industries worth trillions of dollars. Oil, gas, traditional energy, they'd all collapse overnight if zero-point energy or advanced propulsion went public. So what do? The scientists just go away. They scatter like roaches because their lives are in danger. Congressman Burchett says he's talked directly with President Trump about this, and Trump is going to have to ask some very tough questions to these alphabet agencies. The deep state thought they could operate forever in the shadows, but with Trump back in the White House demanding answers, their reign of secrecy is coming to an end. And so are many of these scientists. See, Patriots, this is why we do what we do here at the Next News Network. The mainstream media won't touch this story with a 10-foot pole. They'll call it a conspiracy theory while scientists keep dying and disappearing. But of course, you and I know better. We know transparency is the enemy of tyranny. And President Trump is the first commander-in-chief willing to confront these unelected bureaucrats who think that they're above the law. So share this video with everyone you know. Drop a comment below. Do you believe these scientists' deaths are connected to UFO technology suppression? Yes or no? And since you made it to the end of the video, congratulations. Here's a message that most people don't see because they don't get this far. Text raw feed to 844-840-4963. That's how you and I maintain a direct connection. When the YouTube notifications never arrive, when the algorithm buries our videos under countless corporate spin, you and I will have a direct connection. I'll send you the text message, you'll get the video, and you will not miss a beat. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss coverage that you want. And support our work. Check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. Every purchase helps us fight back against big tech censorship. The truth is coming out, folks, whether the deep state likes it or not. I'm Gary Franchi. Stay informed and stay free.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now.
I had to be very raw when we interviewed the young men who were juvenile offenders in San Quentin. I told them about my own loss, where I lost my older sister a few days before my 7th birthday, and I blame myself for her death. And I share that because they ultimately were accused of committing these violent crimes and sentenced for life. And I think it shocked them that this, blonde lady who was, interviewing them had a similar story. Was perhaps in the wrong place at the wrong time, but wasn't punished the way they were, because clearly it was an accident, but theirs was probably an accident too. So anyway, I share that just because I guess, I quite enjoy spending time with people and being real and unmasking and showing them that it's safe to unmask themselves.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Gavin Newsom just split from his wife right after this went public. Jennifer Siebel Newsom sat in San Quentin with convicted killers and told them she killed her own sister with a golf cart as a child, was never punished, then said the prisoner's crimes were probably an accident too, declared the whole thing beautiful. Her nonprofit quietly pulled in $2.3 million while Gavin was in office. Now she's a named liability, scolding reporters at his press conferences, inserting herself into every headline. 3. His 2028 White House run is done. Her reputation? Shredded. And the part nobody's covering yet is so much worse.
I've given our boys dolls, even if they tear the head off. I've given them dolls to learn that care and caregiving is not just an activity that's reserved for women, but that it's also an activity that is a responsibility of men. What I've done with both my daughters and my sons is, if I'm reading a book and the protagonist is a male, I just change the he to a she. And it just normalizes for my sons in particular. I don't even just do it for my girls. I do it for my sons because I want them to see that women can be the center of a story, that women matter, that women are interesting. At the end of the day, we're all kind of like in this place in history maybe where we're recognizing what it is to ultimately deconstruct all these gender roles and ultimately be human. And that's exciting to me. So I'll just continue to kind of do my work and try and deconstruct all of these like limiting narratives about ultimately what it means to be human.
Okay, Gavin Newsom just became single again. Here's who Gavin Newsom is if you haven't been following. Governor of California, the state with the largest economy in the country. A man who has spent years running a shadow presidential campaign while never officially saying so. Doing book tours, hitting every media circuit, working Democratic fundraisers coast to coast. He was married to Jennifer Siebel Newsom, filmmaker, activist, mother of their 4 kids. She was supposed to be the secret weapon, the polished, passionate first lady in waiting who'd soften his edges on the national stage. And now they're done. Why does this matter to you, to working families, to anyone who pays taxes? Because this is a man who wants to run your country, who just split from the partner he built his entire brand around. And when you look at what Jennifer has been saying publicly and what Gavin has done to California, the whole thing clicks into place in a very specific, very ugly way. Jennifer Siebel Newsom has been very open about how she's raising her children. Not private, not subtle, on camera, smiling, genuinely proud of herself.
You took your 4 kids on this trip. You're here in Alabama now. Why was it important to you to take them on this trip to red states and learn about the history in our country?
That's a great question. Well, I don't think, or I know for a fact, that we don't get all of this history in our schools. And it's part of, enlivening them, building their curiosity, expanding their hearts, their empathy, so that they themselves can be the change they wish to see in the world and recognize that, we have work to do and that we have healing to do. And so that they can be, use their voices to stand up and speak out when they see pain and suffering and bullying and racism and misogyny around them. And
you want them to see it so that they know.
I do. I'm a truth seeker. They need to know the truth.
You guys heard all of that. She changes the pronouns in books she reads to her sons, not because the kids asked, not because there was any confusion, because she decided they needed that lesson engineered in. Look, teaching boys to be caring, to be good men, I'm for that. But there is a real canyon between be kind and you are a subject of my gender deconstruction experiment. Ladies and gentlemen, that was her phrase, her stated mission, spoken out loud, voluntarily, into a camera. And this woman was one election cycle away from setting up shop in the White House. And it doesn't stop at bedtime stories. Jennifer took the whole family on a field trip, an intentional one, to the red states. Here's how she explained the reasoning for bringing the kids.
You've seen it across the board. People are scared to death of this guy. And it's the appalling silence. It's the complicity. You're seeing the most successful, wealthiest people scared to death of this guy. It makes me sick. Is it worth it to you to watch this 249 years just vanish in real time? She asked about the Supreme Court. It's part of that. I'm old enough to remember in the history books this notion of the enduring values of our founding fathers, the best of the Roman Republic, Greek democracy, popular sovereignty. It's trying to rig the elections. This notion of co-equal branches of government. I said supine Congress, supine Supreme Court, rolling over to this guy. It's no longer the rule of law. It's increasingly the rule of done. It is a serious moment in world history, and we're losing our moral authority by the hour as he continues to exercise his formal authority by the minute.
She wanted her children to witness racism and bullying firsthand. She assumed she'd find it. She didn't go to Alabama to discover Alabama. She went to confirm a lesson she'd already written before anyone packed a suitcase. And then she called herself a truth seeker. Those are her words. A truth seeker who pre-selected the destination where her predetermined truth was sitting there waiting for her. I've seen package tourists with more intellectual honesty. Meanwhile, Gavin himself has been running the full anti-Trump outrage performance on national television. Very practiced, very emotional, very polished.
Is there one spot, Assemblyman, where you want to dig in that you think is ripe right now to expose?
I really do. One, there's a lot I've done on the on high-speed rail. I worked with Secretary Duffy, and the reason why they pulled back that $4 billion, here's one aspect I'll give you really quickly, is there's a clause in high-speed rail called non-execution of contract, where contractors are owed $170,000 a day if there are any delays whatsoever. We've been able to find out that over $800 million has been paid out on that clause, which means they paid $800 million for zero work to be done.
Losing our moral authority by the hour. Governor Hairline says this: the man who runs California, where taxpayers are fleeing to Texas and Arizona as fast as moving trucks can carry them. Sir, the people leaving his state in U-Hauls are taking American values with them. They're called Texans now. He says wealthy people are scared to death of Trump. Some of them probably are. But the rest of us are watching Gavin deliver a philosophy lecture about the soul of democracy while his state circles the drain. Ladies and gentlemen, he wants to be president. He genuinely, sincerely wants to run this country. Now I want you to stay with me here, because what I'm about to walk through sounds like I made it up. California's high-speed rail project, Gavin's prize, the train line that was supposed to connect LA to San Francisco, promised, funded, celebrated for years. Never built. And the reason it never got built, one of the main reasons, is something I had to reread twice because I thought I was misread, misunderstanding it. There's a clause in the contract called non-execution of contract. What that means in plain English is, if there are any delays on the project, for any reason whatsoever, the contractors still get paid $170,000 a day, per delay.
This is downtown Los Angeles, California. Yes, where Hollywood is at. This is not a movie, though. It's not a joke, and it's not a publicity stunt. This is the reality that people are living in Los Angeles, California. This woman is using this key to be able to open up the fire hydrant to be able to wash her blankets. I don't know if you saw the person that's in the back. Definitely scared me at first, but they're just like tripping on something. I'm not sure. And this is March 2026, where in Los Angeles, California, fire hydrants have now been converted into laundromats for transients that are living out in the streets in tents, and they brush their teeth, they wash their face.
$800 million. Zero work performed, paid out on delays. And when you're running a government mega project with zero accountability, you know what delays are? They're just the calendar. You want to know what $800 million could have meant for real Californians? The average home in Fresno, one of the cities this rail was supposed to serve, runs about $350,000. That's over 2,000 homes. Or fund every fire department in the state for a year. Or address the homeless crisis Gavin's been promising to fix since 2019. Nobody was looking at any of this until the Trump administration pulled back that $4 billion in federal funding. Nobody. Trump's team looked at the receipts, said we're done, and that is how this came out. That's genuinely wild to me. Just cooked. The whole project cooked from day one. If you want to understand what years of this governance have actually produced, the wasted billions, the hollow press conferences, the promises that never touched the ground, this is what downtown Los Angeles looks like right now.
It's going to, look, this book was dedicated to them. I wish this was a book my parents wrote.
Did they want you to run?
And it's going to be, I don't know. It depends on the day. And my son, Romeo, was very powerful, texted me a few months ago when there was some headline that suggested that I had made some decision. And he goes, Dad, are you running president? I said, no, we'll do the decision as a family. He goes, you can't. I said, why? He goes, I'm too young. You need to spend more time with us. I mean, how do you deal with that one? I screenshot it. I still have my phone. I'd show you.
How do you deal with that one?
Exactly. I'm asking you. Come on.
I'm not running for president.
No,
it's not
that's the point, and the point is the point. And so what matters is what matters. Like what matters is what matters. And that's
going back
hard.
to the book, your mother didn't want you to even get this far in politics.
And I think this is what that text. I don't so that's why I talk about fate. But it will be done as a family, and it'll be done as a unit, and it'll be done in a partnership with these magnificent creatures. I'm just so blessed. 2 boys, 2 girls, and people say their kids are perfect. Mine are not. They're perfectly imperfect.
A fire hydrant. being used as a laundromat by someone living in a tent, in the city that hosts the Oscars every year, in the city where Jennifer Siebel made documentaries about dignity and equity. And someone else is standing in the background. The video says, tripping on something. And in Gavin Newsom's California, in March 2026, that is just what the street looks like on a Wednesday. He's been governor since 2019. He didn't inherit this. He authored it, one press release at a time. The part I keep coming back to, though, Gavin wrote a book. He's doing the shows. He's laying the groundwork carefully, never saying president, while thinking it every single day. And somewhere in the middle of all that political maneuvering, his own kid sent him a text.
I want you to listen to what your fellow Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom said this weekend.
These guys are crushing us. The Democratic brand is toxic right now. The problem with the Democratic brand, we talk down to people, we talk past people. We're in a panic. I get it for good reason. Yes. This guy's not screwing around. Right. But we need to own our mistakes. So we need to own what's wrong with our party.
Governor Moore, do you agree with that assessment of your party? Is the Democratic Party brand toxic right now?
Well, I think that this is not a new thing because people have policies that haven't worked for them. I mean, I'm a product of broken policies, right? One of my earliest memories was watching my father die in front of me because he didn't get the health care he needed. That my mother didn't get her first job that gave her benefits until I was 14 years old. And this is a woman who went on to earn a master's degree. So these conversations about inequitable pay and wage gaps and why it's so difficult for working families to get ahead, it's not an academic exercise to me. I grew up in it, and I don't need a white paper to explain it. And I think that that's why the answer for going forward, and again, I don't think it's my job to help the Democrats come out of the wilderness. It's my job to make sure that this is Maryland's decade. Yeah. But the thing that I know is that we've got to make sure that it's not about a talking point. It's not about what's the right slogan. It's about delivering results.
I'm too young. You need to spend more time with us. Real text. From a real kid to his dad. And Gavin's actual on-air answer when asked how he handles that was, and I genuinely want you to hear this, what matters is what matters. He said that into a microphone on television. The interviewer just kind of stops. You can actually see her searching for where to take a sentence like that. Will I ever let this go? No. Should I give the man a break because he's clearly emotional in that moment? Probably. I'm not going to. And here's the almost beautiful irony sitting at the center of all of it. Even Gavin Newsom knows something is wrong. He said it himself. The Democratic brand is toxic right now. His words. And he delivers this diagnosis standing there like an outside consultant who just flew in, rather than the man who's been running one of the most prominent Democratic states for years. He went unmasked to a $400 dinner at the French Laundry while telling every Californian to stay home. And now he's the reformer who's going to lead the party out of the wilderness. Ladies and gentlemen, he is not the solution. He is the symptom with better hair and a publicist. The governor standing next to him, talking about watching his father die because he couldn't access health care, that man has something Gavin can never manufacture or buy. Real experience, real stakes, real pain. And Gavin's answer to that is to nod and say, what matters is what matters. So Gavin Newsom is divorced, his state is hollowed out, his train is an $800 million ghost, and the most honest thing he said all year was admitting his own party is toxic. Do I think his national ambitions are over? I think so. I really do. Actually, who am I kidding? These people never disappear. They repackage, they relaunch, and the media rolls out the red carpet like none of this ever happened. But California? Maybe California's finally starting to wake up. Maybe. I keep telling myself that. Thank you all very much for watching. Goodbye.
Why are you detaining him? He has a court date. Why are you detaining him? He has a court date.
Okay, so we have an interesting situation coming out of the city of Seattle, where a video has recently surfaced of a man being arrested by federal agents at a courthouse. So here's why things are getting interesting. One side of the story is that this man has a pending asylum case, but Homeland Security is saying he came into the country illegally and is a very dangerous man.
Nothing. Yep. So, they heard about what? I don't want to be called a faggot.
So, in response to this video and situation, protesters decided to absolutely trash the federal building in downtown Seattle. And there's another angle to this story I think a lot of people missed, and it's right in front of our faces. The state of Washington has a mask ban for all law enforcement to include ICE agents. And in any other situation, I wouldn't bring that up, but when it comes to the city of Seattle, we have this going on. Officers will be disciplined if they don't document ICE actions, Seattle Police Chief says, and I wonder if the Seattle Police Department actually documented what occurred in that courthouse, such as these federal agents wearing their face masks. So we have a lot going on with this story. It's not simply a person has been arrested in a courthouse. We have a lot of different layers, and I'm going to do my best to cover all the different angles here, and I think you'll find it rather interesting. Now, real quick, before we start, make sure to please like this video. It helps out a ton, and it also helps others see the videos as well. And if we are already seeing the federal building being trashed like we did last year, this could be the start of something new. I hope it's not, but if it is, make sure to please subscribe as well. So let's start with the raw footage as far as what's going on inside of the courthouse.
Him. Why are you detaining him? He has a court date. Why are you detaining him? He has a court date. I hope you're fucking happy with yourself, you fucking nutties. Yeah, he has a court date coming up in May. Why are you detaining him? Not in fucking hell. Look at all their faces. I can see your faces, motherfucker.
Okay, so that is all we get, a 30-second video. Let me know how you feel about this and the interaction. Now, we really can't break down too much from this interaction. We don't get all of the details, other than he has a court date. He has a court date in May. But even then, we don't know exactly what this court date is just from this video. Okay, so after that interaction, this happened.
It's a safety issue to get in and out of here. That's not thousands of dollars. Okay, whatever. This is what we're doing. That's all I'm saying.
So, unfortunately, the local news did not cover this part of the story. I was able to find, how do I explain this, websites that are very pro a certain ideology that would be totally okay with this. I was able to find some information as far as what's going on and verify this all occurred in reaction to the person that was arrested in the courthouse. Now, we do have the Cho show. He was on scene, and he was able to capture these scenes.
Yeah, like that. Podcast, not yet. Sorry. Yeah, that's fucking. I have gay friends. No, I'm not gonna shut the fuck up. Shoot, that fucking sucks. I'm not fucking. You're little people when you talk like that. Okay, come on. Yeah, that's what I thought. Don't be saying.
Okay, so again, this is going to be from the Cho show. Make sure to go follow him, go support him. He's super active in this part of the country, covers this stuff all the time. Okay, so from here, let's try to dig into the details of this story, and you'll notice we really have conflicting narratives as far as what's happening. So first things first, we have this. Masked ICE agents arrest man with no deportation order in Seattle Immigration Court. Okay, so here's their side of the story. Again, you'll notice there's a vastly different side from DHS when we get there very soon. Masked ICE agents briefly returned to the immigration courthouse in Seattle Tuesday and arrested a man who did not have a standing deportation order. "I'm your friend. Calm down," one masked agent can be heard saying in Spanish to the man they were arresting. The agents pressed the man up against a wall while they put handcuffs on him. Elisha Malone, the man's immigration attorney, documented the arrest on video, which was also shared with this news organization. That's the video we watched. A group of about 9 plainclothes ICE agents, masked and wearing badges on their hips or around their necks, surrounded the man at the Henry M. Jackson Federal Building, where the Seattle Immigration Court is located, and later walked him into a service elevator. Again, we saw that. They are not going to name the detained man because the details of his asylum case could put his life or the lives of his family in danger. The man's wife can be heard on the video crying and asking why they're taking her husband, echoing Malone's own questions. Okay, so that's pretty much all we get. Leave your comments down below. Let me know how you feel about this. And by the way, if you haven't already, make sure to please subscribe to my channel because we cover stuff like this all the time. We see conflicting headlines and stories a lot, and we really try to break it down so you guys can have an informed opinion. But now let's get over to what DHS is saying. Okay, so this is going to be from the Post-Millennial. This article is from Katie Davis Court. You guys have probably heard that name before, especially in connection to the Portland protest. Well, she does work for the Post-Millennial. She is actually a courtroom or courthouse journalist. If you guys want to go follow her, she actually does that professionally, so this is within her wheelhouse. Now, this is what she's saying. Exclusive. Seattle ICE did not arrest innocent asylum seeker at immigration court. He's a Mexican illegal alien with alleged cartel ties. Okay, so right off the bat, if this is true, obviously if there are alleged cartel ties and you have criminal actions going on, trying to seek asylum or getting approved for asylum is near impossible, which is why I wanted to cover this story and show you guys we really have competing narratives here. Okay, so this is what Homeland Security said to Katie. The Department of Homeland Security told the Post-Millennial that Carlos Vasquez Garcia, the apprehended migrant, is an illegal alien from Mexico who unlawfully entered the U.S. under the Biden administration in 2024. DHS signaled that Garcia has a criminal history in his home country. Sources familiar with the matter exclusively told the Post-Millennial that it's allegedly cartel-related, describing Garcia as a very dangerous man. On April 7th, ICE arrested Carlos Vasquez Garcia, an illegal alien from Mexico. Again, this is straight from DHS. He illegally entered the United States on March 19th, 2024, and was released into our country under the Biden administration. Garcia will remain in ICE custody pending the outcome of his removal proceedings, a DHS spokesperson told the Post-Millennial in a statement. "We are confident he is one of the media's non-criminals because of his history in his home country." The spokesperson continued, "Nearly 70% of ICE arrests are of criminal illegal aliens who have been convicted or have pending charges. This statistic doesn't account for those wanted for violent crimes in their home country or another country, Interpol notices. Human rights abusers, gang members, terrorists, etc., the list goes on. ICE arrests at immigration courts will continue according to DHS. It is common sense to take them into custody following the completion of their removal proceedings. Nothing prohibits arresting a lawbreaker where you find them, the agency says. Okay, so let me know how you feel about that. As far as any other statements from Homeland Security, that's really all I could find as far as the details of this case. Okay, so remember, at the beginning of the video, I did mention last year we saw this same federal building experienced clashes with protesters. Now, my disclaimer, right now, the most we have seen in 2026 is what I showed you guys from the Cho show. Piling up scooters, spray painting, putting stickers on the building. This is what it looked like last year. Katie Davis Court was there on June 10th, 2025. Check this out. Okay, so again, this was last year. Let me know if you guys remember this, because I think a lot of people forgot this happened. What ended up happening was this lasted for a few days, and there was a lot of contention between federal agents and the Seattle Police Department, because the Seattle Police Department, they were allowing this to happen, but eventually they did have to step in because fires were being lit, windows were getting smashed, it was getting very bad. And speaking of contention with the Seattle Police Department, here is the mayor of Seattle. This is how she feels if her police officers do not follow her initiatives and her orders.
Working with the police department to make sure that officers are following the rules that we have sent down. And if they don't, then that's a problem.
Do you support firing cops who don't follow that executive order?
You mean firing cops who do what?
Who don't follow the law?
Yeah. Sure, yeah.
That are cooperating with ICE.
Okay, so again, I do want to show you guys, this has also been an ongoing issue as far as the local police unions not being too happy with the amount of pressure the mayor has been putting on some of these police officers, expecting an armed agency to tell another armed agency you can't do something because of her executive orders and her current initiative as far as her city plans to push away these deportation operations, or to at least not get involved with them. So I was able to find this article. Again, depending on what state you live in and the laws you have, obviously this would not be news, but in Washington this would be some pretty big news. Masked agents test new state standards for law enforcement.
This is video of an ICE arrest from this morning. The clip shows masked agents arresting someone from a red pickup truck, and the white SUV with flashing red and blue lights has a new driver sticker. The arrest happened a few minutes after 8 a.m. at the intersection of 17th Avenue Southwest and Southwest 98th Street in White Center, across the intersection from Jeff Saley's Ring doorbell camera, which also captured the arrest.
They apparently put him in the car, the white SUV, and drove him off.
Saley has owned Mary Maids at this corner since 1991. He says some of his employees witnessed the arrest.
They clean and they say.
And by the way, I do want to point out, whenever you follow along or watch these type of stories or listen to them, make sure you're listening to the details, because one thing they did not point out was the clearly marked vest, Police ICE, Police ERO. I do want to point that out because depending on how much ICE wants to show that they are ICE, that will really affect the storyline as well.
We have to watch out the windows, make sure nobody's going to pull up.
The employees confirmed agents were wearing masks. That is now against Washington state law as of March 19th. This morning's arrest isn't the only one caught on camera. This video from yesterday in Burien shows a masked agent walking past a white Toyota Camry that has broken windows.
Again, I do want to point out, again, clearly marked. We're not throwing that part into the story, and I think that matters because one of the really big contention points against ICE would be a lot of them are unmarked. We don't know who they are. They need to be identifying themselves, and I do think the Trump administration actually does want to move that forward or be more open about these agents being ICE agents. And we know that because with these airport deployments, even President Trump said, we cannot have these guys and women wearing masks if they're going to be working with American citizens. Even he didn't think that was right.
The agent stopped one man in the Camry, smashed his windows, and arrested him. Today, the only evidence of that arrest is the shattered glass on the ground.
This is all I have of this happening.
Back at Mary Maids in White Center, Saley says he's seen ICE in the area before.
No, we haven't been affected. I have my little no ICE sticker on the window.
The sticker is a guideline. The mask rule is the law.
Yeah, that's not good. We have a law. They need to follow them.
Okay, so you guys can leave your comments down below. I just wanted to show you guys, we see this a lot with sanctuary states where I know a lot of you are probably already typing your comments. We have something called superseding, or the superseding laws, or supremacy clause, where federal agents are following a federal guideline, federal laws, and a state has their own state laws which don't apply to that. Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I hope I was as fair as possible in reporting all the different sides here. If I do get any more information as far as this asylum case, I will let you guys know. But again, if you are new, make sure to please subscribe because we cover stuff like this all the time. One thing I do want to point out, my observation, it's becoming a lot more common with these courthouse arrests. So that is something I am definitely paying attention to. We're seeing them a lot in Tennessee. We're starting to see them more in other states as well. So make sure to please subscribe so we can cover that for you guys. And again, we are getting contentious stories here where one side is saying one one thing, another side is saying another thing, and we try to break it down. So thank you guys again for everything. God bless all of you, and please seek Christ. We really need that right now, and please pray for peace. Thank you guys so much.
Recently, the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrested the late Iranian general Soleimani's niece in Los Angeles. They revoked her green card, and now she's awaiting her deportation. Following that, an Iranian TV host, Gila Sadeghi, was also exposed for holding a U.S. green card. And these are just the tip of the iceberg. According to Iranian exiles, around 4,000 to 5,000 relatives of senior Iranian officials are living in the U.S. Gila Sadeghi publicly curses the U.S. on television and threatens to take revenge on Trump, yet she privately holds a U.S. green card. The news focuses on Gila Sadeghi, the leading host of Iran state television. On screen, her stance is very firm, especially after Iranian General Soleimani was arrested. She made several harsh comments against the U.S. To many Iranian viewers, she was the patriotic spokesperson for the government. However, people discovered that she frequently traveled to the U.S., and photos were taken of her posted online. The photos show her at an American airport, dressed casually, which is a stark contrast to her on-screen image, where she wears a black headscarf. What's even more ironic is that several Persian-language media outlets reported in 2024 that Sadeghi herself had stated that she's a U.S. citizen and might return to the U.S. This is anti-American for work, pro-American for living. This double standard has angered many Iranian Americans. Now, many Iranian activists are calling on the U.S. State Department and Department of Homeland Security to investigate and revoke Sadeghi's green card. The reasoning is that as a prominent host for the Iranian government, she openly threatens U.S. leaders and spreads anti-American propaganda, yet holds U.S. immigration benefits, which is considered a national security risk. Recently, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been taking action, clearing such national security threats. On April 4th, the State Department issued a statement revoking the green cards of multiple people connected to Iran's regime, and federal agents arrested 2 individuals. Among the captured individuals are 2 representative figures, the late General Soleimani's niece, 47-year-old Hamida Soleimani Afshar, and her 25-year-old daughter, Sarina Sadag Hosseini. They were both arrested by ICE on April 3rd and had their green cards revoked. According to the U.S. State Department, Afshar had celebrated attacks on U.S. soldiers and military facilities, praised Iran's supreme leader, and called the U.S. the Great Satan. She had expressed support for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is designated as a terrorist organization. From a common-sense perspective, this is a typical case of eating America's food, yet smashing America's pot. According to media reports, Afshar entered the U.S. on a tourist visa in 2015, sought asylum in 2019, and became a green card holder in 2021. Her daughter arrived in 2021 on a student visa and obtained a green card in 2023. Both had returned to Iran multiple times, raising concerns among U.S. authorities. Lauren Biss, a spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security, emphasized the seriousness of revoking a green card. She said, "It is a privilege to be granted a green card to live in the United States of America. If we have reason to believe a green card holder poses a threat to the U.S., the green card will be revoked." Marco Rubio specifically pointed out that Afshar was enjoying the material comforts of the West in Los Angeles while posting anti-American propaganda on Instagram. Now, both mother and daughter's legal residency status has been terminated, and they're being detained by ICE, awaiting deportation. This is not an isolated case. In early April, the daughter and son-in-law of Ali Larijani, a key figure in Iran's National Security Council and former secretary, were also stripped of their U.S. status and deported. They are currently outside the U.S. and permanently banned from re-entering. Ali Larijani's daughter, Ardashir Larijani, worked in cancer research at the Emory University School of Medicine in southern Georgia. After mass protests broke out in Iran late last year, demonstrators gathered at the university's Cancer Research Institute, calling for Ardashir's dismissal. Georgia Republican Congressman Earl Carter also joined the calls, demanding the revocation of her medical license. Emory University subsequently terminated its employment relationship with Ardashir Larijani. By April 4th, a petition calling for her deportation had garnered 157,017 signatures. It's worth noting that Ali Larijani himself was targeted and assassinated in an airstrike on March 17th. Ali Larijani was not just a commander in the Revolutionary Guard and a political heavyweight, but also had family members in key sectors like the judiciary and foreign affairs, forming a political power base. Larijani not only ensured his daughter's long-term stay in the U.S., but his family network also extended to Europe. It is reported that Larijani has 2 nephews living in the UK and Canada. This transnational family network allows the Iranian regime to maintain a certain influence within Western societies, enabling lobbying or infiltration at critical moments, such as during U.S. elections or nuclear negotiations. The U.S. State Department's decisive action reveals a clear strategy under the Trump administration. No family members of hostile regimes will be allowed to use the U.S. as a safe haven while supporting anti-American propaganda. Rubio said on X, "The Trump administration will not allow our country to become a home for foreign nationals who support anti-American terrorist regimes." Despite Iran's decades-long anti-American stance, thousands of children of Iran's ruling elites are living in the U.S., the source of all evil according to their parents. They are not ordinary immigrants, but the direct relatives of Iran's political core, daughters of the Speaker of Parliament, daughters of the President, the beloved children of intelligence founders, and even the offspring of high-ranking Revolutionary Guard officials. In Iran, their fathers demand strict religious dress codes for women, but in the US, they wear bikinis and low-cut dresses, attend elite parties with heavy makeup, drive sports cars, and flaunt luxury goods. In the past, this situation was not widely known. However, now with the war underway, the US government has started tracking the overseas assets of Iran's elites and revoking their visas. In Iranian slang, these privileged children are called agazada, meaning children of the master. This term carries a strong derogatory meaning, referring to the privileged class that uses their father's political power and corrupt networks to amass wealth in their home country while spending it lavishly abroad. They drive Ferraris through the wealthy neighborhoods of northern Tehran and can instantly fly to Dubai's nightclubs to spend money recklessly, showcasing their Hermes handbags and private jets on Instagram. Behind this flaunting of wealth is the increasingly difficult life of ordinary Iranians, especially after inflation spiraled out of control and the standard of living plummeted. They use anti-Americanism to legitimize their domestic authoritarian rule, while leaving a backdoor open for themselves and their families to escape to the West. This phenomenon is not unique to Iran. In Chinese public opinion, some high-ranking CCP, princelings, and diplomatic families exhibit similar behavior. For years, mainstream US media has reported on the children of CCP leaders receiving elite education and enjoying a privileged lifestyle in the US, while CCP propaganda portrays the US as hegemonism and the root of all problems. For example, Xi Jinping's daughter, Xi Mingze, studied at Harvard under a pseudonym. On September 26, 2024, a user posted a tweet on X titled Hua Chunying and her daughter in the U.S. The tweet included a photo of China's Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Hua Chunying, with a woman dressed in a blue hoodie. The poster claimed that this was a photo of Hua Chunying and her daughter, taken in the U.S. They criticized Hua as a staunch anti-American Chinese official. Yet, she sends her daughter to the impoverished, dangerous, and evil United States. Hua Chunying is 56 years old and currently serves as the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, and her husband owns property in California's Bay Area, which is used for their daughter's studies. This sparked ridicule online, with some commenters saying, anti-Americanism is just a job, but sending your kids to receive an American education is living the good life. According to a report by Taiwan's Sanli News Network, in May 2019, before Hua Chunying took office, someone had reported to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that she and her husband owned property in the San Francisco Bay Area. This led to a meeting with Zhang Ji, the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Disciplinary Office, who questioned Hua. She explained that the property was purchased in late 2015 and was solely intended as accommodation for her daughter, Fan Hua, who was studying abroad. She further clarified that the property had been declared to the party and was not concealed. Since 2012, Hua Chunying has served as a spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, making her one of the longest-serving spokespersons of the CCP. During this time, she garnered significant criticism, particularly for her wolf warrior rhetoric, which was often seen as antagonistic. She once harshly criticized the U.S., likening it to an octopus with too many long-reaching arms. She evenly openly declared, "So what if we act like a wolf warrior?" However, her stance was met with online backlash. Some people commented, "Please, if the U.S. doesn't show the CCP a lesson, the CCP will become a disaster for the world." These cases highlight the stark contrast between the CCP's elites' official stance and their personal lives, publicly criticizing the West while privately enjoying the education, lifestyle, and resources the West provides. Making money through anti-American rhetoric, then using that wealth to live comfortably in the U.S. has become an effective life model in China. More and more hypocrites are emerging. One who publicly rakes in money by shouting anti-American slogans at home, yet secretly relocates their wives, children, mistresses, and even illegitimate children to the U.S. Even in a country like Iran, with a population less than 100 million, such hypocritical individuals are prevalent. It's hard to imagine how vast this group must be in China. For example, China's well-known anti-American fighter, Sima Nan, often criticizes the U.S. in public settings. With a strong patriotic image, Sima Nan has accumulated over 30 million followers on various platforms, gaining immense commercial opportunities through high traffic. He typically stirs up debates and creates a buzz under the banner of nationalism, using accusations like disloyalty to the country to cyberbully and pressure private companies and entrepreneurs. However, it was later revealed that Sima Nan had purchased a house in the U.S. as early as 2010 and moved his wife, children, and assets there. Allegedly, his family owns as many as 8 properties in the U.S. Just in 2021, the property taxes they paid to the U.S. government amounted to over $87,000. When people questioned him about buying property in the U.S., asking if he lacked confidence in China's modernization and preferred America, Sima Nan responded with his typical anti-American persona, saying, "I did indeed think too highly of the U.S. Back in 2010, U.S.-China relations were tolerable. I never expected them, the U.S., to act like this, so thuggish. I failed to recognize the imperialist thug nature, which is my big mistake, and I must deeply realize it." However, as a property owner in the U.S., Sima Nan, once in the U.S., enjoyed a lavish lifestyle and was seen basking in the sun with his family. His son had been sent to an expensive American school years ago, receiving an American education and actively participating in the local community. In March 2025, a notice from the Beijing Tax Bureau placed Sima Nan in the middle of a public uproar. Investigations revealed that between 2019 and 2023, Sima Nan had evaded taxes totaling 4.62 million RMB, using hidden income and false declarations. Moreover, his controlled company, a film planning center in Beijing, underreported costs and evaded 750,000 RMB in corporate tax income. As a result, the tax authorities demanded the repayment of taxes, along with late fees and fines, amounting to a total of 9.27 million RMB. Netizens commented that tax evasion is the greatest form of unpatriotism, completely shattering the image that Sima Nan had carefully crafted. In reality, this tax evasion case not only exposed Sima Nan's greed, but also revealed the economic motivations behind his performance. Sima Nan's statement, "Anti-American is a job, living in the U.S. is life," went viral online. Many people began to use this quote to mock certain individuals in China who promote communism while holding foreign nationalities. Many netizens believe the people joining the Communist Party today have no pure motives. They're all sophisticated egoists, the worst morally among the 1.4 billion people. Because in today's China, who still believes in communism? Not to mention these regular party members, even the so-called national leaders, including Xi Jinping, do they believe in it? Today, anyone who joins the Communist Party is just seeking benefits within a dictatorship. The decision to ban Communist Party members from entering the U.S. is absolutely correct. Since they believe in communism, they, like the children of the Iranian elite, have no right to engage with the free world. Just like the Iranian government, the Communist Party has enslaved China for 70 years. They rely on brainwashing, enslavement, ignorance, and poverty-stricken education. They build firewalls, suppress freedom of speech and press, monopolize all information and communication. They impose perverse surveillance, intimidating and threatening every word and action. They monopolize legislation, administration, and judiciary, use brute force, and control power and wealth. Anyone who resists is met with class struggle, communist red revolutions, brutal plunder to seize power, and high-pressure rule to maintain a dictatorship. The U.S. is a mirror. Once one affirms the democracy and freedom of America, it's equivalent to simultaneously acknowledging China's autocratic dictatorship, which endangers the legitimacy of the Communist Party's rule. Thus, demonizing the U.S. is a key part of the CCP's massive brainwashing campaign. The expose in 2026 might just be the beginning. As the flow of information accelerates, even with various barriers, people will still be able to access more and more diverse facts through different channels. When anti-Americanism becomes a career and America becomes a lifestyle, the public will inevitably have to reassess who is truly defending their values and who is playing both sides.
Yeah, I'm tired of the both sides shit too, man.
And accused of causing that massive warehouse fire in Ontario this week, now facing additional charges.
Yeah, these new charges are on a federal level. Rachel Aragon is live outside the courthouse in Rancho Cucamonga, where those charges were just announced. We actually learned a lot at this press conference, Rachel.
Yeah, we really did. In fact, we'll unpack that shortly. But now we're also learning the man accused of setting that massive fire at that warehouse in Ontario is expected to have his first court appearance. But we're hearing right now, you guys, that could be several more hours until he makes it to that courthouse. In the meantime, though, check out this picture right here. This is a brand new mugshot we just received this morning of the man suspected of arson. This is right here is 29-year-old Highland resident Kamal Abdul Kareem. Again, police confirming he's the employee of NFI Industries, which is a third-party.
I can't even believe that name, and he looks white.
We'll take a look at the video right here. We've been showing it
Abdul Kareem, and the boy looks like a fucking Joe.
Center, drawing in about 175 firefighters. Well, officials this morning announcing a new federal charge, this one arson related as well, and court documents also saying when police searched him, they say an officer found a lighter on him. Well, the fire, according to the criminal complaint, causing about $500 million worth of damage.
Yeah, that lighter needs to go somewhere.
This video right here as well. This video has been spreading on social media of what appears to be someone starting a fire inside a warehouse. Well, just about 30 minutes ago, we heard from a police and attorneys confirming today that they believe this video to be filmed by the suspect himself. Police say he also vented to witnesses over phone and text messages about his crimes, as well as his frustration with his employer and over his pay. We'll hear a federal officials talking about the concerns over the suspect. They say they are tired of seeing people resort to violence to attack capitalism and other issues. And they say the suspect right here, you're about to see again, compared himself to Luigi Mangione, again, the man who allegedly killed.
Oh my God! Of course, he compared himself to Luigi.
In a phone call to one witness, the defendant compared himself to Luigi Mangione, the accused murderer of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Look, America is founded on free enterprise and capitalism.
Yeah,
there is an extremely disturbing trend where people are resorting to violence to communicate political messages or economic messages. I don't know if this guy saw himself as Luigi, but he's an arsonist. He's a criminal.
And Jenna Roxy, as you mentioned, we learned a lot actually from this press conference. One thing we learned that allegedly he said at least 6 fires. They're still looking into it. That number they said could grow. We also asked the officials if this man had any kind of criminal history. As of right now, they said they're not aware of any kind of criminal background. But so much to unpack here. The other thing they really focused on was the social media videos that we just saw. According to the complaint, the suspect allegedly posted the video that he shot on his Instagram story. That video, again, allegedly was then pulled from by a witness from social media, and that's how they got their hands on it. We also know that the suspect was found about 2 miles away from the facility of where that fire broke out. And according to court documents, it doesn't appear he put up much of a fight, and even had mentioned one time, according to police, that he was confessing. But again, we'll break down more information about this press conference as the morning goes on. Reporting live this morning, I'm Rachel Aragon. I'll send it back to you.
That aggravated arson charge is something that the U.S. Attorney Bill O'Saley said they'll be focusing on. And how much prison time does that carry?
10 to 25 years or to life.
Right now, right? But one thing they really zeroed in on was the economic damages. And I know for that charge alone could be anywhere from 10 years to life in prison. Again, that's just one charge, particularly as it relates, like I said, the damage that has been caused. So we're going to get more information. But as of right now, anywhere from 10 years to life.
It doesn't seem like he's that concerned in what you just said, what he revealed to investigators, but also putting that video out, which we showed, basically making it clear he's the one behind everything that transpired. So it looks like he was motivated, and he really just wanted to do what he wanted to do and make a point.
Yeah, and that's what the U.S. Attorney found so concerning. He says we're often seeing these trends, or at least patterns, of people who are almost boasting, if you will, on social media or other platforms about what they allegedly did. And because that's really concerning. So, yeah, definitely a lot of questions about that.
Yeah, more wanting to send a message. All right, Rachel, thank you.
Democrats who are, well, thinking about running for president in 2028, at least seeking the party's nomination. Speaking at Al Sharpton's conference, that's the National Action Network conference in New York this week. Former Vice President Kamala Harris, former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg spoke today, and they came kind of close to letting people know what they might do in 2028 or the year before, which is the important year. Listen.
Are you going to run again in 28?
Listen, I might. I'm thinking about it. The one thing I'm really clear about also is the status quo is not working and hasn't been working for a lot of people for a long time.
Of course, we want to see an end to the current regime, but what we really need to make clear is what we would be doing instead, that it doesn't have to be this way, and your everyday life could be better.
Just so my calendar is clear, should I be reserving a table at Sylvia's? Are you going to run again?
You save me a seat, I'll be there.
CBS News political director Finn Gomez has the latest from New York. So when the vice president says I might, that sounds like a pretty close to a yes. But when she also says, Finn, that the status quo hasn't been working for some time, well, for 4 years, she was part of the status quo.
She absolutely was. And look, all week we've been talking to people who are the attendees here. They've been saying they've been eager to listen to some of these this parade of 2028 presidential contenders that have come to this event organized by the Reverend Al Sharpton. But the one that the most attendees were looking forward to, Major, has been Vice President Harris. And look, there were some who felt that she didn't get a square deal back in 2024, that she was hampered by President Biden and the party at the time. But what you're sounding, what I heard today were inklings, like sort of a wink, wink, and a nod, if you will, that she's seriously considering a run. And the other thing I wanted to point out is that she was also burnishing in foreign policy credentials, really comparing herself to the current leadership in the White House, which I thought was significant. But really, that moment with Sharpton on the stage, that was really the clearest indicator yet that she's seriously considering a run and that she might major. The other reaction I got from some of her supporters, Major, after her speech was, yes, they encouraged her to run. She had a standing ovation after her comments. But there were some who also kind of like wanted to had a wait and see approach. While they supported her, they liked her, but they were open to speaking and wanted to hear from other potential 2028 contenders, which I thought was interesting. I also spoke just before your show, Major, to a former senior Harris campaign official. When I asked that person about another run, they told me, while they're grateful to the former vice president, they also believe that their party is not made up of people who like to look backwards at the rear view mirror. Very striking comment there, and also representing what some people in the Democratic Party do believe. Major.
Hey, Gomez from New York. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Story number 1. We're getting our first look at the man accused of setting an Ontario warehouse on fire earlier this week and learning more about a possible motive. CBS LA's Rick Montanez is live in Rancho Cucamonga. And Rick, a lot of the information that we're getting now was just released this morning.
Right, Christine, and also he was set to be arraigned on local charges. That arraignment
12 hours
did not happen,
ago.
though, because the suspect did not show up to court for undisclosed medical reasons, so that hearing now delayed until Monday. But we also learned this morning he will be facing federal charges for this massive fire from Tuesday. Let's show you his photo. It's a booking photo released by investigators. We're talking about 29-year-old Shamel Abdul Karim. He's facing 7 felony counts of arson filed by the San Bernardino County District Attorney's Office. We also have this new photo of his arrest from an officer's body-worn camera. The photo released by the U.S. Attorney's Office as part of its federal criminal complaint.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
And this is a big part of why federal and local prosecutors say they're confident in a conviction here. Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Saley says this video posted online shows Abdul Karim recording himself igniting rolls of toilet paper while complaining about his pay. Ontario police say the suspect set multiple fires inside the 1.2 million square foot Kimberly-Clark warehouse. That's where he worked for a third-party distributor. Someone only being identified as a witness led police to Abdul Karim. The federal criminal complaint says the suspect sent a text to that witness saying he wanted to say goodbye and hear their voice one last time. Because of the extensive and costly damage of the product inside the warehouse and the damage to the facility itself, Abdul Karim is facing a primary charge of aggravated arson with a special circumstance.
That the damage as a result of the arson was over $10.1 million. That actually makes this case, if convicted of this charge, if proven beyond a reasonable doubt, would be 10 years to life. The basis for that is the initial estimates that we've received is that the paper product alone that was inside of the warehouse was worth $500 million. The building itself was worth $150 million, so we're well over the threshold of the $2.1 million.
This act of violence apparently was driven by his hostility to capitalism and corporations.
And Assistant U.S. Attorney Saley says that after the local case is complete, that is when Abdul Karim will then go into federal custody to face those charges, where he is looking at up to 20 years in federal prison. Reporting live in Rancho Cucamonga this morning, Rick Montanez, CBS LA.
Now on those human remains found inside suitcases in a very remote area of Palm Bay called the Compound. Police now say they have a motive, a method, and a man in jail.
And Fox 35's Marie Ettinger is here with the latest details. Marie.
The man arrested in this case isn't just accused of murder. He's accused of targeting sex offenders, cutting up their bodies, and saving microscope slides with their DNA. People online are comparing this to the show Dexter. I talked with a forensic psychiatrist who said the same thing.
Lucas Jones had originally been brought in for disposing of human remains, but a new arrest warrant describes not just a horrible murder, but something allegedly targeted and planned, with evidence alleged to show future targets too. His arrest report accuses him of printing out a list of convicted sex offenders who lived near him and picking Coley Lee Daniel. Police say Jones told his girlfriend he killed Daniel with a baseball bat, used a cleaver, saw, and knife to dismember him, placed the body parts in separate suitcases and bags, then hid them in the compound, but not before keeping a microscope slide with biological matter. I talked about that with a forensic psychiatrist not affiliated with this case.
Particularly with serial killers, you'll hear people keeping trophies or reminders of the crime. But I've actually never heard of someone keeping like a DNA slide. I've only seen that on Dexter.
A search warrant affidavit says detectives are still looking for Daniel's torso and are hoping a search of Lucas's phone will help them find it. They did find Daniel's skull with signs of blunt force trauma, a medical examiner reported.
For any crime like this, you know, history of violence, history of victimization, drug and alcohol history, other criminal history, that's also a risk factor.
Court records show Jones doesn't have any criminal history outside of being an aggressive driver. A few months ago, police say he was driving recklessly and caused a rollover crash that hurt 2 of his friends in the car. Crystal Wilson witnessed that wreck and said at the time she thought he should have served jail time for it. She hadn't heard about his murder arrest until I told her.
That is crazy.
Yes.
They should have put him in jail. They should have put him in jail. He wouldn't have done that. He needed help. He needed help then.
Right now, Jones is being held in jail with no bond ahead of his hearing. Marie Ettinger, Fox 35 News.
The Iranian regime is officially tearing itself apart from the inside. A bitter civil war has erupted inside the government, with rogue military commanders desperately trying to sabotage their own diplomats before they even go to Pakistan to negotiate. Take a look at this report. Senior Iranian officials are locked in a dispute over the composition and authority of the delegation set to negotiate with the United States in Islamabad. The IRGC commander-in-chief, Ahmad Vahidi, is seeking to curb the authority of the Speaker of the House and Foreign Minister Aragachi in the talks. Vahidi has also pushed for the inclusion of a new guy, Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, in the negotiating team. This move is opposed by the current members of the negotiating team who consider this new guy lacking experience for strategic negotiations. At the same time, Vahidi and the IRGC Aerospace Force Commander have stressed that the delegation must avoid any negotiations over Iran's missile program. Now, this is something we have noticed before too. The IRGC has increased their control over the Iranian society since this war began, and now the IRGC commanders want to make sure they don't lose that control because of some negotiations that civilian leaders are doing overseas. But you see, this split isn't just at the top. We're seeing the same thing happen inside of the Iranian society, specifically the members who support the Islamic Republic. There are a lot of supporters who are actually now protesting against the foreign minister and against the speaker who are involved in the negotiations. Just take a look at this clip where people are protesting against the foreign minister who's, I'm guessing, driving somewhere. Take a look.
Oh, Westerners, curse your parents, Mr. Arachi. May they put dust on your head. Look, people are having a stroke in front of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. By the Quran, they are having a stroke, shouting and rioting. Curse your father, your actions, curse your existence, curse your head. May they put dust on your head. May they put dust on your head.
Some Iranians see negotiations with America as betrayal, but nonetheless, the negotiations seem to be moving forward. So let's talk about the negotiations itself. As you guys may remember from yesterday, talks were supposed to happen Friday, so they were supposed to happen today, but it seems like they have been pushed back again. Pakistani officials who are mediating these negotiations are telling the media that talks are now expected to be pushed back to weekend, meaning they're supposed to take place over the weekend, and on top of that, they expect it to be a multi-day process that could go as deep as Monday or even Tuesday. Now, yesterday we talked about how some Iranian officials said that they will pull out of talks unless there's a ceasefire in Lebanon too. Iran's position is basically that this was something that was agreed in the initial ceasefire deal. But the United States and Israel are saying that Lebanon wasn't something that was agreed on. But luckily, President Trump put out this statement yesterday basically saying that Prime Minister Netanyahu is on board with the agreement, the ceasefire agreement, and he's going to be more low-key on Hezbollah inside of Lebanon. Those weren't my words, those were his. Trump also put out a statement basically calling out Iran and saying that Iran is not holding up their side of the deal. As you guys may remember, Iran is supposed to be opening up the Strait of Hormuz, and US in return stopped the bombings. Well, President Trump put out a statement saying that Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable job, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. This is not the agreement we have. Now, based on public maritime data, we can see that the traffic through the Strait of Hormuz hasn't really even gone up since the ceasefire has taken effect. And that means Iran is really not doing anything from their side. Basically, everything they have agreed to, they haven't done. They're still bombing the Gulf countries. Just last night, we heard Kuwaiti officials announce that their air defenses were activated to take down a drone attack. Now, there is a caveat here. The attacks on Gulf countries have gone down tremendously, so that is some positive sign, but nonetheless, a ceasefire means the firing needs to be ceased, and that doesn't seem like that's happening. In fact, if you look at from a bird's eye view, you see that no one's really holding up their end of the ceasefire except the United States. The US has stopped the bombing, but Iran has still continued to attack the Gulf countries. Iran has still kept the Strait of Hormuz basically closed down, and then on the other side, we have Israel and Hezbollah still continue fighting. Israel is striking Hezbollah locations, and Hezbollah is firing rockets inside of Israel. Now, luckily, yesterday we did get some positive news relating to Israel-Hezbollah war. Israel announced that they will be negotiating with Lebanon next week. Now, unlike the Iran-US talks, there is no ceasefire that has been announced from the Israeli side for Lebanon, only negotiations. That means fighting is still continuing, but it has gone down tremendously compared to the first day of the ceasefire. But despite all this chaos, we also have positive signs. Vice President J.D. Vance just left for Pakistan this morning, and here's his statement before he boarded the Air Force 2. I'm not sure what the Vice President's plane is called, but I think it's called Air Force 2 before he boarded Air Force 2. Take a listen.
We're looking forward to the negotiation. I think it's going to be positive. We'll of course see. As the President of the United States said, if the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive. So we're going to try to have a positive negotiation. The President has gave us some pretty clear guidelines, and we're going to see. So I hope you guys have a safe flight. We'll certainly take some questions later on, but for now, let's get on the plane and hit the road. Thank you all.
Now, you have to assume that the United States got some assurances, either from Pakistan or Iran, that the Iranian delegation will be coming for the negotiations. Otherwise, the Vice President would not be so publicly flying to Pakistan. If Iran doesn't show up, it has to be a bit embarrassing for the US and for everyone else who's involved. Now, before we talk about the negotiations, we do have to mention that if they do take place, it would be an historic event. And here's the reason why. This negotiation meeting would be the highest level meeting between the United States and Iran since the Islamic Revolution took place in 1979. Previously, we had President Obama calling the Iranian president during the 2015 talks, or I think 2013. And before that, we had Secretary of State John Kerry meeting with his Iranian counterpart, Iranian foreign minister. But This time we have a US Vice President, the #2 person in the country, meeting with an Iranian delegation. Historic for the Islamic Republic because they have never met with someone this high up from the American side. Pakistani officials are saying that they have confirmation that an Iranian delegation will come to Islamabad in Pakistan on Friday night for this meeting. Now, they're not really clarifying the time zone, but I'm guessing they mean Friday night Pakistani time. So that would basically be when you guys are watching the video. So if there's any confirmation of the delegation actually leaving Iran and getting to Pakistan, I'll put it in the pinned comments below. Now, Iran and Pakistan do share a border, so it's probably not a long flight, and compared it to the US flight, which is I think around 16 hours if you want to go from Washington DC to Pakistan. So that's definitely a long flight, so it makes sense Vice President Vance left so much earlier than the Iranian delegation, because for them it's probably going to be like an hour or 2 hours of flying. But you see, the issue is not the flying time, the issue is the statements that are coming out from the Iranian officials, basically the officials who are supposed to take part in this negotiation meeting. Now, before we get into that, just a quick reminder for everyone to hit the like and subscribe button down below. It really does help us out. Over the last few weeks, for some reason, our videos are not really going to people who are not subscribed. At least that's what is showing us on the back end. So if you're someone who's not subscribed, be sure to hit the subscribe button down below. It truly does help us out, and you can keep watching our future videos. Now let's get on to the Iranian statements. You see, all the while Pakistanis are confirming that Iran will come, Iranian officials are saying something entirely different. Take a look at this statement. This statement is from the parliament speaker of Iran, who the United States sees as the guy inside of Iran, the guy who has the most amount of power. And he says, 2 measures mutually agreed upon have yet to be implemented: a ceasefire in Lebanon and the release of Iranian blocked assets prior to the negotiations. Both must be fulfilled before talks begin. Now, this is crazy for multiple reasons. First of all, we have never heard about these blocked assets until JD Vance actually got on a plane. Once he was in the air, that's when Iran announces this new condition. Now, to be fair to Iran, there is a good chance that this is not a new condition because both sides have not made public the deal that they agreed on, the ceasefire deal. So maybe this was part of the ceasefire deal, but we just don't know. But publicly speaking, this is the first time anyone is bringing up these blocked assets. Now, there is a chance this is just rhetoric. You know, Iranian officials have a habit of saying one thing publicly and doing something completely different behind the scenes. We have seen that pattern before. But if this is actually real, if they're actually adding on conditions while the US side is flying to Pakistan, then this could go horribly wrong. Maybe Iran is hoping that the US will give up more concessions because America doesn't want to be embarrassed landing in Pakistan with no Iranians showing up. But there's also the other side. There's a chance that the United States gets really pissed off and the war escalates to levels we haven't seen before. And I want to remind everyone, just before the ceasefire, the war was supposed to escalate to a level where everyone was freaking out. It was going to escalate to targeting Iranian bridges, Iranian power plants, something that Iran was not ready for. So there's a very good chance that Iran is playing a very, very dangerous game. Now, as I said before, this situation is progressing basically by the hour, meaning we have new statements coming out from people involved in all this every single hour, so situation could change. And as I said, by the time you guys see this video, if the Iranian delegation is going to Pakistan, I'll put it in the pinned comment so you'll have that update. But for now, this is all we know, so let's shift our focus to the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Iran claims the Strait of Hormuz is open, but the ships have to pay a massive fine or a massive toll, whatever you want to call it. Here's more details.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. With high-stakes talks scheduled this weekend in Islamabad, Pakistan, an Israeli intelligence official tells Fox News Iran is indeed demanding fees for the few vessels it's allowing to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. This official adds the strait is effectively under full IRGC control. They decide who gets to go through, but more importantly, who doesn't. I am told that there is intelligence being shared in the intel community about how Iran is trying to tighten its grip on this strait ahead of the negotiations this weekend. Overnight, President Trump taking to Truth Social to talk about the issue, saying, quote, Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable, some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not the agreement we have. With just 8 vessels.
Iran is demanding roughly $1 extra per barrel. That basically works out to $2 million for a very large tanker. That's because a large tanker carries around 2 million barrels of oil in one go. So a big ship would be paying $2 million a fine, while smaller tankers would pay less. Still a fortune to people who are shipping the oil. Now, regarding all this, Iran has been putting out statements basically saying that they want permanent control of the Strait of Hormuz in the negotiations. And people who don't really follow geopolitics closely are freaking out, basically saying that this is going to change the world forever. Now, I'm not saying that Iran may not come out ahead in the negotiations. That's still possible. That depends on what type of concessions the US is willing to give up. But one thing that US will never agree to, or the world will never agree to, is Iran getting permanent control of the Strait of Hormuz. There are UN laws against this. There are other countries who are bordering the strait who would not want this. And then, of course, there are just international countries like European countries, Asian countries who would not want this. Why would Gulf countries agree to Iran charging a toll? They are right next to the strait too. Why shouldn't they get the toll and Iran get it? You get what I mean? And then on the other side, this is something I have mentioned before too. If Iran gets to charge a toll on the Strait of Hormuz, does Singapore get the same thing on the strait that's on their border? Does the UK get a toll on their border too, and then Spain gets the toll on their border? This could very easily become a very big deal if Iran does get a toll on the Strait of Hormuz. Then every country would want to do it. And think about if I'm a politician in these other countries, and I could easily make an argument that, hey, if our ships are paying a toll on the Iranian Strait of Hormuz, why shouldn't we charge tolls for other countries too? Otherwise, our businesses are just competing on a disadvantaged position, you know? And the other side of this is, of course, just because Iran can shut down the Strait of Hormuz doesn't mean they own it. Because think about it. I'm a guy who has no private jets, no Air Force, or no Navy, right? I can buy a drone off of Amazon, fly it near an airport, and shut down an airport. That doesn't mean airlines have to pay me a small fee on the tickets they're selling. So just because a country can shut down a strait doesn't mean they get to charge a toll on it, because there's going to be a massive international backlash. And this is something we saw last year. Houthis shut down the Bab al-Mandab Strait, and they did not get to charge a toll on it. In fact, there was a deal, and they basically stopped attacking the ships. Even to this day, during the war, in a war where Iran is basically getting decimated militarily speaking, Houthis are not really shutting down the Bab al-Mandab Strait because they know that can create a massive backlash. So yeah, even though Iran is publicly saying that they want the control of the strait publicly, the chances of that happening is very, very low. Now, to understand why Iran is behaving the way it's behaving right now, we have to go back and look at how Iran got to where it is today. That doesn't just mean going back to 1979 when the Islamic Revolution took place. In fact, we have to go further back to when the Qajar dynasty was ruling Iran in the 19th century and look at how the decisions the ruling class made back then still affects Iran to this very day. Well, guess what? That's exactly what we're doing in our multi-part podcast that just came out today. So if you're someone who's interested in the history of Iran and how we got to where we are today, definitely go check it out. You can watch it by clicking the links in the description, or you can just watch it by clicking the end screen on your screen, basically clicking the video that's on your screen.
breaking news.
Friends, the numbers are in, and the fake news media is absolutely panicking right now. March core inflation just came in below expectations. Whirlpool is dumping $60 million into Ohio factory. Manufacturing jobs just went positive for the first time in 3 years. While the so-called experts predicted doom and gloom from President Trump's America First tariff agenda, the real economy is telling a completely different story. The establishment economists were dead wrong. The mainstream media, dead wrong, and now they're scrambling to explain why everything they told you would happen simply didn't. Are you ready for the truth they desperately don't want you to hear? See, this isn't just about numbers on a screen. It's about your family. It's about your paycheck and your future. When core inflation comes in at 0.2% instead of the expected 0.3, that's real money staying in your pocket. That's groceries costing less. That's gas prices stabilizing. That's the American dream becoming affordable again. And when Whirlpool announces a $60+ million investment in Perrysville, Ohio, those aren't just statistics. Those are jobs for hardworking American families who were told by the Democrats that manufacturing would never come back. Ambassador Greer just confirmed manufacturing wages jumped 5% for line workers. Productivity is the highest it's been in years. In February 2026 marked the first positive manufacturing jobs number since 23. Think about what the Biden administration did to those workers. 4 years of crushing inflation, skyrocketing input costs, politicians telling them to learn to code. Now President Trump has flipped the script entirely. The establishment told you tariffs would destroy the economy. Instead, they are rebuilding it from the ground up. And speaking of America securing its economic future, there is breaking news you need to hear right now. Breaking news, the White House just announced over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chain and named a specific Alaskan project as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. Now, I've been to the Vizsla copper drilling site myself. I've seen it with my own eyes. And what's happening right now is bigger than most people actually realize. See, President Trump just unveiled Project Vault, a $12 billion strategic minerals reserve designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America safe from foreign dependence. See, this is exactly why I've been telling you about Vizsla Copper. See, they're positioned at the center of America's mineral independence strategy, trading in the United States under VCUFF and in Canada as VCUV. With the administration making critical minerals a national security priority, this is the kind of opportunity that doesn't come around often. Check out the exclusive briefing below and see why this matters for America's future. We thank them for supporting this program. Now let's get back to the incredible economic news that's crushing the Democrat narrative. Listen, this is what the mainstream media absolutely refuses to tell you. While they were busy making excuses for the inflation disaster under the former Biden administration, real economists and actual business leaders are putting their money where their mouth is. Whirlpool didn't just pick Ohio by accident. They're investing because President Trump's tariff program eliminated the unfair trade barriers that sent American jobs overseas for decades. This is the America First agenda in action, not just words. And wait till you see how CNN tried to spin this, because what happened next, it's got everybody talking. America First in action. This is directly from the United States Trade Representative. Whirlpool investing $60 million in Perrysville, Ohio because of tariffs. Trump's tariff program is fast-tracking American industrial resurgence by eliminating trade barriers, ensuring American manufacturers can compete on a level. The tariffs are sparking industrial renaissance, which some still insist inflation just grows on trees under Joe Biden. Scott Jennings with another banger. CNN panelist, the inflation under Biden was naturally occurring. Scott Jennings, naturally, did it grow on trees?
Inflation that occurred under Biden was in part naturally occurring due to supply chain bottlenecks and because the COVID once-in-a-lifetime pandemic occurred. And yes, it occurred.
Like we're on trees?
Yeah, okay. So, well, because of supply chain bottlenecks. That's what I'm talking about. There was
of the president's tariffs policy.
I know all of human history started in January of this year, but I could take you back 4 years when input prices for agriculture, from fuel to materials to you name it, went through the roof. I know you know a little something about it because you worked under Joe Biden when it all happened. So these farmers, they're in a 10-month period here with Trump. If they just came out of a 4-month period where they were dying under the inflationary and affordability crisis caused by Democrats, they support this president. They like what he did today, and they're going to give him a little latitude to get out of it.
I don't think that's accurate when you hear from farm bureaus.
You don't think it's accurate that inflation happened under Biden?
I'm sorry, Donald Trump talked about.
If you look at the Fed survey, people are happy and excited about the job market and the labor market in the United States. That's a good thing. And if you talk to Scott Bessent, he'll tell you that they think in 2026 we're going to see a boom in jobs and growth in this country thanks to some of the structural changes they made this year. So they're expressing optimism and exuding optimism, and that's what they got to do going into an election.
Yeah, optimism, my friends. Jennings pointedly questions the fantasy narrative about inflation. Now we'll see how numbers tell the real story. March core inflation just came in below expectations.
Expecting this report to look like March Consumer Price Index. Month over month, we got a jump of 0.9%. That was the expectation going into this report for March. Year over year, headline number 3.3%. Again, that was the expectation. Core month over month, 0.2%. We were looking for 0.3%. So actually, the core month over month coming in just a little bit better than expected. And then core year over year also a little bit better than expected, 2.6%. We were looking for a gain of 2.7%.
And the numbers speak for themselves. The report showed core inflation dipping below expectations, a boon for Trump-era policies. Meanwhile, Ambassador Greer highlights how these policies are driving up manufacturing productivity Here are the real figures.
If you look at last year, manufacturing productivity is at the highest it's been in years. Manufacturing wages went up by 5% for line workers. Overtime hours went up. And so in February 2026, we saw the manufacturing jobs number go positive for the first time since 2023. So you can see during 2025, there was huge demand signal for manufacturing labor that you saw in the overtime hours and the wages, et cetera. And now you're actually seeing it finally with a positive manufacturing jobs number in February 2026. So we are seeing it come through, and we expect we'll continue seeing that in the coming months.
In the coming months, my friends, it is all happening right now. And this is the truth the establishment is desperate to hide from you. The Biden inflation wasn't quote-unquote naturally occurring like some CNN panelists tried to claim. It didn't grow on trees. Scott Jennings absolutely destroyed that narrative when he reminded everyone that farmers and working families suffered through 4 years of crushing prices under Democrat policies. Input costs for agriculture, fuel, materials, everything went through the roof, and now the same people want to lecture President Trump after 10 months of actually fixing the economy. The manufacturers are coming back, the jobs are coming back, inflation is coming back. This is what happens when you have a president who actually fights for American workers instead of selling them out to China and the globalist agenda. Let me tell you what this all means. President Trump promised to bring manufacturing back to America. He promised to fight inflation. He promised to put American workers first, and every single day we're seeing those promises kept. The fake news predicted disaster. The so-called experts said it couldn't be done. Now they're watching in stunned silence as the Trump economy delivers win after win after win. Now I want to hear from you in the comments. Are you seeing the Trump economy working in your community? Yes or no? Drop that comment right now. Let's get the conversation going. And since you made it this far in the video, here's a special gift, a message not many people will hear because they don't always watch the full video. You're here, you care. Text raw feed 844-840-4963. Don't wait. Do it right now. I'm serious. Because YouTube will not send you notifications. They will bury our videos under mountains of cat videos and corporate spin. But I'm going to send a direct message to your phone from the Next News Network. The messages and the news you need to hear. One message a night. That's all it is to stay connected with us. And make sure you share this video with everyone who needs to see the truth. The media won't tell them. If you want to wear your support for America First proudly, check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. We got gear. Lets everybody know exactly where you stand. Hit the subscribe button. Tap that notification bell. Remember to stay informed and stay free.
The system controls information. Information control is power. Boss, you see this? Truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now.
Next News. Breaking news.
The man who spent years lecturing you about morality, the same congressman who had a Chinese spy in his bed and still sits on the Intelligence Committee, is now facing sexual assault accusations from his own staff. Eric Swalwell, the leading Democrat candidate for California governor, has been accused by a former staffer of sexually assaulting her twice while she was too intoxicated to consent. And when reporters cornered him and asked him point blank if he ever had inappropriate relationships with staff, he said, and I quote, no, 4 times, like a man counting his lies. Then he canceled his town hall claiming he was sick. Yeah, he's sick, all right. But wait until you see what happens next. I'm going to tell you why this matters, though, to you and every American who's been lectured by these hypocrites for the past decade. This is the same Eric Swallowswell who pointed his finger at Brett Kavanaugh and said, believe all women. This is the same man who called you patriotic, America-loving conservatives a threat to democracy. This is the man who sat in on classified briefings while literally sleeping with a Chinese intelligence operative named Fang Fang and faced 0 consequences. Now his own staffers are coming forward with allegations of sexual assault, claiming of being coerced into signing NDAs in a pattern of predatory behavior that multiple left-leaning influencers and social media accounts have been whispering about for months. The San Francisco Chronicle, not some conservative outlet, the San Francisco Chronicle, they broke the story. TMZ is running with it. The dam is breaking. While the Democrat machine was funneling tens of millions of dollars from the SEIU and teachers unions to make this man their puppet governor of California, they all knew. They've been hearing these rumors for months. They didn't care because, of course, rules are for you, not for them. Speaking of people who think they're above the rules, let me ask you something important. If a major disruption happened tomorrow and you couldn't get to the store, how long do you think you would actually last with what's in your house right now? If you are like most Americans, the answer is scary. And that's exactly what the elites, they don't want you to be prepared. They want you to be dependent. Well, our friends over at My Patriot Supply have helped over 3 million Americans take back control. They're America's #1 preparedness company, and right now, when you go to preparewithgary.com, their best-selling 4-week emergency food supply comes with an additional week of food for free. That's 5 weeks of peace of mind while the Swalwells of the world burn everything down. This is the best long-term storage food on the market, up to 25 years shelf life, so don't wait for the next crisis. Go to preparewithgary.com right now and get prepared, because the only person looking out for your family is you. Now, here's where this story gets even more devastating for Eric Swallowswell and the Democrat establishment. See, we've got the receipts, we've got the video, we've got Steve Hilton, the man who's going to be California's next governor, calling for Swalwell to drop out of the race immediately. And the hypocrisy is so thick you could cut it with a knife. For years, these people lectured America about Me Too, about believing women, about holding powerful men accountable. But when it's their guy, suddenly it's false allegations and political targeting. So, let's go to the sources first. I'm going to jump ahead, and I'm going to go right to the news report that just broke. Leading Democratic California Governor Eric Swalwell facing sexual assault allegations. Here it is. This is the local news on it.
We are just weeks away from California's primary, and this morning, Eric Swalwell is facing accusations of inappropriate behavior with female staffers. ABC 7 Eyewitness News reporter Zach Fuentes is tracking those claims from our newsroom. Zach, this morning, we're hearing from Swalwell in his own words for the first time since the accusations came to light.
Yes, we are. Swalwell is now speaking out, denying the claims. Politico reports the allegations of inappropriate behavior have come from multiple left-leaning influencers and other social media accounts without evidence. Now, yesterday, his campaign denied the allegations, saying he's being targeted because he's a front-runner in the race for governor. Well, now we're hearing from him directly. Swalwell was in Sacramento for a town hall event last night where he responded to reporter questions about the allegations.
Did you ever behave inappropriately with female staffers?
No, it's false. And also, some of the allegations I've seen, which is that we've had NDAs in the office, there's never been an allegation, and there's never been a settlement. And, I will also just take stock that, look, we're 27 days before an election starts.
Swalwell says he's responding to the allegations because he didn't want there to be any question. Meanwhile, a new survey from the state Democratic Party shows Swalwell is the leading Democratic candidate, and in recent public polls, Swalwell has been in a statistical tie with candidates Tom Steyer and Katie Porter. Ballots for the June 2nd primary are going to be mailed out no later than May 4th, and the top two candidates, regardless of party, will go on to the general election in November. Live in the newsroom, Zach Fuentes.
All right, so Steve Hilton was on with Benny Johnson. Leading California governor candidate Steve Hilton demanding Swalwell drop out of the race over creepy sexual allegations. Swalwell is accused of sleeping with interns and staffers and making them sign NDAs. Let's hear what Steve Hilton has to say.
Day to day, wading through this filth and sludge and sewage, I just can't believe it. The temerity that you have, and I'm just talking about Eric Swalwell and his dating history. That's all I'm talking about there. What's going on there? I know it's allegations. I'm well aware, but we've been
hearing it for months. From multiple different sources. And it's astonishing to me that despite that, it felt as if the Democrat machine was moving behind Eric Swalwell to support him. He got the endorsement of the SEIU, the two big unions, the SEIU, the teachers' unions, endorsed him for governor, tens of $millions flowing his way to try and put him in there as their puppet. They don't care, actually. All their lectures about, gender equality and women's rights and Me Too and all the rest of it, they don't care. It's all BS. They just want their puppet, and they're not. And this is the arrogance of this Democrat machine in California. 16 years of one-party rule. They have complete contempt for the voters. They lie. They are total hypocrites. They don't believe in nothing except their own power. So they're perfectly fine to go along with someone with these allegations. We'll see if he continues. But I mean, who else have we got to choose from? I mean, look, you've got, as the president would say, as we discussed, they're not sending their best. You've got Swalwell. You've got Katie Porter. You've got the self-hating billionaire climate fanatic, Tom Steyer. That's it. Those are your choices for governor from the Democrats. There you are. I'm on 22%, and there's Swalwell on 18%. By the way, that was a poll commissioned by the unions supporting Eric Swalwell. And then they put out a social media post, Swalwell personally, saying, I'm leading the race. he meant he's leading against the other Democrats. He literally took me off the top and just put a graphic, that exact one that you're showing, with me removed from the top, from his own poll. These people are just unbelievable.
So if these allegations play out, and if in fact Eric Swalwell has this deluge and avalanche of credible allegations against him from all of these young women who work for him, which is what's bubbling up right now, which is what's being talked about right now, should he drop out?
Well, of course he should, especially, as I say, after all their lectures for years, including from him, about these issues, because it's just total brazen hypocrisy. But they have no shame. They have no shame at all. They have no principles. They have no morals. It's just about power. And remember, with Swalwell, he already ran for president once. That was a fiasco. Why is he running for governor of California? He doesn't even live here. His home is in Washington, D.C. He doesn't even live in California. And yet he's running for governor. Why? Because it's about power. He just wants to run.
Steve Hilton calls for Swalwell to step away. Accusations become avoidable. Earlier this week, Josh Cohen asked directly Eric Swalwell if he ever had sexual relationships with any staff. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Ms. Lewinsky. What do you have to say, though?
Never had a
Yeah.
sexual relationship
No.
with a staffer intern?
No.
That's what we're saying?
Yes, that's false. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any response to Sheriff Pionk?
Try that again.
You've never had
Yeah.
a sexual relationship with
No.
a staffer
No.
intern?
No.
That's what we're saying?
Yes, that's false. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any response to Sheriff Pionk?
No. Swalwell denies the misconduct, responding emphatically with 4 consecutive no's, but the bombshell report surfaces from another former staffer. Former staffer says Swalwell sexually assaulted her. A woman who worked for nearly 2 years for Swalwell said he had sexual encounters with him while he was her boss, allegedly twice sexually assaulted her. Yeah, that is right there. That's the headline. Alexei Kosov and Sophia Balig, staff writers for the San Francisco Chronicle. The dam of allegations giving way. TMZ even covering it. Former staffer accuses Swalwell of sexual assault. He contests the allegations, refuting them as false and claiming political targeting, yet woman claims the assault happened while she was unable to consent. She was too intoxicated to consent. He calls the claims false, then cancels a town hall, says he was sick. So, what do you guys think? I think Swalwell's days are numbered. But here's what the establishment media will never tell you. It's not about just a single accusation. It's about a pattern, multiple women, multiple sources, allegations that have been circulating for months, while the Democrat machine actively covered for him, endorsed him, and pumped tens of millions of dollars into his campaign. The SEIU knew. The teachers' unions knew. The party bosses knew, and they didn't care because Eric Swalwell was their guy, their puppet, their weapon against you. This is the Democrat Party exposed in its final form. Rules for thee, but not for me. The same party that destroyed Brett Kavanaugh's life over unsubstantiated allegations from 40 years ago is now circling the wagons around an accused predator running for governor. The hypocrisy isn't just breathtaking, it's the whole platform. So Eric Swalwell's political career ends here, not because conservatives say so, because his own people, his own staffers, his own party's media outlets are finally telling the truth. The San Francisco Chronicle broke the story. You follow me? The San Francisco Chronicle. And now, Eric Swalwell, the same guy who lectured you about morality, the same guy who sits on the Intelligence Committee, he's the guy that they want at the top of the ticket. They're calling for him to drop out. I mean, the hypocrisy is so thick you could cut it with a knife. They lectured you about Me Too, about believing all women, and this is their guy, right? No. Okay, but let's listen carefully now. This is Eric Swalwell's career. It's ending. His own staffers, his own party's media outlets, they're finally telling the truth. The San Francisco Chronicle, again, broke the story. TMZ is running with it. Steve Hilton demanding he drops out. And when he was asked point blank if he ever behaved inappropriate, he looked at the reporter dead in the eye and said no 4 times, then ran away and canceled his town hall. That's not the behavior of an innocent man. That's the behavior of a man who knows the walls are closing in. So here's my question for you. Should Swalwell drop out of the race immediately, yes or no? Drop your answer in the comments and then share this video with every California voter you know because they deserve the truth. And since you watched this entire video, text Raw Feed 844-840-4963. This is a message that not everybody sees because not everyone watches the whole thing. You guys care enough too. So text Raw Feed 844-840-4963. That's how you and I stay connected. When the algorithm buries us under corporate spin and notifications never arrive, I will send you direct notifications to your phone. And if you want to support independent journalism that actually holds these hypocrites accountable, check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. As always, America, stay informed and stay free.
The system controls information. Information control is power.
They don't want you to see this.
The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now. Next news. Breaking news.
The Democrat Party is imploding in real time, and the footage is absolutely devastating. In Georgia, they outspent Republicans 6-1 and still got crushed by double digits. Pete Buttigieg is still lying straight to your face about voter ID. And Kamala Harris just attempted a Trump impression so bad it belongs in a cringe compilation. The entire party suddenly discovered curse words because a focus group told them to. And Jamal Bowman, I kid you not, just blamed heart disease and cancer on being called names. This is not a political party. This is a demolition derby, and you need to see every single wreck. Now, here's why this matters. See, the Democrat Party isn't just embarrassing itself on camera. They're revealing exactly what they think of the American people. They believe you're too stupid to notice when their candidates hide their party affiliation. They think you'll fall for Pete Buttigieg's lies about voter ID, even though every poll shows you support it overwhelmingly. They're convinced that if they just swear more on television, you'll think they're authentic working-class champions instead of coastal elites who've never changed their own oil. This is contempt, folks. Pure, unfiltered contempt for your intelligence. And while they're busy performing authenticity they don't have, President Trump is actually delivering results. The choice, never been clearer. You've got a party that can't even say its own name out loud versus an America First movement that just keeps winning. Georgia proved it. The polls prove it. And every single day, the Democrats prove it themselves. And speaking of women winning, let me tell you about something that President Trump just did that the mainstream media is completely ignoring. This is breaking news from the White House. Over $30 billion just announced to secure America's critical mineral supply chains. And here's what they do not want you to know. A specific Alaskan project has been named a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. I'm talking about Vizsla Copper. Now, I've been to their drilling site myself. I've seen it with my own eyes. What's happening right now is bigger than most people actually realize. You see, President Trump just unveiled Project Vault. It's a $12 billion strategic mineral reserve. It's designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America free from foreign dependence. This is America First in action, and you can find Vizsla Copper trading in the United States under VCUFF, right there on your screen, and in Canada as VCUV. So check the exclusive briefing that's been prepared for you. This is the kind of investment that puts America's national security first. Now let's get back to the political demolition derby because, folks, it gets even worse for the Democrats. See, here's what we haven't talked about yet. The sheer panic inside Democrat circles right now. They're not just losing elections, they're losing the narrative war. Dan Bongino absolutely nailed it when he called out their fake tough guy routine. Remember Elizabeth Warren's beer moment? Her own husband looked confused. See, these people don't drink beer. They don't shop at Walmart. They fly private and eat at restaurants with no prices on the menu. Every F-bomb is focus grouped. Every viral moment is manufactured, and the American people can smell the fakeness from a mile away. So let's dive right in. The Democrat machine threw everything at us. They outspent us 6-1. They ran a candidate pretending not to be a Democrat. We still won by double digits, Clay Fuller writes. Check this out.
Absolutely. I'm completely reminded of the night in Monty Python. So they've got limbs lopped off here, and the Praetorian Guard media is saying it's merely a flesh wound. We absolutely dominated this race, crushed this race. The other thing that I'd say is the March 10th jungle primary. My campaign increased its vote total by nearly 80% in less than 4 weeks, while we're being outspent 6-1. And so that would be the greater concern for me. If I was the Democrat Party looking at what happened in Georgia 14, they did everything they could. And the other part of it is Sean Harris was so afraid to even say he was a Democrat. There were a number of voters who had no idea what party affiliation he had. So the candidate that they had in this race was afraid to say he was a Democrat. They spent $6 million plus to try to cover that up, and they still got crushed. And it's all because of President Trump and his policies. And we'll continue to dominate this race in Georgia 14 heading on into the future.
Let's go Georgia 14, baby. Despite Democrats throwing everything they had at Georgia, the voters stood firm, but shifting our focus to Pete Buttigieg. He's busy denying the popularity of voter ID laws, ignoring that Americans overwhelmingly back them. RNC research says Pete Buttigieg is still lying to convince the American people that common sense voter ID laws are bad. Americans overwhelmingly support common sense voter ID laws and proof of citizenship to vote, so why are Democrats ignoring them? Here's Pete Buttigieg.
They're doing is making it impossible to do things like use your driver's license to register to vote.
Right.
Think about what that means for so many people.
What does it mean,
That's the main way you would identify yourself. Yeah, maybe you can't dig up a birth certificate. Maybe your name, a married woman, your name is different on the birth certificate than it is on your license or your voter registration. Maybe you don't have a passport. And we're talking about eligible U.S. citizens whose right to vote should never be interfered with.
I'm not sure if he really understands what he's talking about. Is he a bottom or a top? That's the question. But as Buttigieg continues to spin tales about voter ID, Kamala Harris is out there delivering a performance that leaves much to be desired, trying to mimic Trump, but ending up with something that has heads shaking. Oh boy, Kamala Harris did the worst Trump impersonation known to man. Are you guys ready for this? We haven't heard from Kamala Harris in a while, but I guess this is going to be our first taste.
Well, he's pulled back because, you know, the way that he's thinking of foreign policy, it seems, is when he talks about America first, it's to withdraw from these relationships and these connections. And then he kind of acts like a mob boss. So then he's kind of like, well, you know, you take Eastern Europe, and I'll take the Western Hemisphere. And then you over there, you get Asia. And we'll just divide it up, right? Instead of understanding historically, America has always been about our global leadership, imperfect though we have been.
Our global leadership, you mean putting on knee pads and bowing before the globalists. That's what Kamala really knows how to do best. And if Kamala's cringeworthy impersonation wasn't enough, Dan Bongino, taking aim at the Democrats, he exposed their desperate F-bomb strategy as pure inauthenticity with Laura Ingraham.
Contributor, former FBI deputy director. Dan, I just love this. The Democrats with their F-bombs and their tough tweets and they're trying to be manly. And how revealing is this to you about their future?
Well, listen, let me just be candid in front of the audience. I am not one to throw stones at dropping F-bombs. I've been known to do it on my show. I try not to. I'm not telling you it's the right thing to do, kids. Eat your spinach, don't drop F-bombs. However, it's not the Democrats' newfound love affair with foul language that bothers me. It doesn't. I grew up in Queens. I just grew up around that kind of language. It's the, as you kind of hinted to in your monologue there, it's the non-genuine inauthenticity of it. It's the, remember the Liz Warren, hey, honey, you like a beer? It was just so fake. It wasn't that Liz Warren drank a beer on like an Instagram Reels. It was so forced and fake that even the husband seemed caught off guard. Like, what? Like, you've never had a beer before. It was just so fake and phony. And what bothers me about it is it's clearly calculated because the Democrats have lost the middle class. There are only two groups of people who are Democrats now. Only two. There's these super rich Karens who they can be whatever they want because it doesn't really matter, so they can live in the world of ideas. And there's, unfortunately, really poor folks who've been given money by the Democrats, taking money from the super rich to pay them off. They've lost the middle class completely. So they think if they go out and do the Ruben Gallego and drop a few F-bombs inauthentically, that all of a sudden a bunch of working class coal miners from West Virginia are going to, clamor to vote Democrat again. I don't think it's going to work. I think it's a really poor strategy.
You also forgot the purple-haired non-binaries. While the Democrats try swearing their way back into the voters' hearts, Jamal Bowman offers a controversial take, blaming racial slurs for the health issues plaguing black communities, diverting focus from other substantial factors. Here's Jamal Bowman.
And the problem is we are not dealing with America's original sin and its disease of hate and racism towards black and brown people and sexism towards women and anti-LGBTQ sentiment. We are not dealing with that. Your colleagues in the Republican Party do not hold each other accountable when it comes to the racism that comes from the party on a consistent basis.
Congressman, I mean, where are you on?
You can't be calm about this. I'm a black man in America. The reason why heart disease...
I'm white, I can't comment
listen to what I'm saying. The reason why heart disease and cancer and obesity and diabetes are bigger in the black community is because of the stress we carry from having to deal with being called the N-word directly or indirectly every day. If your colleagues would listen and try to learn and engage and grow and stop being so hateful, we could have a better country.
Oh, my God. I had no idea. I had no idea that was the main cause of heart disease and cancer and obesity and diabetes in the black community. I've been educated today, guys. Truly, I have. But here's what the establishment media will never tell you. The Democrat Party in 2026 has no ideas. They have no message. They have no future. They spent $6 million trying to hide their own brand in Georgia and still lost by double digits. Their top voices are lying about voter ID that Americans support by massive margins. Their supposed 2028 frontrunner is doing bad Trump impressions instead of explaining policy. Their authenticity strategy is cursing on camera like teenagers who just discovered rebellion. And their intellectual leaders are blaming racism for diabetes instead of addressing the 60 years of failed Democrat policies in every major city they control. This is not a political party anymore. It's a freaking clown car with no wheels, no engine, and no driver, and somehow it's still on fire. But the American people see it. And in the midterms, they're going to bury it. So, folks, what you just witnessed is a political party in complete freefall. They can't win on ideas, so they hide their identity. They can't win on truth, so they lie about voter ID. They can't win on authenticity, so they fake it with focus group profanity. This is what desperation looks like, and every single day, President Trump and the America First movement keep proving that winning beats whining every single time. Now, I want to hear from you. Do you think the Democrat Party can recover from this level of self-destruction? Drop a yes or no in the comments. And since you made it to the end of the video, congratulations. Here's a free gift from me to you. When the YouTube notifications fail, when the algorithm buries us under corporate spin and cat videos, you can always count on me to text you. So hit raw feed, text that, raw feed to 844-840-4963. That's how we have an unbroken line.
Next news, breaking news.
J.B. Pritzker, the man who looks like he ate the last 3 Illinois governors and went back for seconds, just got called out from the West Wing itself. Stephen Miller on record saying Pritzker's call for mass protest is inciting violence. This billionaire Hyatt heir turned Illinois into a sanctuary disaster, cranked up your taxes, told fleeing residents to get out, and now he's calling ICE agents, American law enforcement, the real invaders, not the millions who actually invaded our southern border. And here's the kicker. This walking argument for term limits and portion control thinks he's ready for the White House in 2028. America, you need to hear what's coming. See, here's why this matters to every single American. So pay attention right now. See, J.B. Pritzker isn't just Illinois' problem anymore. He wants to make his failed policies your problem. Under his watch, Illinois became a sanctuary state, crime exploded, taxes went through the roof, electric bills skyrocketed because he cut sweetheart deals with data centers for his billionaire buddies. And when hardworking families said enough is enough, this man looked him in the eye and told him to leave. That's his solution. Get out of his state. Now imagine that attitude in the Oval Office. Imagine this man with executive power over your community, your wallet, your family's safety. He's already calling for mass protests against President Trump's wildly successful border enforcement, which has dropped illegal crossings by 95%. He's terrified of ICE at polling places. Why? Because the only people scared of ICE at polls are people who shouldn't be voting in the first place. Illinois is the warning label on the nation, and Pritzker wants to slap that label on all 50 states. And speaking of protecting America's future, there is some breaking news on the economic front that you need to hear. This directly from the White House. The Trump administration has just announced over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chains, and they named a specific Alaskan project as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. Now, I have been physically to the Vizsla copper drilling site myself. I've seen it with my own eyes. And what's happening right now is bigger than most people actually realize. You see, President Trump just unveiled Project Vault, a $12 billion strategic minerals reserve designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America first in the global economy. While J.B. Pritzker is busy turning Illinois into a failed state, the Trump administration is building real American wealth and security. Now, Vizsla Copper is positioned right at the center of this national priority. You can find them trading in the United States under VCUFF and in Canada as VCUV. So check out the exclusive briefing that has been prepared for you below. This is the kind of investment in America's future that actually matters, and we thank them for supporting this program. Now let's get back to the unfolding disaster that is J.B. Pritzker's political career. Oh, it gets even more ridiculous. Pritzker actually called ICE agents invaders. Let that sink in for a moment. American law enforcement officers doing their jobs, protecting your communities from criminal illegal aliens. And this billionaire governor calls them the invaders? Not the actual invaders who walked across our open border? Not the criminals that ICE is locking up at a rate of 800 per operation? No, the Americans that Darren Bailey put it perfectly when he said Pritzker flooded the basement and now he's selling us a mop. I'm going to show you exactly what these patriots are saying. First, let's go to that moment when I was at the White House and had an opportunity to ask Stephen Miller a question about Fat Boy Pritzker.
Have a few questions.
Stephen, Illinois Governor Pritzker just called for mass protests and disruption, saying Republicans cannot know peace, while Trump's border crossings are down 95% and ICE is locking up 800 criminals. Is Pritzker inciting insurrection, and will DOJ take action?
Well, what I would say is that his comments, if nothing else, clearly could be construed as inciting violence. So President Trump survived 2 assassination attempts against his life. Of course, there's been many more credible threats against President Trump and his family and associates. We've, of course, seen the spate of left-wing domestic terrorism all across this country. By the way, the destruction of property sits directly adjacent to attacks on humans and physical attacks. In other words, once you tolerate and once you allow for attacks on property, you're just a step away from people throwing Molotov cocktails in people's homes. And you've even seen some I think one example of a formerly prominent Washington Post journalist who seemed to be celebrating the murder of a healthcare CEO, right? Health insurance CEO. And that's the point we've reached in this country, where people are engaging in rhetoric and behavior that puts the lives of public servants in danger, puts the lives of conservative Americans in danger. And so that's the first thing I would say. And then, of course, secondly, right, just this war that Democrat governors and mayors are waging against federal law enforcement. I mean, this is nullificationist behavior. This is successionist behavior. Where they're saying they don't recognize the supremacy of federal law enforcement in terms of protecting the lives and livelihoods of American citizens against a foreign invasion. We've never seen anything like it. And of course, the result of their conduct is that they're allowing illegal aliens to go free and rape and murder their own citizens. So I can't imagine having a leader in a city or a state that would privilege the well-being of illegal alien murderers over their own citizens, but that's where we are right now.
That's exactly where we are right now. Stephen Miller laying bare the dangerous rhetoric of Pritzker. Now Pritzker's panic grows as the call for ICE agents at the polls looms over his sanctuary policies. Pritzker is panicking. He's scared that President Trump will send ICE agents to the polls in November and scare people away.
We should be for raising the minimum wage in the United States. That's one of many issues. A second I'll just give you is, democracy underlying it all. But a really important issue is they're taking away our voting rights. They're taking away your voting rights. And we have got to fight like hell to preserve those rights. So many people lost their lives doing it. Jesse Jackson, so proud to be from the state that Jesse Jackson called home. And I can tell you that we needed him now more than ever. The loss of Jesse Jackson is frankly, it's almost hard to believe we're living in a world. My whole life, Jesse Jackson has been a beacon of fighting for voting rights and civil rights. And I must say, it is at this moment when all of us need to be civil rights activists. All of us. If we don't have a fair election in November, we won't have any more elections. Everybody has to show up, and you have to show up with purpose. And I don't care if Donald Trump, he's going to try to call out ICE and CBP and scare people away from the polls. Everybody, he's going to make it seem like you shouldn't vote. We need to go with purpose and push them out of the way, or at least tell them to get out of the way, and go in and vote. And all of us as governors need to protect your right to vote.
Yeah, whose right to vote? I mean, if illegal aliens show up to vote, isn't that breaking the law, JB? I mean, having ICE or CBP at polling places would be a wonderful deterrent to keep those illegals from stealing votes from actual American citizens. But JB doesn't see it that way. He needs those illegal votes. And here's that moment when JB tells Illinois residents, don't like it, you can leave.
You know, I'm sorry that people want to make a spectacle of themselves by claiming that they're going to leave the state. Look, if you want to leave the state, I would like you to stay. I'd like you to get involved and make it a better place by working together with us. But if you want to leave, then get up and move. And you know, there's no chance that you're going to pick up a county and have it join another state.
Yeah, get up and move. Maybe you need to get up and move a little bit more. Pritzker's solution to dissent is to simply tell people to exit stage left. Meanwhile, some are wondering if it's part of a dark circus act slated for the 2028 presidency. And people are asking Nick Shirley to show up. Hey, Nick, can you please visit Illinois and expose J.B. Pritzker? Tim Walz, Gavin Newsom, J.B. Oh, yes, Nick. We would love to see you in our state. Now we have the possible 2028 Democrat presidential list now been released. Circus Sideshow Act. Send in the clowns. Kamala, Governor Wes Moore, Josh Shapiro, J.B. Pritzker, Ro Khanna, Pete Buttigieg. Oh, here's Pete Buttigieg.
Martha, you got Governor Wes Moore, you got Governor Shapiro, Governor J.B. Pritzker, Representative Ro Khanna out in California, and Pete Buttigieg, who were all asked about what their future holds.
Are you going to run again?
You save me a seat, I'll be there.
Any of these people who are thinking about 2028, I need to see that you're taking 2026 seriously.
I don't know what I'll be doing after. I hope I win re-election after, but I can tell you this, I'm going to fight like hell to elect a Democrat in 2028.
There are those that have raised the prospect that you should run for president. And
you're going to be my running mate?
Yeah. That's the clown show getting ready. And here's J.B. Pritzker. Thinks ICE agents are invaders.
Knew when he got reelected that it was going to be bad. It was bad the first term, but you could see he was heading into a second term to really take away people's rights. And the first thing he did was go after, well, ICE, CBP invading my city.
Yeah, Chipocalypse now, bitch. Darren Bailey had this to say. He is the GOP candidate for governor in Illinois. He said you spent years cramming energy-sucking data centers into backyards, promised them billions in tax breaks, and our electric bills exploded. You flooded the basement, and now you're selling us a mop. And here's a flashback that Darren Bailey posted.
In today's world, data centers are as critical a part of our infrastructure as our roads, our rail, and our schools. That's a bipartisan understanding shared by business and by labor groups alike. And with this legislation, we are welcoming a surge of economic development.
A surge. More like his surge to the buffet line to catch that last piece of orange chicken. Now, here's what the establishment does not want you to understand. J.B. Pritzker isn't just a bad governor. He is the blueprint for what the Democrat Party wants to do to every single state in the nation. Sanctuary policies that protect criminals over citizens. Tax schemes that crush working families while billionaires get sweetheart deals. Energy policies that explode your bills while lining corporate pockets. And when you dare to complain, they tell you to leave. This is the new Democrat model, rule by contempt. Stephen Miller called it exactly right from the West Wing. Pritzker's rhetoric about mass protests sits dangerously close to inciting violence. We've seen 2 assassination attempts on President Trump. We've seen left-wing domestic terrorism, and now a sitting governor fanning those flames because border crossings dropped 95%. That's not leadership. That's desperation. So, America, J.B. Pritzker is what happens when generational wealth meets zero accountability, meets an all-you-can-eat taxpayer buffet. And he just got caught stuffing his pockets with the orange chicken. Illinois is hemorrhaging residents. Taxes are crushing families. Crime is out of control. Electric bills are through the roof. And this man, this billionaire who's never had to worry about a paycheck in his life, has the audacity to eye the White House in 2028. We cannot let the Illinois disaster go national. So share this video with everyone you know and drop a comment below and tell me, should J.B. Pritzker be investigated for inciting violence? Yes or no? Hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss when we expose these establishment fraudsters. But here's one better. Go ahead and text raw feed 844-840-4963. That's right, text the words raw feed to the number on the screen. When the algorithm sends you garbage, when notifications never arrive, I will still be here sending you a direct message to your phone, a text message. We set this up just to bypass all the suppression that we've been experiencing because we want to make sure you get the information you deserve. So check out the Next News merch shop right below this video and wear your support for truth proudly. The mainstream media won't tell you what Pritzker's really about, but we will every single day. I'm Gary Franchi for the Next News Network. Stay informed and stay free.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now.
Operation Epic Fury.
For 47 years, American presidents talked. They negotiated. They appeased. And Iran laughed in their faces while choking the global economy through the Strait of Hormuz. Well, tonight that era is finally over. President Donald J. Trump just announced that Iran is militarily defeated, their navy gone, their air force destroyed, their leaders eliminated, and now a massive 30-nation military coalition is assembling to force open the most critical choke point on planet Earth. The UK just confirmed it. Yeah, they finally decided to step up. Their top military commander confirming it. But here's what the mainstream media will not tell you. There are snakes inside Trump's own negotiating room trying to sabotage everything. I'm going to tell you exactly why this matters. 20% of the world's oil flows through the Strait of Hormuz. 20%. When Iran threatens that choke point, your gas prices explode. Your heating bills, they skyrocket. The cost of everything you buy goes up because shipping costs go up. The global economy, your family's economy, it all hangs in the balance. For nearly 5 decades, Iran has held this leverage over America, over Europe, over the entire Western world. They've used it to fund terrorism. They've used it to pursue nuclear weapons. They've used it to humiliate every American president who came before Donald Trump. And now, Trump just told reporters they're militarily defeated. We're going to open up the strait with them or without them. See, this isn't diplomacy as usual. This is a president who destroyed Iran's military capability and is now dictating the terms. But powerful forces, including someone inside his own inner circle, are working to undermine him. And Democrats in Congress are actively trying to protect Iran from the consequences. And speaking of protecting America's strategic interests, there's another front in this battle that you need to be made aware of. This is breaking news. The White House has just announced over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chains and named a specific Alaskan project as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. Now, I've been to the Vizsla Copper drilling site myself. I've seen it with my own eyes, and what's happening right now is bigger than most people actually realize. President Trump just unveiled Project Vault, a $12 billion strategic minerals reserve designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America free from foreign dependence. The same way that we're breaking Iran's chokehold on oil, we're breaking China's chokehold on critical minerals. Vizsla Copper is right at the center of this, and they're trading in the U.S. under VCUFF and in Canada as VCUV. So check the exclusive briefing that's been prepared for you. This is about American energy independence, American mineral independence, and American freedom. We thank them for supporting this program. Now, let me get back to the explosive developments unfolding in the Middle East right now. Now, here's what should terrify you about the snake inside the room. Now, Fox News, they just exposed that Jared Kushner, the same Jared Kushner whose investment fund took $2 billion from Saudi Arabia, secretly offered Iran unlimited uranium enrichment for so-called peaceful purposes, behind closed doors, while Trump is trying to crush their nuclear program. I mean, who authorized that? Who benefits from Iran keeping enrichment capability? Certainly not America. And J.D. Vance is in the air right now to Pakistan while this negotiation plays out. The fracture is real. Now, let's take a look at the bombshell. The UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer confirms he's actively coordinating with Trump to build a massive 30-nation military coalition to force open the Strait of Hormuz. They're using the ceasefire as a cover to prepare for a massive escalation.
I had a discussion with President Trump last night and set out to him the views of the region here. These Gulf states are the neighbours of Iran, and therefore, if the ceasefire is to hold, and we hope it will, it has to involve them. They have very strong views on the Strait of Hormuz. And we spent most of the time on the call talking about the practical plan that's going to be needed to get navigation through the Strait and the role that the UK is playing. For a couple of weeks now, we've been pulling together a coalition of countries, now over 30 countries, working on a political and diplomatic plan, but also looking at military capabilities and actually the logistics of actually moving vessels through these straits. So that was the focus of the discussion last night, reflection on what I've been discussing here, but also that focus on a practical plan in relation to navigation through the strait.
The practical plan for navigation through the Strait. Wow, finally the United Kingdom showing some balls. Keir Starmer's engagement with Trump is only the beginning. The UK top military officer weighing in on the coalition. UK's head of armed forces, Air Chief Marshal Richard Knighton, says managing the Hormuz Strait is not simply a naval problem.
And just on the Strait of Hormuz, can you just set out what is the UK, what capabilities are the UK thinking about contributing to this mission should it happen?
Well, I've just literally this morning come back from the Middle East, and a number of things are really clear about the Strait of Hormuz issue. The first is the solution is more than simply military. It requires some level of negotiation. There's a diplomatic and political strand to it. And then on the military side, it's not simply a naval problem. It's a multi-domain problem. It'll need space effects, it'll need air effects, it'll need maritime capability. The UK already has autonomous mine hunting capability in the region. We are world leading in that, and that's a key contribution that we could make. But as the negotiation proceeds and as we understand how this fragile ceasefire holds, alongside our partners right across the world, these multinational solution will start to emerge, and I'm sure that the UK will play a part.
It's about damn time. With formal capabilities on the table, the coalition's potential is massive. Meanwhile, discord emerges within Trump's own team. Prepare for a startling revelation involving Kushner's rogue diplomacy. Peter Doocy from the White House reporting Jared Kushner.
When J.D. Vance says that the president gave them clear guidelines, we understand that to mean that the U.S. needs to go in there and tell Iran no enrichment, period. That is what we have heard from White House officials. Remember, about 6 weeks ago, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were sitting there with the Iranians and said, the U.S. will give you all the uranium you want for peaceful purposes. You just can't use it to enrich a bomb. And Iran said, no. Now they are, of course, adding J.D. Vance to the equation. And so we'll see how things go. We don't even really know what the format is yet. They had indirect talks last time. These will be TBD.
To be determined. We're all waiting for the timeline. As you know, I receive all of the updates from the White House. I have contacts there. And everyone's just waiting to find out exactly what's going to happen. Now, here is President Trump on the tarmac. This is one-and-done talk. Is this a one-and-done talk, or are you open to more talks?
One-and-done talk, or are you open to more talks after this?
I don't know. I can't tell you. I have to see what happens tomorrow. They've been talking for 47 years with other presidents, and we're not doing much talking.
Yeah, we're done talking. It's time to drop the bombs. Trump's clear stance from the tarmac is no nonsense. Let's see what he has to say regarding the imminent opening of the strait.
Well, I wish him luck. He's got a big thing. We'll find out what's going on. They're militarily defeated, and now we're going to open up the Gulf with or without him. But that'll be open. We're going to be, or the strait as they call it. And I think it's going to go pretty quickly. And if it doesn't, we'll be able to finish it off. One way or the other, it's going well. The Navy's gone. The Air Force is gone. All anti-aircraft is gone. The leaders are gone. The whole place is gone. So we'll see how it turns out. So it's JD, it's Steve, and Jared. They have a good team, and they meet tomorrow. We'll see how it all works out.
We'll have to wait and see. Reasserting control over international waters is Trump's next move, yet the warning from our nation's capital grows as House Democrats scramble to clip his presidential wings.
You're not going to let them hold the strait, are you? It's international.
No, we're not going to let that. It's international water. If they're doing that, nobody knows if they're doing that, but if they're doing that, we're not going to let that happen.
We're not going to let that happen. House Democrats are calling for a war powers resolution to rein in what they perceive as an out-of-control president.
On the wrong track. He's been terrible with the wheel. The threats of total annihilation were, beyond the pale. It's time for Congress to step in and take control of the wheel.
All of our offices have received hundreds of calls from concerned constituents demanding that Congress reconvene and address this threat through a war powers resolution and further action to rein in an out-of-control president.
We are not operating as the Article I power that we must be. The Speaker must live up to his constitutional responsibilities. Call us back in. Consider the War Powers Resolution. Let the American people and their representatives in Congress weigh in. The words and actions of this president have proved that he is unhinged and unwell, and has been for some time.
We are here ready to take action
to
pass a war powers resolution to end this war. We need our Republican colleagues to show up too. We need Speaker Johnson to call us into session. And barring that, I'm calling on my Republican colleagues to show up on their own.
It's Pat. Remember Pat from SNL? Now we have Senator Ted Cruz.
Now, President Trump is right to draw that line, to insist upon that, and he's been clear as well that Iran will open and keep open the Strait of Hormuz. They will not use it for negotiating or blackmail, and I think if they try to do so, the president's threat remains very operative, that if they shut down the Strait of Hormuz, if they break this agreement, that I think the president is prepared to take out the power generation in Iran and to take out the bridges of Iran. Hopefully, he does not have to do so, but the Iranian leadership is going to determine if they think he's bluffing and they try to call his bluff, it will not work out well.
It will not work out well. Terrifying reality check on Fox News. A former NSC director confirms the Trump administration is threatening to resume bombing Iran.
Well, the stakes have definitely gotten higher for Vice President Vance. I'm certain that the president has given him the charge to threaten the resumption of military force unless Iran agrees to at the very least, the loose terms we had worked out earlier in the week. We have to be clear with the Iranians that they do not have a veto over who gets through the Straits of Hormuz, and that it ought to be reestablished as a free and open international waters passageway. Anything short of that gives them control over energy and, by extension, sort of a veto, sort of a control over the world economy. That's unacceptable. We've got to get it back on track, and I can't think of anything that they'd be interested in unless it's the renewed prospect of military force, which they should want to avoid.
I would think so. Now, here is the truth that the establishment media will not tell you. Donald Trump is fighting a three-front war simultaneously, and he's winning on all three. Front one, Iran abroad, militarily destroyed, their entire apparatus eliminated. Front two, snakes in his own negotiating team, undermining his position. Front three, House Democrats literally introducing war powers resolutions to tie his hands and protect the Iranian regime. Cruz said it right. Iran needs to decide if they think Trump is bluffing, and if they call it, it won't go well. See, Trump is not talking. He's not negotiating endlessly like 47 years of failed presidents. He's acting. And the 30-nation coalition now assembling proves the entire world knows it too. See, what you're witnessing is absolutely historic. A president who actually does what he says, a leader the world takes seriously. While Democrats side with Iranian mullahs and insiders try to sabotage from within, Donald Trump is reassembling Western military powers to break Iran's stranglehold on the global economy once and for all. This is why they fear him. This is why they tried to stop him. And this is why they're losing. So I want to know what you think. Should Congress support Trump's coalition to force open the Strait of Hormuz, or are Democrats right to try to stop him? Drop a yes or no in the comments right now and share this video with every patriot who needs to see what's really happening. And since you made it to the end of the video, a special gift from me to you. Text raw feed to 844-840-4963. Raw feed 844-840-4963. That is the exclusive method and how we will bypass the algorithm. That's how we will get you the notifications that you deserve, the notifications you asked for that you never receive. They'll come directly from me to you, an unbroken chain of communication. And patriots are signing up by the hundreds to make sure that they do not lose connection with the next news network. We're getting buried by algorithmic suppression, and it's horrific to watch every single day. That's why I need you to...
Next news. Breaking news.
They're meeting right now in Washington, D.C. in secret. The most powerful unelected humans on planet Earth have called an emergency Bilderberg conference. Something that has not happened in 33 years, and the mainstream media is giving it zero coverage. So ask yourself why. These are the shadow architects who decide your future before you even know there's a decision to make. Presidents get elected. These people get obeyed. And right now, they're rattled. Something has them so scared and so desperate and so cornered that they broke a 3-decade precedent to assemble in a panic. We have the leaked participant list to prove it. You see, this isn't some academic policy discussion happening in a fancy hotel. This is about your life. This is about your money. This is about your freedom. When the Bilderberg group meets, they're not debating. They're deciding. The European Union, that was hatched in the Bilderberg meetings. Countries that had their own currencies for thousands of years surrendered them because of decisions made in rooms just like this. Now look at their agenda. AI, digital finance, future of warfare. Translation? They're deciding who controls your money when cash goes digital. They're deciding how artificial intelligence will monitor, track, and manage populations. They're deciding which wars get funded and which nations get destabilized. And you weren't invited to vote on any of it. Now, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, he's in that room, and so is Peter Thiel. So is Satya Nadella from Microsoft. The King and Queen of Netherlands, prime ministers from Denmark and Greece and Canada, NATO's Secretary General, the heads of the IMF and the European Central Bank. These aren't people who ask for permission. They give orders. And right now, they're writing the script for the next decade of your life. Speaking of global power players making moves behind closed doors, there is something happening right now that could actually work in your favor for once. This breaking news from the White House, they just announced over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chain. And they named a specific Alaskan project as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. You see, I've been to the Vizsla copper drilling site myself. I've seen it with my own eyes. And what's happening right now is bigger than most people realize. See, President Trump just unveiled Project Vault, a $12 billion strategic minerals reserve designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America from being dependent on China for the minerals that power everything, from military equipment to electric vehicles. While the globalists at Bilderberg scheme to control digital finance and future warfare, the Trump administration is making sure America controls the resources that make both possible. You see, this is the kind of strategic move that puts America first. Now, Vizsla Copper, make note of this, they trade in the United States under VCUFF, and in Canada as VCUV. Write that down, it's on the screen. And check the exclusive briefing that's linked below to see why this matters now more than ever. We thank them for supporting this program. Now let's get back to what's really happening inside that hotel in Washington, D.C., because here's what makes this even more revealing. Dan Dix from Press for Truth, he's on the ground right now. He says he's one of the only 2 journalists covering this entire event. Now let that sink in. The most powerful people on earth are gathered blocks from the White House. The corporate media has completely blacked it out. They've got massive green screens blocking the view, tinted windows on every car, security everywhere. And the people who claim to be journalists, they're not covering the story. They're inside the meeting receiving their marching orders. So wait until you see who got caught sneaking out. But first, let's go to Dan Dix, Press for Truth. He's on the ground right now. We've been tracking his X account. Here he is, day 2 of the 2026 Bilderberg Conference. It's underway. And considering this appears to be an emergency April meeting, hasn't happened in 33 years, I think the implications are huge. Let's listen to his on-the-ground report from outside of Salem.
This is Dan Dix here reporting for Press for Truth. It is now day 2 of the annual Bilderberg meeting here in Washington, D.C. Today is typically the day where the real bulk of the meeting takes place. The real meat and potatoes are discussed about their next phase of the plan moving forward. So I'm going to be here all day to document who's here and get a better idea of what sort of things they may actually be discussing. Now, a lot of people are probably not aware that it's the Bilderberg Group who's responsible for major world-shaping events. One example is the European Union. That was hashed out by the Bilderberg Group. That was their idea, which came to fruition. This concept of all these countries in Europe giving up their national sovereignty and many of them relinquishing their own currency. Some of them who've had them for thousands of years gave that up in favor of the euro. And this was an idea that was hashed out by Bilderberg, where the inner circle of the inner circle, as I like to call them, managed to project this idea to the rest of the delegates, and then it became a reality, because these are some of the most powerful and influential people we're dealing with here. You may also not be aware that it was the Bilderberg Group who, shortly after 9/11, hashed a plan to enter the Middle East, to go into Iraq and Afghanistan, and it was at those early meetings when they told the delegates that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. And of course, in attendance, there were some of the world's biggest media outlets, there were some of the world's biggest war hawks, and they took it in, hook, line, and sinker. And they kind of got this idea out into the minds of the masses, and it was able to happen. Now, they believed it full-heartedly. That's the only way that this thing can work. It's not like everybody who attends these meetings are in on some nefarious plan or agenda or even aware of the idea of the fact that these guys are trying to create an eventual one world global government. There is an inner circle inside the inner circle. They hash out the plan, and then they disseminate this idea to the large body of delegates who believe it, and then they go out and, like a ripple effect, it spreads out across all of society, and boom, just like that, they were able to invade, the Middle East based on this lie that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. And obviously they have a lot of other countries on the chopping block, including Iran. And so now it begs the question, when we have major media outlets in here again, we have like the Secretary of War, we have the Secretary General of NATO, who are now meeting in this what seems to be an emergency April meeting in the midst of Donald Trump's epic fury. It really makes you wonder what's on the actual agenda. What are they planning as the next phase in this plan for an eventual new world order? So I'm going to be here for obviously the duration of the event, and today I hope to maybe capture some people who are not necessarily on the official list. That way you can kind of get a better idea of what they want to convince these people of moving forward, because as I said, it's an inner circle within the inner circle. These are the guys who hash the plan, They put it into the minds of the delegates who are here, 120 to 150 people on average. That idea then permeates all throughout society, and boom, their plan comes to fruition. So stick with me, guys. This is potentially one of the most important Bilderbergs that we've seen in many, many years. This is my 20th year of covering Bilderberg, and I think this one is potentially going to be huge with major implications.
Dan Dix on the ground there, exposing the architects behind the world-altering decisions. Now here's the secretive arrivals that he captured as well.
Hey there, guys. Dan Dix here reporting for Press for Truth. I'm here right out front of the Bilderberg Hotel. This is actually the side where all the cars are pulling in and out. As you can see, they got the huge green screen to block the view of me and Josh, the only other journalist here covering Bilderberg. It's just the two of us at this point. And the cars are essentially rolling in right here. Here we got one right here. Let's see who we got here. Sometimes the windows are pretty tinted, makes it difficult to see who we have. And but still, we very well may get a good chance to identify some of these people and potentially clear up any discrepancies from anybody who may be in attendance here and who are not on the official participants list. Because if you've been watching my coverage for a number of years here, you'll know that that's exactly what happens here sometimes. There are some high-profile people who aren't officially publicized to be here, and then they are here. So we're going to be here for the remainder of the day, and we'll see who we can capture heading in to the Bilderberg Hotel here in Washington, D.C.
After witnessing the clandestine arrivals, now with a full list, here we have. Participant list has been leaked. Washington, D.C. Co-chairs, President Institut Montaigne, Henry de Castries of France, Marie-José Kravis of the USA, from the Museum of Modern Art, Stacey Abrams, oh my goodness, Sageworks Productions, Marco Oliveira and Applebaum from The Atlantic, Murray Auchincloss from Great Britain, Jose Manuel Barrasso. We have Valerie Budson from France, Carolyn Berg, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent of the United States, International Energy Agency Executive Director Faith Birol, Harold Boll of Belgium, CEO of Sofina, Peter Bosek Borge Brende of Norway, the President and CEO of the World Economic Forum. How nice. Helen Budliger, State Secretary for Economic Affairs, Roland Bush, President and CEO of Siemens, Nadia Calvino, President of the European Investment Bank, Aro Quintel, the Chair of the Normit Group. Let's see if we can get a better shot here. Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada, Member of the House of Lords Camilla Cavendish of Great Britain, Minister of Public Expenditure for Infrastructure of Ireland Jack Chambers, Francois-Philippe Champagne, Minister of Finance and National Revenue of Canada, Jeppe Christensen, Patrick Colson, Jack Clark. The list goes on and on. This is apparently a confidential list, but that's only part of it. There's actually 4 pages. And you can see here even more. I mean, the list goes on and on. Let me see if I can just pop any names here that just come out at me. What I'll do for you guys, I'll repost this on my X account if you want to see it, or you can just go to Dan Dix on X and you can see it directly. But the list, Mark Rutte of the Secretary General of NATO, Eric Schmidt, remember him, right? Let's see here. Who else is here? Peter Thiel, he's on the list. So I'm going to go ahead and repost this right now. You can find this right there on Next News Network's X account. Make sure you follow Dan Dix as well if you haven't done so yet. So let's keep going here. We got more news to track. Now we have the agenda from Dan Dix: AI, Arctic security, China, digital finance, energy diversification, Europe, global trade, the Middle East, Russia, transatlantic defense, Ukraine, USA, future of warfare. And here is Anne Applebaum, key figure from the mainstream media, making her back alley escape.
So here we have Anne Applebaum, one of the largest mainstream
media outlets owners inside the conference, and she's trying to make her get away in an Uber, interestingly. I've spoken to her a few times in previous years, and I think she knows who we are now because she used to talk to us, but now maybe she understands where we're coming from and refuses.
Salamander Hotel in Washington, D.C. is the scene of the globalist crime. See, this is what the globalist endgame looks like when Ann Applebaum, staff writer for The Atlantic, one of the biggest anti-Trump propaganda outlets in America, gets caught slinking out of Bilderberg in an Uber, trying not to be seen. That tells you everything. See, she wasn't there to report. She was there to receive her orders. These are the same people who told you that borders are racist, who told you that populism is dangerous, who told you that you're the extremist for wanting your country back. And now we know where they get their talking points, from unelected billionaires, central bankers, and intelligence chiefs meeting in secret. Trump happened. MAGA happened. And the globalist order is cracking. That's why they called this emergency meeting. They're not planning anymore because they're panicking. So let me be clear about what you've just witnessed. This is only the beginning, and the participant list has been leaked. I've just reposted it to X. The agenda's leaked, and now the whole world can see exactly who's been pulling the strings the entire time. Every name on that list is a name that was never on your ballot. These are the people who selected your leaders, crashed your economy, opened your borders, and funded both sides of every war in your lifetime, and they thought that you weren't watching. Well, we are watching. So share this video right now before Big Tech buries it, and they will. And then text raw feed to 844-840-4963 so you can be the first to know when news happens. Because you're not going to get the notification about this video. You're not going to see this just pop up in your algorithm. No, no, no. This will be buried. But a text message from me to you cannot be suppressed. And that's exactly why we built this system. So text raw feed to 844-840-4963 and drop a comment below and tell me, do you think it's a coincidence that Bilderberg called their first emergency April meeting in 33 years right when the America First movement is winning? Yes or no? And make sure you are still subscribed and that notification bell is turned on because this story is just getting started. Check out the Next News merch shop right below this video. Wear your support for independent journalism proudly. The globalists, they've got their meetings, but we have the truth. Stay informed and stay free.
The system controls information. Information control is power. I want you to see this. Truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now.
Left, left, left! Watch out, watch out, watch out!
Oh my goodness, a presidential limo has just burst onto the south wall.
Watch out, watch out, watch out!
Either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain, and the villains of the January 6th committee, they thought they were heroes. They sure as hell acted like it, including bringing in some of Donald Trump's closest advisors or personal assistants to testify against him, like in this case with Cassidy Hutchinson. She was an aide at the White House. She worked for President Trump, and she thought she would have her hero moment here in this testimony with Liz Cheney. But it turns out she's probably going to go to jail for it. And let me just play you a really short sample of exactly why, and then we'll talk about what the DOJ is about to do to Cassidy Hutchinson. But listen to what Cassidy said about Donald Trump on the date of January 6th, 2021.
The president said something to the effect of, "I'm the effing president, take me up to the Capitol now." To which Bobby responded, "Sir, we have to go back to the West Wing."
It's the Secret Service agent, Bobby.
The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel.
Oh, wow.
Mr. Engel grabbed his arm, said, "Sir, you need to take your hand off the steering wheel. We're going back to the West Wing. We're not going to the Capitol."
Oh, okay.
Mr. Trump then used his free hand to lunge towards Bobby Engel. And when Mr. Renato had recounted this story to me, he had motioned towards his clavicles.
What? Oh, wow. So it's Donald Trump took control of the beast, as it's called, the presidential vehicle. You know, it sounds like an unbelievable, made-for-TV story, literally made up for TV because, you know, we have diagrams of the beast and the vehicle that Donald Trump travels in. And those diagrams show that there is an 8-inch lead piece of steel and bulletproof glass between the president's compartment and the Secret Service agent and the steering wheel. So to believe this story from Cassidy Hutchinson and Liz Cheney, you'd have to believe that Donald Trump turned into Orange Hulk, Red Hulk, or Green Hulk, or all of them together, smashed through the bulletproof glass with his bare fists, ripped open the steel that separates the driver's compartment and the president, got in between all the weapons and so on, and then choked out and was grabbing the steering wheel. Put her in prison. Put her in prison. DOJ opens a criminal investigation into January 6th star witness Cassie Hutchinson. Famously, Liz Cheney took this witness and manipulated her. Liz Cheney needs to be put in jail next.
Right to jail.
The U.S. Department of Justice has opened a criminal investigation into Cassidy Hutchinson, former White House staffer, who made a number of false claims against Donald Trump. January 6th Committee, 2022. The probe, led by DOJ Civil Rights Division, Harmeet Dillon, ding, 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 began in April of this year, this month, after a criminal referral from Barry Loudermilk. Let's go ahead and look at that criminal referral. Here it is. Liz Cheney colluded with star witness Cassie Hutchinson without her attorney's knowledge. That's illegal. Former Representative Liz Cheney should be investigated for potential crimes, witness tampering based on new information about her communication. Cassie Hutchinson's most outrageous claims lacked any evidence, and the Select Committee had knowledge that her claims were false when they publicly promoted her. President Trump did not attack Secret Service detail at any time during January 6th. Secret Service has said this, of course, right? President Trump did not have intelligence indicating violence on the morning of January 6th. Cassidy Hutchinson falsely claimed to have drafted a handwritten note for the president on January 6th. Representative Cheney and Hutchinson basically attempted to disbar Hutchinson's former attorney. This is what they found. They have the receipts. They have the evidence. They subpoenaed. They got him. And now Cassidy Hutchinson is under DOJ investigation. GOP lawmakers push charges against former White House aide for lying to Congress. What does lying to Congress get you? It could get you 5 years in prison. Republicans on Capitol Hill are asking the Justice Department to consider bringing criminal charges against Cassidy Hutchinson, former aide Donald Trump administration, when she was manipulated by Liz Cheney, who really is like an evil force here, obviously, Liz Cheney, somebody who took advantage of Cassidy Hutchinson, told her that she would be hailed as a hero.
After she testified.
It was unpatriotic. It was un-American. We were watching the Capitol building get defaced over a lie.
Why did she go where so few have gone before?
What Cassie Hutchinson did was an unbelievable example of bravery and of courage and patriotism in the face of real pressure.
The president said,
"You've got to put Liz Cheney in irons for this. These are all these are bona fide lies." The House Administration's Oversight Subcommittee, which is chaired by Barry Loudermilk, released a 128-page report. A January 6th star witness had outrageous claims that were obviously false, but they publicly promoted her anyway. They probably wrote the claims. This is probably Liz Cheney writing claims. Remember, this stuff was made for TV. They brought in a TV producer from ABC News in order to produce these hearings. This is all part of the plan. Same TV News producer, by the way, that wouldn't let the Epstein story get broken on ABC. December 2024, Loudermilk referred Liz Cheney to the Department of Justice for an investigation for potential criminal witness tampering. Loudermilk accused Cheney of colluding with then media darling Hutchinson without her attorney's knowledge. Hutchinson had testified that President Trump was aware that his supporters had weapons on the morning of January 6th, but didn't care that they were there not to hurt him, so he doesn't care. She falsely claimed that Trump tried to seize the wheel of the presidential limo and lunged his former security detail on the way to the Capitol. So the Civil Rights Division is now investigating Hutchinson for lying. New York Times confirmed this across 4 sources. The Times also reported that DOJ officials have been skeptical from the outset about whether there is a viable criminal case. The investigation was opened recent weeks as Pam Bondi was trying to shore up a shaky standing before she was fired anyway. Fine. The mechanism is worth naming precisely. The Civil Rights Division was created in 1957 to investigate systemic abuses like police misconduct and racial discrimination. It's being used here to pursue the accusation of lying to Congress, an entirely different legal category, but illegal, by the way. New shocking footage of Trump driving the beast on January 6th. Why would Trump do this? Oh, man. It's over now for Trump. They got him. The walls are closing in. The walls are closing in. Okay, go get her. What a nightmare. Super serious journalist Jake Tapper had her on. Shockingly, Jake didn't see any red flags when interviewing somebody who says that Trump could break through the 8-inch steel in the beast and bulletproof glass. So good job, CNN. Great job all around. Also, people are definitely always telling the truth when they're looking straight up.
Harris, and I
just a reminder that Cassie Hutchinson endorsed Kamala Harris live on MSNBC.
There are probably a few issues that
always trust people look straight up at the ceiling, right? When they're trying to come up with things to say. Yep, there you go. There's your credible witness. Endorsing Kamala Harris. I'm sure that really changed things, by the way. That did great. How did Kamala Harris
How did that work out for you, by the way? Got woodshedded. Now she's going to get woodshedded by the DOJ. Good riddance. It's your boy Benny. Justice for Creators. See you.
All right, that's the end of our news segment, folks. Thanks for watching. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe.